I curl around my belly like a grub. I howl, I whimper. My chamber pot sits close by the piano. I compose in stink. I wipe my arse on billet-doux and scraps of old sonatas. The quack said freezing baths. Then he said lukewarm baths of Danube water, fortified with a sweet infusion, and by mouth a quantity of efficacious pills. That for my belly. There is a connection, medical science believes, between my griping belly and the din and failure of my ears. Oil of almonds stuffed into my lugs and cotton wool. Wads of herbs applied against the orifices and held in place by a lady's ribbon passed under my chin and fastened in a bow in the thicket of my black hair, or as a scalding poultice on my belly. Why not? Now comes news from Berlin of miracles worked there in the public view by a certain Dr. Kratz, a disciple of the great Galvani. A child, deaf since birth, cured by the application of electricity. The shock, the twitch, the leap, and at once in rushes human speech, bird song, pure liquid flowing of the pianoforte, and the lovely higher reaches of the violin. Patience. Patience. Patience and resignation. Scarcely begun, must I resign myself to doing nothing more? So much to do, so little time. Listen. Listen. Hear how it insists. How it reaches up and out and onwards and beyond, always for more and more. Impatient. Unresigned. How it wants and longs. How it aspires. So that if they listen truly, they would not applaud. When they applaud, they seem to be congratulating themselves. If they listen truly, they would be silent. They would look into their own soiled hearts and weep, and then aspire, make vows, make promises, having glimpsed the better, not to settle for the worse. This I can do. Unsettle, agitate, push and push. Hear how the music pushes at the limits, how it disallows our settling for less. Listen. Remaining as you are, you will be a disappointment. It is not good enough. You were not made to settle for so little. Push and push. The best I can hope for is some quietening in my head. The most I can pray for is my own silence. I imagine a silence like an anchorite's in the Egyptian desert in the middle watches of the night. And in such silence I will house and listen to what only I in all the universe can hear. Hear it, set it down in black and white, and give it out into the world of men and women, there to be made audible. The prospect of this terrible freedom petrifies my heart. It has the look of the Medusa, such an icy freedom. No girl in it singing, no child in it chattering, no cuckoo in Maytime on a hill near Heiligenstadt. I shall be ever more uncouth, ever more beast and bedlam. Crusoe, Caliban, the common human beings will visit me in mockery and awful dread. I see it. I foresee it. Wake. Rise immediately. Summer or winter, let it never be later than 5:30. Every season has its beauties. The mists and silver dew or the freezing stars. Relieve the belly and the bladder. Swill out the mouth. Douse the grisly face in the coldest possible water. Brew coffee black as the beard. And then begin, by lamplight or in earliest sunlight at the window, study the masters. Master the craft. Learn the old in hopes of the new. Learn rules in hopes of liberty. Learn everything achieved in hopes of what cannot be achieved except by you. Study, learn. Bow your head in the early morning over the works and teachings of the masters. So much to learn still in the early hours, before the ordinary day begins.
During my lesson, they began to talk about liberty. I doodled on the piano. Casimir wondered, had I anything to say? I said, no girl or woman of my acquaintance has any liberty, though some very stupidly suppose they have. And then I doodled on the piano and thought my thoughts. Before very long, Mamma will marry me off. Next spring, perhaps. A spring wedding. She has an elderly gentleman in mind. He has the necessary funds. That is what will happen to me. I quote, what must be, shall be. I look in the mirror and I look around me and I see how delightful on the senses we young women are. My elderly gentleman will enjoy me. A curious word, enjoy. Will I enjoy my gentleman, do you think? Will I enjoy being enjoyed by him? Meanwhile, my mother is my board. She courts the master assiduously on our behalf. She wants a sonata for her daughter before he is dismissed. What may a girl do to gain her own sonata? Mamma thinks she may do much, almost anything, in fact. The outcome afterwards being already settled, what harm will a little love do in the meantime? But the sacrifice of my virtue will not be necessary. The sonata is mine for the asking, I believe. He will ask nothing in return, or if he asks and I say no, he will oblige me anyway. He has a savage honour. He is as odd in our society as if he had dropped here from the morning star. Do I love him? I should need to love myself a little first. And some days I am close to doing that. He holds up before me an idea of me which I had never seen until he came. Nobody else has that idea of me. There you are, he says. There you truly are. When I believe that, I will love him. And when I love him, what shall I do then?
It is wonderful to watch him improvise. I say, watch. Of course, one listens. A purist would close his eyes. But I love the spectacle, too. That pocked and bristly face, thrust forward chin, hair as black as a bat, the almost beastly hands. And out of that head, through those hands, into the keys and strings, the music comes, endlessly invented and made real in our astonished ears. The music in his head, abstract as pure mathematics, made real through the medium of his ugly frame and a pompous contraption of wood and ivory and wire. So far his powers of improvisation have not been impaired by his affliction. He performs in the public view like a miracle worker. He has told me two things lately of great interest. First, that as a child, studying under the organist of the Minster Church in Bonn, he composed some pieces for the instrument which his own small hands were incapable of playing. In my long and unhappy meditation on how the good insights of the imagination may ever be put into practice on this earth, that little anecdote affected me almost hopefully. You take my meaning. The idea is there. It is conceived. We are not yet grown into the means of its realization. Patience. Work in the meantime in faith and hope and love. And secondly, more striking still, he told me this, that he knows a work of his to be a good one if it shocks him as something unfamiliar when he sees it printed. He sets down in ugly scribbles the harmony he hears, the order he sees, and sends the sheets away to be prepared in proper form. The work, on its return, shocks him. him, its maker. Then he is delighted. He rejoices. I will hold him in my heart at that moment of his shock and joy. He will be my counterexample in our world of bloody realizations. We have surprised ourselves so often by the making real of our ideas, and not in joy and satisfaction, but in terror. Imagine a future when the world we make shocks us, its makers, by its beauty. I am free to leave. Our friend has given me his word, and I have given him mine. What word? The old word. Nothing new. Only the old word said and given again. The promise to live and labour for the good we still remember and can still imagine. I leave at once. Juliet, the beloved, has warned me that I must. I see the beginnings of a lovely metamorphosis in her, and I should have liked to witness it a little further. This sonata is for you. It bears your name in dedication. But if I am honest, I began it for a painter who was inconsolable when he lost his sight. So the music you are playing that is for you is also for him. It is an elegy.
This music is the birth of me. In this music, I am becoming what you say I am. Now I can love you. Now I do love you, equally in freedom as you love me.
Still, it is an elegy. In it, I lament over a death. I am not in love with death. I am in love with you. But when I think of you and my love for you, I think of death and how I must live and make music in the time that still remains. I am not in the least in love with death. My music is the answer my love makes against the face of death.
I can hear the death in it. I can hear the sadness in it for the death of your friend, the painter, who could not be consoled. And I can hear already the sadness you have put in it for me. I hear the sadness over what I am destined to become. But I love you now, for a while, for as long as the world allows.
You will leave me. I shall be left in my head alone. I shall be left alone in a hideous roaring in my head, or in a silence as icy as a hermit's cell. No girl in there who plays and sings, no chattering child, no cuckoo on a hill near Heiligenstadt, no thrush and blackbird in the bluebell woods.
I will leave you. I will be taken from you. I helped your Casimir escape. I sided with him and you against the people you despise. And among those people I must stay and live my life, for nobody will help me escape. Very soon now, Mamma will marry me off. The law is on her side. The law is with the elderly bridegroom who will enjoy me.
I will be their clown, their monster, the court fool. They will come to peer at me as they peer at the creatures in a filthy bedroom.
I'll be a wife and mother like my mother is. I will daub a little. I will doodle. I will be left at liberty to ornament the house. But in its prison my spirit will shrivel and grow bitter. I see it. I foresee it. What must be, shall be.
Muss es sein, es muss sein. Like my friend the painter, I shall be inconsolable. But unlike him, I will not let affliction leech away the living life from me. I will take my fate by the throat. I will think my fate the tree of life in the garden of the Hesperides. I will take hold of it. I will shake down from it the apples of immortality.
I will never forget you. I will play this music. I am better now than I shall ever be again. When I play this music, I will recall the freedom of life I had with you. And when your affliction worsens, and in the world outside there is no longer any music you can hear, remember me. Remember me playing as I am playing now.
You are aware of the plot to overthrow Christmas, which has been going on for some time now. In fact, Norman Corwin wrote a play called The Plot to Overthrow Christmas, which has been broadcast on CBS for 3 years. Tonight, you will hear it again. This presentation is by way of a Christmas gift from CBS to its listeners on the principle that the best presents you can give your friends are the things you want for yourself. We wish you good cheer and ask you to follow the unraveling of The Plot to Overthrow Christmas by Norman Corwin.
Did you hear about the plot to overthrow Christmas? Well, gather ye now from Maine to the Isthmus of Panama and listen to the story of the utter inglory of some gory goings-on in hell. Now, it happened in Hades, ladies and gentlemen. It happened down there that the fiends held a meeting. The fiends held a meeting for the purpose of defeating Christmas. With the aid of a fade on the radio, we'll take you there with a hi and a hey-de-ho to hear firsthand the brewing of the plot down in the deepest Stygian grot.
Grot is a poetical term for grotto. Whenever you hear my voce sotto, or sotto voce, whichever you prefer, it's just I taking pains to make quite sure that nobody makes a poetical allusion which might in any way create confusion. I return you now to the voice you were hearing before I had to do this interfering.
As I was saying, in this Stygian grot, the notables of Limbo hatched a plot. And what went on in the sulphurous hole will soon pick up by remote control. Of course, such a pickup is not made quickly. As a matter of fact, it's done rather trickly. You mustn't mind if it sounds erratic. That's merely intraterrestrial static. And don't be surprised if you're deafened by thunder just as we start on our journey under. You'll hear earthquakes and all of the commoner varieties of natural phenomena. And so, below, via radio, to the regions where legions of the damned go.
interrupt me in the middle of a movement of my favorite concerto. You should look to the improvement of your manners.
Sir, if you please, my apologies. I would not have intruded upon your recital if the matter were not so terribly vital.
The most important matter in the world is piddling, when it comes to be compared with Nero's fiddling.
Now, what you say may be very true, but I have been sent here to summon you to a great mass meeting of the tortured souls down in the grot of the flaming coals.
A meeting? What for? What's the big idea? Why can't a fellow have some peace down here?
Peace, poor soul, can't be found on the premises. This is a region abounding in nemesis.
Now you're talking like a travel folder. Tell me, varlet, before I smolder, why are we meeting? Who's on the spot?
We're meeting in order to fabricate a plot against the festival that mortal men comfort in and gladden in again and again. You see, every year...
Never mind the facts. I don't want to hear how mortal man acts. The only information about which I care concerns the mass meeting and who'll be there.
His wickedness, Mephisto, will preside.
Naturally.
And several of the Borgias will be sitting at his side. And down in front, by the sizzling sodium, will be many personalities noted for their odium. Haman, Caligula, Medusa, and Legree.
That's all very nice, but what about me?
Oh, you'll be sitting in row A, center, between Ivan the Terrible, the Tormentor, and Circe.
Mercy. Why, they're both deranged.
Do you wish me to see if your seat can be changed?
Yes, if you will, please. Taste comes first, even though a soul may be eternally cursed.
Righto. See you at the meeting, then?
Yes. And now back to my fiddling again.
This is I, the sotto voce person. It should have been explained that Nero's rehearsing for nothing in particular. He's just that way. While hell's fires burn, he likes to play. Makes him feel a little more at home. It's just an avocation he picked up in Rome.
I've called you here from over 60 seas of boiling pitch and blazing phosphorus to stop what constitutes a loss for us. We've lost prestige, and I greatly deplore that we stand in danger of losing more in the way of confidence and spirit. We're far from our goal. We're nowhere near it. And this is the reason. Though we've done well in carrying forward the work of hell, we've left a very big job unfinished. After all these years, there is undiminished goodwill on earth every late December because of Christmas. Now, please remember that as long as this continues to be, the race of man will not belong to me. I will listen now to any questions you may want to ask, and then suggestions.
Mr. Chairman.
Brother Haman has the floor.
You say we have done well in our effort to sell evil. I say we have done better. We have carried out the letter of your law. We've done what I think is a pretty good job. And I say, as a veteran daemon...
Sit down there, Haman. Enough of this folly.
Sit down yourself. You're off your trolley.
Sit down, for I am Ivan the Terrible.
You're telling us why you are unbearable.
Hello, demons. This is no way to act. Please proceed with a little more tact. I want more decorum in this forum. All personal remarks must cease. Now, Brother Ivan, will you speak your piece?
I merely want to say in a casual way that Haman is a radical. He always gets fanatical. Why anybody think to hear him snort that the work of the Nazis should just stop short? Anybody think to hear him talking that Hitler and Hito should stop stalking the ways of the world?
Mr. Chairman, Brother Ivan is a demagogue with a brain like a fly and the manners of a hog. Why, he says
That's enough. We will hear from others. Surely there must be among you brothers enough venom and malevolence to crush a mortal man's benevolence. It's come to this. Are we going to let a little holiday like Christmas get the better of us all down here below?
No.
Very well, then, sirs. Very well. Let's go. Let's lay down our plans now to overthrow this Christmas business and all that guff of holly and mistletoe and stuff. Brother Caligula may take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I abhor, as a former emperor, anything which curbs our rule. I suggest we start right in manufacturing more sin. Let us give some presents, too. Candy sticks and things to chew. Fruits and nuts and little cakes. Poisonous as rattlesnakes.
Bravo!
Let our subtlest worker be bichloride of mercury. Let us wrap in tinsel bright little gifts of dynamite.
Oh!
Work things so that men will fear when 12:25 draws near.
Bravo!
Soon at this rate, if you please, men will hang from Christmas trees.
My dear Caligula, permit the chair to say that we think you've got something there. And now, with this fine start, let's hear some more. Yes, Brother Nero, do you want the floor?
With all due respect to Caligula's views, I think there's a better method we can use. I've just heard lately men are giving the razz to classical music by making it jazz. They're swinging it Bach, and what is keener, they're doing the shag to Palestrina.
Yeah.
As a connoisseur of music, of course I love the works of Rimsky-Korsakov. But today I note with a bitter shrug they've made Scheherazade a jitterbug.
Much as we admire your clever rhyme, will you get to the point? We're wasting time.
I was just about to say, when interrupted, that Christmas can easily be corrupted. If you take and swing all the Christmas carols, I think of the evil. Just barrels and barrels of sacrilege every time you play a pious song in a profane way. Why, once you entice them to swing Noel, then victory belongs to us fiends. Well?
Mr. Legree.
I'd like to say that it seems to me that you all's barking up a coonless tree. I think Mr. Nero's made a wrong guess. The way to go about it is to get in Congress and bribe a bunch of senators who know their oats and just make a purchase of a block of votes. And then they can legislate a situation where they rule old Christmas right out of the nation. They can all get together and pass a law where there ain't going to be no Christmas anymore.
I think Legree's suggestion is a beaut.
That's very cute.
And quite astute.
To me, it seems a bit impractical because you have to be so tactical.
Why?
For instance, now, a senator who'd sell, his vote to our lobbyists might very well sell right out again and become a tool of agencies representing the Yule.
By the eternal night. That's right.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Miss Borgia.
I say that we should all give pause to think about this Santa Claus. He is the man behind the scenes, the symbol of what Christmas means. If we could rub him out, my friend, our troubles would be at an end. Just think how it would tickle us to liquidate St. Nicholas. A girl like me could fascinate the guy and then assassinate?
Do you think that you could do it, pretty one? Are you sure you wouldn't be by pity one?
sometimes you are an awful tease, my master Mephistopheles. Ain't I murdered several dozens, poisoned uncles, aunts, and cousins? Don't my work right here in Hades make me first among the ladies? Men of virtue all have cussed me. I am sure that you can trust me.
Of that we haven't a particle of a doubt, Miss Borgia. And I'm sure we all have nothing but kind feelings towards you. But many times a woman's spy, alas, adores her victims. Dames make poor ambassadors.
Do you imply that such defects are found inherent in my sex?
I do.
Well, listen here, old Ironsides. You're heading for some cyanides. You've crossed a Borgia, and you know the consequences that follow.
Come, disciples. This is very bad. There's nothing to be gained by getting mad. Suppose we put the matter to a vote. First, the plan of Brother Nero's, viz., to swing the hymns and pious music. All those for will please respond by raising up a paw.
For?
And those against?
Against!
Very well. Now, the project of Legree. Who is there here who totally agrees?
I do.
Legree votes for himself. And those opposed?
Opposed!
And now, all those who favor Borgia's cause, it being to eliminate Santa Claus.
Aye, aye, aye!
And those opposed? It seems the women have a way with them. At least they've carried the day with them. The motion's carried. And now we'll decide which one of us will take Nick for a ride. We'll all draw lots and thus settle the moot point of who will be sent to execute.
This is your old friend, Sotto Voce, visiting down where it's eternal noche. Noche is Spanish for night, you know. Merely a reference, just to show that English isn't all I have to go by. Oh, well. I guess I've missed my calling. I should have been a lobbyist. You see, I'm stalling to give them time to finish the voting. Let's see. The weather. Now I'm quoting the Daily Hellion. Continued heat both overhead and under feet. Fresh and moderate gases blowing up to gale force and then going north by westerly. Light showers of brimstone toward the evening hours. That's what it says here. I'm not fibbing. How am I doing with my ad-libbing? This is a thing a gabbard have fun with. Say, the drawing should soon be done with. We expect the results at any moment now. As soon as...
The lots have been drawn, and I'm glad to say the honor has fallen Nero's way. Now, Nero, you are charged with a great task. It's the evilest deed that we could ask a fiend to do. We'll be proud of you.
Now, just one moment. How do I get there? What do I wear? Is it dry or wet there? Is it fact or fancy or just word of mouth that he lives at the pole? Is it north or south? If he dwells in the regions to which I've referred, must I pass through a camp of Admiral Byrd? What shall I use when it comes to the showdown? A gun or a dagger? Well, give me the lowdown.
Now, Nero, you needn't sound so tragic. You'll get to Earth by the blackest magic. To create an express elevator is simple for an expert spell creator. With a lot of pyrotechnic dazzle, we'll let you off on a hill in Basel, Switzerland. From there, you will make your way to the Arctic Circle, then break your way through ice with a blowtorch. After a while, you are bound to reach Santa's domicile. And once you get there, oh, my dear Nero, all of our work will have gone for zero. If you don't succeed in your assignment, a disadvantage of our confinement. In limbo's the fact that we only get one chance in all the eternal roulette of circumstance.
I know. If at first we don't succeed, we can try again. But there is no need, because nothing will come of it. Meaning no offense, do you mind if I take my departure hence?
That, my friends, was a big brass gong. It's used in this story right along to indicate that we're about to travel to points where the plot will further unravel. And now, if Ambassador Nero elects, we'll have another spot of sound effects.
Tell me, stranger. Is this Basel, Switzerland, or is it already Donner and Blitzerland?
Donner und Blitzenland, 5,000 miles away.
Thank you, mister. Good day. Tell me, stranger, I've been walking inland for weeks. Where am I now?
In Finland.
Tell me, stranger, because I've lost stock, where am I now?
In Vladivostok.
Listen, stranger, after all these centuries of blistering heat, now I have to suffer from freezing feet. I'm wincing with pain from this pesky toe.
No speak English. Eskimo.
I declare by my frenetic soul, I must be over the magnetic pole. My watch has stopped. Can that be right? I wonder... Ah, a light! A light! In a moment now, you'll hear me knock on Santa's door, and he'll unlock it, never more to lock again.
Coming!
So is doom.
How do you do, sir?
Very well indeed. And you, sir?
Splendidly. Won't you come right in? Take your coat off. I see your chin is frozen. Also your hands and knees. Sit down while I get you some antifreeze.
Don't bother, sir. I will not be long. I'm about to perpetrate a fearful wrong. In short, I am going to do away with...
Take it easy. Do not play with that gun. I know all about you.
Really?
Haven't I had my agents scout you for weeks? You've come all this way to abolish Christmas. Now, let me say...
Listen, Santa, I'm no callow stripling. I've read Ernest Hemingway and Kipling and also The Shooting of Dan McGrew. And plenty of detective stories, too. And just to show you what a broad guy I am, I've also read The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Do you think that a fellow with his reading so graded could have learned so little as to be dissuaded from a main objective? Why, don't make me giggle.
I'd feel a lot better if you wouldn't wiggle that gun so. Much as I'm impressed with your education, I honestly believe that a figure of your station should have given more thought to the ways of man and less devotion to the cult of Pan.
By others, no doubt your wisdom may be prized, but I didn't come here to be criticized. In fact, I came to dispatch a duty. So don't hand me any of this tutti-frutti. If you've any last words you want to say, then spill them. I haven't got all day.
Now, what's the rush? Unless I've counted wrong, the polar day has always been 6 months long.
Well, after I've disposed of you, I've got to hurry. Right back to hell, they'll begin to worry.
Not about you, but about your career in homicide. Do you think that the mere loss of you would make them hysterical? Their only interest is numerical.
Think so?
Mephisto wants to rule just as much of humanity as possible for reasons of personal vanity.
By the sticks, you're right. To think that he'd dare. Are there any ladies here? Will you permit me to swear?
My answer to that is an emphatic no. There are several lady dolls in the toy room below.
Oh, Claudius. Oh, Cassius. Oh, Naphthaline, what a fool I've been. What a fool I've been. Yeah, but wait.
I think I see what you're after. You're as clever as a big-time Roman grafter. You remind me now of my royalty, just to get me in the mood for disloyalty. Do you think I could be that meanly deceptive to Satan? Why, Santa, I'm keenly perceptive. I can see right through all your clever ruses. Nero can be plenty foxy when he chooses. I'll have you know that I'm partly a dreamer, partly a wit, and partly a schemer. I'm part philosophical and also part mystic.
I suppose you fancy that you're highly artistic.
Fancy? Why, I have such a sense of beauty.
Don't hand me a helping of Tutti Frutti. Any creature who really had beauty in his soul would appreciate Christmas. He would know that the whole idea of the holiday was one of such power that all the fiends below might gnash their fangs and glower, yet never in a million years could do it harm. Because it has a glory, a greatness, a charm you know nothing about.
That's so?
The spirit that it venerates, the good cheer that it generates, are things far, far beyond you. For all your wealth, no man on earth could sell ye these.
Am I so cursed as that? Will you tell me, please, what beauties there may be that I've never seen?
Have you ever seen a Christmas tree, tall and green, smelling of woodlands, covered with a sheen of silveriness, its branches bending low, with the fruits of human kindness instead of snow?
No.
Have you ever closely witnessed what takes place any Christmas morning on a young child's face? Or perceived any beauties purer than the joys distilled in the hearts of little girls and boys? Have you ever watched a fire in a fireplace on a Christmas Eve? Or listened to a grace at a table heavy with fruits and cakes and all the wonders that a kitchen makes, fowls and pastries, wines and meats, and nuts and raisins and candied sweets? Have you ever seen mistletoe hanging from a ceiling? In frosty air, heard a far bell pealing? Have you ever come back from a sleigh ride, tingling, and your feet keeping time with the sleigh bells jingling? Have you ever seen the beauty of a sprig of holly? Or felt for a moment how it feels to be jolly?
Golly.
Have you ever known how exceedingly pleasant it is to unwrap a Christmas present? Did you ever know how much cheer it lends to be wished a Merry Christmas by all your friends? Did you ever experience the fun of giving? Do you know at all the joys of living?
I guess I don't. For all of me, I never knew such things could be. Just think how long in ignorance I've slept.
It must have been the company you kept.
I was a wicked tyrant once, you know.
Oh, yes, but that was centuries ago. You really had no way of knowing.
Perhaps. I guess that I'll be going. I really should be getting on my way.
But do you have to? Don't you want to stay?
You see, I'm just a bit,
Embarrassed?
Why, yes, sir.
Now, don't look so harassed. I know just why you came and who it was that sent you. But that's all done with. I take it you repent you of all your past mistakes?
With many pains and aches of conscience.
We interrupt this broadcast for a special bulletin. The Algiers radio, recorded by the CBS shortwave listening station, has just reported that Admiral Jean Darlan has been assassinated. Said the Algiers announcer, complete order reigns in Algiers. Further details at 8:55 tonight. We return you now to the program, The Plot to Overthrow Christmas.
Here. And tell me, will you have some wine or beer? I never touched the stuff myself, but I managed to keep on hand a little rye for purposes medicinal. I mean, your chin should be unfrozen. What a state it's in.
A while ago, you asked me if I understood good cheer. I do so now, St. Nicholas. I see it standing here. I want to ask you something, sir. Now, please don't give a yelp. Is there any sort of work to do where I can be of help?
Indeed there is. Indeed there is. And I'm glad you asked me. I have so many toys to make. This year the job's got past me. But first, you sit and eat this bowl. I've got a little trifle I'd like for you to see. So will you sit right here and stifle your curiosity? I'll get it for you right away. It's down the hall, please.
Who'd ever think it? Will wonders never cease? At last, after all these centuries, I'm so happy I could buzz. It shows you what a lot a little Christmas spirit does. As emperor, I envied oft the cheerfulness of peasants, and now I...
Well, here it is, Nero, my boy. By way of Christmas presents, I offer you this little gift.
But, Santa, for what reason?
A very good one, sir. To wit, compliments of the season. Well, go ahead and open it. Why stand there so, reflecting?
I'm just collecting thoughts, St. Nick. My thoughts I'm just collecting. Just think how far a tiny bit of fellowship will carry us. Oh, well. I say, what's this? What's this? It is the Stradivarius. Oh, thank you. Thanks a million times. I don't know what to say to you. I'll tell you what I'll do, St. Nick. I'll start right in and play for you. I'll play all night and day for you.
Fine. Here's some music. I'm sure you'll play it well. It's a little piece entitled Noel, Noel.
This is I. Remember me, your sotto voce friend? I've just come back to tell you that the story's at an end.
Once again, the plot to overthrow Christmas has been foiled. 1 year ago today, none of us knew whether on December 24th, 1942, we could do such a broadcast as the Norman Corwin holiday play you have just heard. However, we could and we did. And we rather think that the plot to overthrow Christmas will be thwarted again in 1943.
Murder Clinic. Stories of the world's great detectives of fiction. Men Against Murder. Each week at this time, WOR Mutual turns the spotlight on one of the great figures of crime detection and brings you his most exciting case. Tonight, Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot in the tragedy at Marsden Manor. Evening, Monsieur Poirot. I recognize you anywhere, I think, thanks to those magnificent mustachios of yours.
Merci bien. They are very magnificent, no?
They are indeed. Tell me, did they help you solve the tragedy at Marsden Manor?
No. It was the little gray cells in the brain of the great Hercule Poirot that prevented this great miscarriage of justice in the death of Richard Maltravers of Marsden Manor. It all began in the little village of Marsden Lea, less than 100 kilometers from London.
Coming. Yes, what is it?
Be you Dr. Bernard?
Yes, I am.
Come quick, the master's done for.
You mean Mr. Maltravers of the manor?
Aye, the master. The mistress, she says, fetch the doctor, she says. But it bean't no use. He's a dead un. I knows a dead un when I see un.
What was it, man? An accident?
No, bean't no accident. I found him in the lower meadow, with the blood running out of his mouth. Be a stroke.
A stroke?
That's what it be.
Well, hurry, man, let go. Come now, Mrs. Maltravers. You must get hold of yourself. The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. After all, we are all of us mortal.
But why Richard? He was so good, so kind. Why did this have to happen to him?
Oh, come, please.
He seems so well, so full of life. Why, only last week he passed a medical examination for insurance. How could he have died so suddenly? Doctor, what happened?
A hemorrhage due to stomach ulcers, undoubtedly, resulting in a stroke.
Bonjour, Mr. Hyde.
Hello, Poirot.
You know my good friend Captain Hastings, no?
Good morning, Captain Hastings.
Welcome.
Well, Poirot, you got my message, I see.
I did. What is it that disturbs you, mon ami? Richard Maltravers dies. You sent for Poirot. What was the cause of Monsieur Maltravers' death?
The death certificate says a hemorrhage resulting in a stroke due to stomach ulcers.
But surely you did not bring Papa Poirot here to talk of the stomach ulcers. This Richard Maltravers had taken out the insurance policy in your company, no?
And what a policy. For £50,000.
Well, good square sum, that, huh?
Rather.
So, what is it you wish me to do? It is unfortunate for your company, but everything seems, how you say, open and above the plank, no?
No, Poirot. Open and above board.
Ah, my good friend, the great Hastings. Always he corrects the English of Hercule Poirot. Monsieur Wright, I ask you, do I not speak the English of a super?
You do indeed. But to get back to your previous question, what my company wishes you to do is to investigate the circumstances of Mr. Maltravers' death.
So, what is it you suspect, mon ami?
Well, of course, you know in the case of suicide, the policy is invalid.
Yes.
And when a man past the prime of life takes out an unusually large policy in favor of a young wife half his age and then dies within 2 weeks, the possibility of suicide cannot be ignored.
Oh, certainly, mon ami. But suicide by hemorrhage? That is a queer suspense of fish. Now, if the cause of death had been heart failure, then I would smell a mouse. Heart failure can always mean that a stupid doctor did not find the true cause. But hemorrhage? Ma foi, hemorrhage is, well, hemorrhage.
Exactly. Nevertheless, we are determined to proceed with the matter. You will undertake the inquiry?
But of course. Hastings, that great professor of English, shall go with me. Hey, mon ami?
Gladly, Poirot.
Bien. Now, where is this place, this Marsden Manor?
You take the Great Eastern Line from Liverpool Station to the little town of Marsden Lee. Marsden Manor is about a mile from the village.
Marsden Lee. All right, Hastings, we go.
So this is Marsden Lee, eh? I hope we can get a conveyance up to the manor.
Ticket, sir.
You are my friend?
I suppose you'll be coming down for the funeral, sir?
Funeral? What funeral?
You say you've made a funeral of Master Maltravers. About the manor.
Oh. You say the manor? Could that be Marsden Manor?
Aye, it be.
That is an odd coincidence. My friend and I, we have come down with a thought of buying this Marsden Manor.
You couldn't pay me to live there, you couldn't.
Why not?
It's be haunted.
Haunted?
Aye, haunted. Seen things there, folks says.
Yeah, we shall see. Now, could you tell us where a Dr. Bernard lives?
Aye, up yon hill, about half a mile.
Well, come, Hastings. Dr. Bernard, that you signed the death certificate of a Mr. Richard Maltravers.
Yes, I did.
You understand, Doctor, with such a big policy, we must make the careful investigation.
Of course. I suppose he was such a rich man, his life was insured for a big sum,
You consider him a rich man, Doctor?
Well, was he not? He kept 2 cars, you know, and Marsden Manor is a pretty big place to keep up. Although I believe he bought it very cheaply.
I understand he had considerable losses of late.
That's so, indeed. It's fortunate for his widow, then, that there is this insurance.
Yes.
Very beautiful and charming young creature, but terribly unstrung by this sad catastrophe. I've tried to spare her all I could, but of course the shock has been very great.
Why shock? His ulcers of the stomach, they're what you call chronic,
Yes.
They are not sudden.
No.
Did you not attend Mr. Maltravers before, Doctor?
My dear sir, I never attended him.
What?
I understand Mr. Maltravers was a member of a faith-healing sect.
But you examined the body?
Certainly. I was fetched by one of the under-gardeners.
And the cause of death was clear?
Absolutely. There was blood on the lips, but most of the bleeding must have been internal.
He had not been moved?
No, the body hadn't been touched. He had evidently been out shooting crows, and a long-barreled bird gun lay beside him. The hemorrhage must have occurred quite suddenly. Gastric ulcers, without a doubt.
He could not have been shot, huh?
My dear sir,
I beg pardon. But I remember once a doctor who said heart failure until the constable showed him a bullet wound through the head.
You will find no bullet wounds on the body or head of Mr. Maltravers. Now, gentlemen, if there's nothing further,
Thank you, Doctor. Just one more thing. You saw no need for the autopsy, huh?
Certainly not. The cause of death was perfectly clear. In my profession, we see no need to distress unduly the relatives of a dead patient. Now, gentlemen, if you'll pardon me, good day.
Well, Hastings, what do you think of our good Dr. Bernard?
Bit of an old fool.
Precisely. Your judgments of character are always profound, mon ami, except where a young and beautiful woman is concerned. So now you must mind your Q's and P's, because the good doctor has said that the next one we see is both young and beautiful. This Madame Maltravers. Madame Maltravers, I cannot tell you how I am sorry to bother you in this way.
Must I be bothered now? I know nothing about this insurance of my husband.
Courage, madame, it is necessary. I will do all to make this matter not too unpleasant for you. I, Hercule Poirot, swear it. Now, if you would recount briefly the sad events of last Wednesday, huh?
Well, I was changing for tea when the maid came up. One of the gardeners had just run up to the house. He'd found Richard.
No, I comprehend. Enough. You had seen your husband earlier in the afternoon?
No, not since lunch. I'd walked down to the village for some stamps. I believe he was out pottering around the grounds.
Shooting the crows, no?
Yes, so I understand. He usually took his bird gun with him. In fact, I heard one or two shots at a distance.
So? Where is this bird gun now?
In the gun cabinet over there, I suppose.
With your permission, madame. Now, here it is. Ah, 2 shots fired, I see. And now, madame, a delicate question. Monsieur Maltravers, your husband, is awaiting burial, I believe?
Yes. He's lying in his room.
If I might see?
Why, yes, of course. It's the first room at the top of the stairs. You'll forgive me if I don't go with you.
What, of course. Hastings, you're a man here with madame.
Do you think Mr. Poirot will understand why I didn't go with him?
I can assure you, Mrs. Maltravers, Poirot is most sympathetic.
I don't doubt it, Mr. Hastings. I only wish there was more that I could tell him.
Oh, I understand. But I wonder, Mrs. Maltravers, if you could tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
Well, the station master, an odd character named Volk, said something about Marsden Manor being haunted.
Marsden Manor haunted? Why, surely you're joking, Mr. Hastings.
Oh, no, I assure you. He told us that people have seen things.
We must have been referring to my humble experiments in extrasensory perception. I've always been tremendously intrigued by that subject, and doubtless some of our servants have been gossiping.
Madame, you are mediumistic. How fascinating.
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as to say that, Mr. Poirot. I've dabbled a bit, that's all.
So?
I've managed table levitation and simple things like that. But I suppose to the simple rustics around here, it looks like black magic.
Very interesting. Under kinder circumstances, I would implore a demonstration.
Why, are you interested in such things, Mr. Poirot?
All fields of knowledge interest the great Poirot.
Poirot, don't you think perhaps we'd better...
Oh, I forgot, madame. I thank you for your so great courtesy. I do not think you need be bothered any further by the matter. By the way, do you know anything of your husband's financial position?
Nothing whatever, I'm afraid. I'm very stupid about business.
I see. Then you can give us no clue as to why your husband suddenly decided to insure his life.
Oh, was it sudden? I'm sure I don't know.
Enfin. And now, with your permission, madame, we will go.
Hastings?
Oh, I'll see you to the door.
Merci. Oh, just one more thing, madame. Could you tell me, when they found Mr. Maltravers, did they find him unshod, without the shoes?
Why, really, Mr. Poirot, I don't understand.
It is nothing. It does not matter. And now, madame, adieu. Oh, but look, you have another visitor. Someone is coming up to walk, huh?
Archie!
Hello,
You!
Emily.
Why, I thought you were on your way there to Australia.
Yes, I was. But I read the news of Uncle's death in Paris and hurried back. Emily, my dear, is there anything I can do for you? Anything?
Oh, of course not. What could you do? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm forgetting. Mr. Poirot, this is Captain Black, my husband's nephew. Captain Black, Mr. Hastings.
How down? Emily, how did this happen? Uncle seemed perfectly well when I was here Monday night.
You've evidently read the papers, Archie. You must know what happened.
But they gave no details, just the bare notice of his death. What happened?
Archie, I just can't go through all that again.
Yes, Captain Black, I'm afraid my friend and I, we have disturbed madame.
What are you doing here?
I am Hercule Poirot. The Hercule Poirot.
Mr. Poirot is from the insurance company, Archie.
That's just why I've come back. To protect you from annoyances like this.
You shouldn't have risked your job, Archie. If you left right away, you might still get to Paris in time to make your boat train.
You say Paris, mon capitaine. You go to Australia by way of Paris?
Why, yes. I intended taking the Orient Express from there and pick up the Pacific Mail at Port Said.
Ah, oui. That shortens the journey, does it not? You are staying here, Captain Black?
Yes, I'm staying at the Pig and Thistle. That's the inn down in the village.
Ah, village inn. It serves the roast beef, no?
Why, yes, I suppose so.
Good. So, Hastings, let us try this roast beef at the Pig and Thistle, huh?
All right, Poirot. Now you've had your roast beef. Hadn't we better be getting back to London?
No, not so fast, my good Hastings. London, she will not run away. But this Captain Black, he may do so. Garçon! Garçon!
For heaven's sake, Poirot. English inns don't have garçon.
No? Then who is it who approaches?
What do you have, Governor?
For my friend, the dictionary. For me, a bock.
He means beer, George.
I mean the ale.
Right, Governor. You've been up at the Manor, sir?
I mean, yes, we have.
It's sad business, that. I knew no good had come of it as soon as they took the Manor.
You mean this, Maltravers? They were not popular?
Well, not that, Governor. He was a bit too old for her, if you know what I mean.
Oh, see?
She might better have married the nephew. Leastways, I'll bet a bob the nephew thought so.
Ah, there has been the gossip, huh?
Well, I wouldn't go so far as that, Governor. But he did hang around a bit.
And the husband, Mr. Maltravers? The object?
Not as I knows of, Governor. But I is my opinion, I is.
Without a doubt, it is the worst opinion, no, George? But the Captain Black, here he comes now.
Hello, Poirot. Here you are.
Captain Black, come, will you not join us? Bock, perhaps?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if I do. Waiter, a mug of ale.
Hello, Governor.
Sad business, this death of your uncle, huh?
Yes, and so sudden, too. He seemed in excellent health when I dined with him Monday night.
So? And was he also in good spirits? What did he say? Or what was the talk at this dinner Monday night?
Oh, I don't know. The usual general topics.
I see.
My uncle asked about my people. We talked of Australia.
Yes.
Then Mrs. Maltravers asked a lot of questions about East Africa, where I'd spent some time. I told them one or two yarns. That's about all, I think.
Madame Maltravers seems much upset at the death of her husband, no?
Naturally. They've been married less than a year.
So I hear. A remarkable woman, this lady.
Remarkable in what way? What do you mean?
She has, how you say, the seeing eye. I hear her tell Hastings. She does the seance. He seems most interested, no, Hastings?
Oh, I wouldn't go so far as that.
Always the conservative Hastings. Me? I am not so.
Why, Mr. Poirot, don't tell me you believe in this psychic stuff.
Oh, I have not the closed mind. For example, Captain Black, you have told us all that your conscious self knows. Now, with your permission, I would question your subconscious, huh?
Psychoanalysis, eh? Well, it's nonsense, but I don't mind.
Merci. It is like this. I give you a word. You answer with another word. Any word. The first word you think of. Eh bien, shall we begin?
Go ahead.
Hastings, note down the words, please.
Very well, Poirot.
Now. Day.
Night.
Name.
Place.
Bernard.
Shore.
Monday.
Dinner.
Journey.
Ship.
Country.
Uganda.
Story.
Lions.
Bird gun.
Fawn.
Shot.
Suicide.
Elephant.
Tusks.
Money.
Lawyers.
So, that is all. You are a good subject, mon capitaine.
You don't mean to tell me that rigmarole means anything to you?
Maybe not. But nevertheless, you are a good subject.
Well, if you don't need me anymore, I think I'll go upstairs and unpack. Shall I see you again before you leave, Mr. Poirot?
Yes, I should not be surprised.
Good. See you later.
Au revoir, mon capitaine. And now, my clever Hastings, you see it all, no?
Well, I don't know what you mean, Poirot.
Does that list of words tell you nothing?
Sorry, I'm afraid it doesn't.
Then I will assist you. To begin with, the Capitaine answered within the time limit. No pauses, no making up the mind. Day to night and place to name are normal associations. Then I give him Bernard, the name of the doctor, if he knew him. Evidently he does not. When I say Bernard, he says shore. Monday means dinner, country is Uganda. Story recalls the lion story he tells them. All natural. But now, notice. When I mention bird gun, I get the unexpected answer, farm. When I say shot, he answers at once, suicide. A man he knows commits suicide with a bird gun on a farm somewhere. Imbecile that I am! The great Hercule Poirot is hoodwinked.
What are you talking about?
Do you not see, Hastings? That is the story the Captain Black told at the dinner Monday night.
Oh, I see. And you think that gave Maltravers the idea? You think he shot himself in the mouth with that bird gun?
Why not? Remember, the bird gun has a very tiny charge of powder. The bullet would remain lodged in the brain. All that would show would be the blood in the mouth. Come, Hastings. It is not too late.
Of course, but where?
To see once more this dead man. To Marsden Manor. Hastings, to Marsden Manor. Alas, Mrs. Maltravers, it is true. Your husband shot himself through the mouth with the bird gun.
You mean suicide?
It would seem so, madame.
But the insurance...
Naturally, madame, the suicide will void the policy. It is unfortunate, but what will you?
Oh, but this is impossible. My husband would never commit suicide. It's inconceivable.
But the evidence, madame, it is conclusive.
No. There must be some other explanation.
You mean murder, madame? Well, of course, that is always possible. But no, not likely, I'm afraid.
But you do admit it's possible. You just said it was possible.
Yes, of course, everything is possible. Have you any idea who might have wished to kill your husband?
Why, no. No, I haven't.
Madame, I have a suggestion. It is bizarre, no doubt, but perhaps if you are willing to help.
Oh, yes, of course, anything.
Madame, you are mediumistic. Perhaps if you would try,
Perhaps
you could...
you're right. Perhaps I could get through to Richard. He might tell us what happened.
I am sure you could do it, madame.
Yes, I'll do it. Come back here tonight at 8 and bring Captain Black with you.
Eh bien, madame, I am sure you will succeed. Until 8, madame, au revoir.
Hello? You were the article agency? Oh, we did well. This is Hercule Poirot. Dear mon ami, Henri, I have a perk for you. For one appearance only. Oui, as always. Now listen closely. This is what I wish you to do.
Maltravers. We are on time, as you see. Hastings and I have brought Captain Black with us.
I say there's a bad storm coming up. Would that interfere with the experiment?
Certainly not, Mr. Hastings. This isn't mumbo-jumbo. The weather has nothing to do with it.
Well. Let us proceed, huh?
Yes. Now, will you draw chairs up around this table, please? Now, Mr. Hastings, if you'll put out the light.
Certainly.
Now, remain perfectly quiet, please, no matter what you hear or see. Richard. Can you hear me, Richard? Can you hear me? If you can, rap. Rap 3 times. Did you hear that?
But of course, madame. Did you not tell him to rap 3 times?
That's how Richard always used to knock.
Perhaps he's outside.
No.
They say the suicide never rests, always returns.
Listen. What was that?
The front door slammed. What? No, Captain Black. It was but the thunder.
Poirot, I hear footsteps.
It is the wind, madame. I will close the door. I have locked it.
Don't do that. If it should open now.
By Jove, it is open.
He's there. There in the doorway.
I see nothing, madame.
I saw him, I tell you. My husband, you must have seen him too.
Look. She's right. He is there. His hand. Look, it's pointing. What's that light coming from? It's pointing at her.
What did you? Her hand. Her right hand. It is scarlet with blood.
Blood? Yes, it's blood. I killed him. I said it. Take it away. Take it away.
Light!
Good heavens, Poirot. She's got away through that window.
Do not worry, mon capitaine. The good Inspector Japp outside will stop her.
Good heavens. That lovely creature, a murderer.
And a very clever one, my susceptible Hastings. After all, she could not know she would come up against the great Hercule Poirot. And she might even have fooled me if she had only taken off his shoe.
His shoe, Poirot?
Only with his toe could he himself have pulled the trigger of this bird gun. And parbleu, his shoes were still on when they found him.
But I don't understand. This seance, was it all fake?
Certainly. She meant to pull the sheep. Wool. Very well, wool. But it was I who pulled the sheep's wool over her eyes. Thanks to my good friend Henri Dubois, who played the part of the husband's ghost, and Papa Poirot, who put the red paint on her hand in the dark.
But what was her idea in having this seance?
Parbleu, mon capitaine. Do you not see? Madame, she will go into the trance. She will hear the voice. She will come out from the trance. She will, with a great reluctance, name the murderer.
You mean she meant to confess?
Mais non, mon capitaine. She meant to name you.
You have been listening to Murder Clinic. Murder Clinic, the WOR Mutual series which brings to you each week one exciting case. Tonight, the tragedy of Marsden Manor, with Agatha Christie's unique detective Hercule Poirot, played by Maurice Tarplin. Next week, Murder Clinic will bring you Fred Irving Anderson's Deputy Farr, the Vermont farmer who became chief of the Homicide Bureau in New York City. Deputy Farr, the man with the nose for murder. The story is Gulfstream Green, in which the deputy proves that the conceit of murderers is colossal. original music was composed by Ralph Barnhart and conducted by Bob Stanley. This program was an international exchange feature over the coast-to-coast network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. Tales told on Murder Clinic are adaptations by authors Lee Wright and John A. Bassett. Murder Clinic is produced under the direction of Alvin Flanagan. Frank Knight speaking.
Are you burned up at the high price of turkeys? Can't get eggs for your pumpkin pie? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape.
You're trapped in a remote valley of the Andes, walled in by sheer rock precipices, and surrounding you, closing in on you, is a band of blind men who want your eyes.
Escape, produced and directed by William N. Robeson and carefully plotted to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, we escape to the high mountains of Ecuador and to a remarkable world where sight is unknown, as H.G. Wells imagined it in his curious story, The Country of the Blind.
My name is Ibarra. I am a mining engineer in Quito, Ecuador, high in the towering Andes. And up until a year ago, my chief sport was mountain climbing. My last climb was an attempt to scale the remote and forbidding peak of Pariscotopetl, a 20,000-foot crag unconquered by man. It is unconquered still. 3,000 feet from the icy summit, our party turned back and fled for their lives. All of us escaped except one, a guide named Nunez, who slipped and fell over the precipice, disappearing into the vast chasm that yawned 10,000 feet beneath us. The horror of that man's fall has haunted my dreams for a year. Because of it, I have forsaken mountain climbing for the rest of my life. And that decision still stands, even though today I have seen Nunez. He was sitting on the steps of my shack when I arrived at the mine this morning. At first, I didn't recognize him. He was so much changed. I thought he was a ragged beggar asking alms.
Is it you, Senor Ibarra?
My name is Ibarra, yes. What do you want?
You do not know me, senor.
I know. You look like a man I knew once, but he is...
Dead? Dead on the slopes of Pariscotopetl?
Nunez. No, it couldn't be you.
Nunez. That is my name, senor. At least that is the name I remember.
But you fell. I saw you fall.
Yes.
It's impossible that you could have lived.
Perhaps the gods of the mountain had some reason to spare me.
Nunez, if we'd had any idea that you were alive, but you went down thousands of feet. We couldn't even attempt to find your body.
I know. I do not blame you. You could not have reached me. And if you had, I should not have welcomed you at first. But then later...
What do you mean, Nunez?
Senor, you will not believe what I have to tell.
I can hardly believe that I'm seeing you, talking to you. But what has happened to you?
You remember that night, the night I fell?
Yes.
We had been toiling all day, inching our way up a steep ice wall. And as darkness came, we found a narrow ledge, barely 3 feet wide.
not very wide, but we can get our shoulder wall up, cut off some of this wind.
Hal, that'll be welcome.
Yes, but first we'll rest a moment.
Look at that icy devil up there glistening in the moonlight.
There's another 3,000 feet of sheer ice wall to the top.
Well, I can see why no one's ever made it. Think we should go on?
I don't know. Nunez, what do you think?
It is not my place to say, senor. I was hired to guide you to the top. I agreed.
What do you really think?
If I believed in the gods of the mountain, as the Indians do, I should be frightened now.
Why?
Because we have invaded the Forbidden Circle. This part of the Andes is unmapped and unknown, senor.
And therefore shrouded in superstition, eh?
It is an easy thing to believe strange things in this white loneliness.
Some of the legends are really fascinating. I've heard of one, something about a hidden valley called the Country of the Blind.
Yes. It is supposed to be somewhere down there below us. A fertile valley which was settled many centuries ago, and then cut off by the great landslide of Arauca.
But why the Country of the Blind?
Well, even before it was isolated, the people developed a strange illness. All of them slowly went blind. After that, their children were born blind. And the legend is that the valley was the home of the mountain gods. It was too beautiful for human eyes.
It's odd. Well, it's all nonsense.
Yes, of course.
Would be pleasant to find it, though. You know the old proverb, in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
I doubt that we could ever find it. I even doubt if it exists.
Of course not. I was only joking.
Yes. Well, now if you're arrested, we'll make the shelter wall.
Right. I'll give you a hand in a minute. Believe me, Ibarra, for 2 pesos, I'd give up this climb. I never realized
Senors,
how...
I'm slipping!
Hang on! Nunez! Nunez!
In one horrible instant, my foot had slipped on the treacherous ledge and I'd gone over, falling far out into the icy black night, falling down, down. I fell perhaps 1,000 feet. Then I felt a heavy stinging impact of snow. I'd fallen on an almost perpendicular snow slope. And now I was sliding, down, down, tumbling over and over. And then suddenly I realized that my own motion had almost stopped. And it was the snow that was moving. I was riding an avalanche. At almost the same moment, I went over the second precipice. It was higher than the first, much higher, perhaps 4,000 feet. I fell with the snow for what seemed minutes, every second expecting the terrible final impact. But the impact never came. Miracle of miracles, that sheer wall blended almost imperceptibly into another steep snow slope. And again I was sliding. Gradually, as the arc of the slope curved away, I felt myself slow down. And finally I rolled to a stop and lay still. When I awoke, it was morning, and I was covered with snow. I shook off the cold white blanket on my chest and rested a moment. And then I rolled over on my back and looked up. My heart almost stopped as I saw from where I'd fallen. Why, the mountain towered 10,000 feet above me. Then carefully I felt of myself. My clothes were torn. I was bruised and bleeding. I ached in every muscle, but I had not a single broken bone. I lay there and offered up a prayer to the gods of the mountain. Far below me lay a lush valley sparkling in the morning sunlight. I could see the stately trees and the green meadows fresh with dew. I started down the mountain, but it was still an arduous descent. The farther down I got, the more I realized the beauty of the scene. Why, this was a hidden paradise I'd fallen into, and I was the first man ever to see it. So I thought, but I was wrong. I realized that first when I saw the cultivation in the meadows, and then the walks, well-kept stone walks laid in a symmetrical pattern all over the valley. And then I saw them. There were men and women lying under the trees and resting in the fields. Nearby, a collection of windowless huts marked a village, and the plastering of the houses was done in a wild variety of colors. I thought to myself, the plasterer who did that must have been blind as a bat. Then I saw two of the men quite close to me. They were standing on a bridge over the little stream. They were dressed in odd, loose clothing, and there was a strange look about their faces. They failed to notice me as I approached until I shouted. Suddenly they looked up attentively in my direction. I waved wildly at them, but they took no notice. Why, the fools must be blind. Blind? Could it be that I have fallen into the country of the blind? In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man can be king. Hello there. You needn't be afraid. I won't hurt you. I come in peace.
It is a man, or a spirit come down from the rocks.
Oh, I'm a man, all right. Just like you, but I've had a miraculous escape, and now I find myself here in your valley.
Valley? Valley? Come hither. Let me feel of you.
Yes, certainly. Here, my arm. Is my face? You see, I am a man, like yourself. Here, feel my lips. They move with speech. Oh, careful there. Gently, those are my eyes.
Eyes? Eyes? That is strange. Feel this chorea.
Yes, I feel.
Careful. Feel the eyelids flutter?
He is but imperfectly formed. Some strange bulge there. Unseemly.
No. You see, your eyes are shrunken in, but mine are whole. I can see.
See? Pedro, he is a strange wild one. Where does he come from?
He must have come down out of the rock.
No, from over the mountains, out of the country beyond there where men can see. From Bogota, where there are 100,000 people and a city stretches out of sight.
Sight? What strange words he uses, without meaning. And feel the coarseness of his hair, like a llama's.
Our fathers have told us men may be made by forces of nature. It is the warmth of things, and moisture, and rottenness.
Let us lead him to the elders.
But no one need lead me. I can see.
See?
Oh, yes, of course, I can... I didn't see your water bucket.
His senses are still imperfect. He stumbles and talks unmeaning words. Lead him by the hand, Pedro.
But look, Oh, well, all right. These people had been blind for centuries. They had forgotten even the words associated with seeing. And they thought I was an idiot, only half-formed. Especially when they led me into the pitch blackness of one of their windowless huts. And I stumbled over someone.
1,000 pardons, Medina Sarota. He is a clumsy one.
I'm sorry I fell down. I couldn't see in the darkness.
Who is this? And what is he saying? He is but newly formed, good father. He has come down from the rocks. He stumbles as he walks and mingles words that mean nothing with his speech.
He is a wild man out of the rocks.
No, I come from Bogota, over the mountains.
You hear? Bogota. He uses wild words. His mind is hardly formed. He has only the beginnings of speech.
Bogota?
Yes. I come from the great world where men have eyes and see.
That must be his name, Bogota.
He stumbled twice as we came thither.
He must be taught.
No, you don't understand. I can see, but not in the dark. To you, darkness or light is all the same, but to me, to us who can see, to us outside in the world beyond the mountains...
Mountains? What are mountains?
Very well, then, beyond the rocks.
There is nothing beyond the rocks. That is the end of the world.
Oh, but surely you must realize the sky above covers more than just this valley.
Sky? Above? There is nothing above but the roof of rock. He is very raw, my children. He shall have to be taught from the beginnings. Now take him away. Feed him.
It shall be done, good father.
But guide him. See that he does not stumble over my daughter again.
Do not fear, Father. I shall guide him myself. and feed him.
Very well.
Come. Take my hand.
Thank you. It'll be a pleasure to get outside again, out of this darkness.
Come this way.
Yes. What is your name?
Medina Sarote.
Mine is Juan Nunez. Oh, sunlight. Oh, this is better. And now I may look at you. Why, you're beautiful. I cannot tell you what a wonderful thing you are to see.
Please, you must be careful.
Why?
If you do not learn quickly and cease speaking such strange words, they may not be so kind to you. They might be angry. They might even destroy you.
This thought had not occurred to me, and suddenly I had a twinge of fear. Still, the proverb kept running through my mind. In the country of the blind, a one-eyed man is king. But try as I would, I could not make them understand my wonderful gift of sight. They thought me stupid and untaught, almost an idiot. Day by day, I learned their peaceful ways, but they could not learn mine. It was beginning to get on my nerves. Theirs too, perhaps.
Bogota? Bogota, come hither. Bogota, you move not.
No, and I won't, you old beetle. I'll show you. I'll leave the path.
Bogota, trample not on the grass. It is not allowed.
How did you know I stepped on the grass?
I heard, of course.
Heard, but I didn't make a sound.
Why do you not come when I call you? Can you not hear the path as you walk?
I can see it.
There is no such word as see. Cease this folly and follow the sound of my feet.
Oh, my time will come.
You will learn. There is much to learn in the world.
Has no one ever told you in the country of the blind, the one-eyed man is king?
Blind? What is blind?
Oh, never mind.
Bogota, I must warn you. Just keep quiet and learn. And stop this nonsense about seeing.
Nonsense, is it? I'll show you I've taken enough of your insults. Unformed mind, got no sense yet. I'll be king here. I can see and I'll be king.
Bogota, stop it.
No, I'm through with your orders. I'll show you what an advantage sight can be. I can hit you and hurt you, and you can't see me to strike back.
Bogota, put down that spade.
You devil, your ears are sharp, aren't they?
Bogota, there must be no violence.
By heaven, I'll hit you if you come any closer. I swear I will.
Put down that spade and come off the grass.
You don't understand. You are blind, and I can see. I can see.
Bogota.
I'll hurt you. I swear I will.
Put down that spade.
Leave me alone! I hit him with a spade and ran. Over the wall outside the valley, back to the rocks, back to the cliff I'd come from. When I reached that sheer rock wall, I knew there was no place to go. For 2 days and nights, I stayed outside the valley. I grew hungry and cold. Then I realized the hopelessness of my position. I was trapped. I must spend the rest of my life here. There was no way out. So I went back. I confess, O chief of the elders, I was mad, I admit. I was only newly made.
That is better. And do you still think you can see?
No. That was folly. The words mean nothing less than nothing.
And what is overhead?
Rock. There's a roof above the world, a roof of rock and very smooth.
Very well. And...
Please, before you ask me any more, give me food or I shall die.
Very well, give him food. Medina Sarote.
Yes, Father.
And after that, we must put him to the most menial tasks in the village. Guard him well. And perhaps he shall learn yet.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that is better. You are kind, Medina Sarote. Very kind.
I am glad you came back.
You are? If they were all like you, I should never have run away.
What was that word you said I was?
Beautiful. You are. Well, even your eyes, they're not shrunken depressions like the others.
It means something nice, beautiful.
Something very nice, Medina Sarote. Tell me, why is it you have no husband?
I have a disfigurement. These long hairs.
Oh, your eyelashes? Oh, but they're beautiful.
They are considered a disfigurement.
You're the most lovely girl in the valley. But they wouldn't know, would they? You have no lover?
No.
Medina Cerote, what do you think of me? Do you think of me as an idiot like all the rest do?
Oh, no. No, you have much to learn, but you will learn it, I'm sure. And you are kind and gentle, and your voice is soft. You speak words that are soft and warm. No one has ever spoken such words to me.
Then I shall speak them often, Medina Cerote. You are the only one in this valley, in this whole world I care for. And so it began. I, the village idiot, the slave boy who dreamed to be king. I, with my eyes still whole, fell in love with Medina Cerote, the daughter of the elder of the village. Only to her could I open my heart without fear. Only to her could I speak of the beauty I could see around me. Oh, it is a beautiful valley, Medina Cerote. Green with grass and yellow with sunlight. And flowers, bright flowers dotting the hills. And in the cool of the night, the stars gleam like diamonds in the sky.
Oh, the words sound lovely. But what are stars?
Stars? Why, No, you wouldn't understand.
And what do you mean, in the cool of the night? You still get that confused one. The night is warm. The day is cool.
Oh, no, it is you here who have them backwards. Because the darkness means nothing to you. You work in the cool of the night and sleep in the heat of the day, but...
You are teasing me.
No. Oh. What does it matter? All that matters is you. You. Here beside me, Medina Cerote. I love you.
And I love you.
I know they still think me an idiot, but you listen to what I say, and you don't think me an idiot, do you?
Oh, no. I like to hear you speak.
Then, would you marry me?
Yes. Yes, Juan. I will marry you.
No, I will not have it.
But, Father...
He is an idiot. He has delusions. He cannot do anything right.
But he is getting better. He's better than he was. And he is strong and kind. Stronger and kinder than anyone in the world. And he loves me. And I love him.
No, I will not have it.
Great sire, if you please.
What is it, good doctor?
I have examined Bogota, and the case is clear to me. I think very probably he might be cured.
Huh? And how might that be done?
His brain is affected by something. I believe I know what it is. Those queer things he calls eyes. Where we have but an agreeable depression, he has great lumps with flaps over them that move and long hairs. Consequently, his brain is in a constant state of irritation.
But what can be done to cure him?
A very simple surgical operation. Remove the cause of the irritation. We will merely cut out his eyes.
But, Juan, they say it will make you well. It will make you look like us.
But you don't understand, Medina Cerote. My world is sight. You would not want me to lose my most precious possession?
I don't know.
There are so many beautiful things to see. The flowers, the far sky with its drifting clouds, the sunsets, the stars. And you? If only just to see you it is good to have sight. And I would never see you again.
Juan, I love to hear you say these things. even though I know it is just your imagination.
But, my dear, these things are real.
No, they are fancies. This is real. If you will let them cut out your eyes, we can be together always.
Then you want me to?
Oh, if you would. If only you would.
What else can I do?
My dearest one. My dearest with a tender voice. I will repay you.
Oh, Medina.
Be brave. And carry my voice in your thoughts. Now I must go. And tomorrow.
Yes.
Tomorrow will be forever.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Medina. I suppose I knew it then, when I said that. I only meant to go up on the rocks and look out over the valley, to spend my last days feasting my eyes, my precious eyes, on the wonderful, beautiful world of light and color. But when I got there, it was too beautiful, too lovely, this valley, this home of the mountain gods. Beautiful and forbidden. I drank it in. The green of the fields, the blue of the gently curving stream, the orange of the lichen in the rocky crevices. I climbed higher to see the great snow-capped peaks towering above and away to the distant sky, and still higher as the shadows turned the snow to purple and crimson and deep blue. The valley now was far below and as beautiful as a painting. But like a painting, it seemed unreal. Medina Sarote was small and far away, a distant dream. And the world of sight was here, all around, overpowering, wonderful. I turned and began to climb up that sheer rock wall. How many months it took me to make my way out over those mountains, over glaciers and snowfields and sheer precipices, I cannot guess. How I lived through the cold and hunger of it, I cannot tell you. But I'm here.
What an experience.
Yes. Terrible and wonderful.
But you aren't sorry you came back?
Sorry? I see her face clearly now. It is the only thing I see.
Nunez, come, you need food. Here, take my hand.
Thank you. Where is it, Senor Ibarra?
Nunez.
Yes. The gods of the mountain have had their revenge. Those months of crawling over the snow and ice, with the sun glaring down. Yes. I am blind.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson, and tonight presented The Country of the Blind by H.G. Wells, adapted for radio by John Dunkel, with Paul Frees as Nunez, Peggy Weber as Medina Sarote, Bill Conrad as Ibarra, and Harry Bartell as Correa. The special musical score was conceived and conducted by Cy Fewer. Next week,
when you're tired from a hard day at the office, or your back aches from bending over a hot stove, next week at this same time, when you want to get away from it all, we offer you escape.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. Boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well, I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. A rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother... please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Mother's, father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alpha's superintending, Beta's doing the skilled work, Gamma's in green, busy at routine jobs, and Delta's in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less. Mr. Bernard Marks.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marks. You and Lenina Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a sub-center of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marks, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one ages here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father. What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away.
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
No.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation, and all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marks became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the savage came into my room. I'd taken a Soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina.
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the Savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the Savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The Savage refuses to take Soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his Mother, remains permanently on summer holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the Savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. What do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The Ford Chief Justice is here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother. Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it, or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out. I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savage's apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
Lenina.
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
Not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired, Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina... What are you doing? No. No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A gran is better than a dad.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight.
John!
Before I kill you.
Well, he's mad. He's gone mad.
O thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes. Room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not. Or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda?
Oh.
Mother.
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the 2 groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please. The people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Men at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no! Stop it!
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it!
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way! Give them the
Throw them
silver
away.
spray!
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Soma spray.
Win
John.
your
John.
freedom.
Take them to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your soma.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John, you're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marks.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about. They're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marks, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir. Don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marks.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John.
Goodbye, John.
One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. I've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
Well, this book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend. Call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. your condition so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer. The right to have too little to eat. The right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. The right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Doris Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
And now, Mystery Theater.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, and we're doing business as usual, featuring our full assortment of the mysterious and the bizarre. Quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who shall guard the guards? Or, to take it a step higher, who shall judge the judges? This was a problem that plagued the ancient Romans, and obviously it remains with us to this very day. And actually, the act of judging is a highly hazardous affair, because the book warns us, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And so, between the necessity to judge and the admonition not to do it, we human beings are in a constant state of doubt, which is not the worst thing in the world.
Hold! Hold on there.
What you want?
What are you doing with that pistol?
That's hardly your affair, Mr. Lincoln.
A man prowling about at night holding a loaded pistol is certainly an object of curiosity.
Only to those that don't mind their own affairs.
I consider the safety of the community to be very much my affair, Mr. Barnes. You'll oblige me by handing over that pistol.
And you'll oblige me by going about your own business, Mr. Lincoln.
I'm afraid I'll have to take that pistol.
I'd advise you not to try it.
Hand it over, sir.
I warn you, not another step.
Our mystery drama, It's Murder, Mr. Lincoln, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Keir DeLay. When conditions are bad, we Americans always spend a great deal of energy not in finding a solution to the problem, but rather in deciding what to call it. Is it a depression? Is it a recession? Back in 1837, they called it a panic. So you see, we have made progress. 1837 was certainly a year to tighten one's belt. Definitely, it was not a favorable year to embark upon a new career. And a young man named Abraham Lincoln is discovering this the hard way. He has just settled in Springfield, Illinois, where he has opened a law office. Abe Lincoln sits in his law office and waits for clients. This afternoon, as usual, he is sitting and waiting. And although he is completely unaware of it, a case is being created for him just down the street in Fellman's Tavern.
Now, what I want to know is, what's the point in having Martin Van Buren sitting in the White House? Why, we might just as well have Andy Jackson.
Oh, well, Tom, Andy's old and sick. Why, he's half dead.
Well, better an Andy Jackson who's half dead than a Martin Van Buren who's all alive. Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah, he sure is.
I have to remember that one.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. You want to hear a good one, sir? I was just saying to this gentleman here, Mr. Ephraim Barnes, I was saying, better a half-dead Jackson than an all-alive Van Buren. Isn't that what I said, Ephraim?
Something like that.
Are you Tom Fellman?
Yeah, in the flesh.
I'd like a room.
Costs you $1.
All right.
In advance. Owe no man anything, as it says in Corinthians. Or is it, Acts?
Oh, here's your $1.
Thank you. Drink?
Oh, no, not for me, thanks.
Well, comes with the price of the room.
I never drink while there's work to be done.
Huh? Well, what's your name, stranger? You know mine. I'm Tom Feldman, and this gentleman here is Ephraim Barnes. He runs a bank.
Ah, glad to meet you, Mr.
Jones? Franklin Jones.
What's your business, Mr. Jones? I assure you, the First National Farmers and Merchants Bank of Springfield is very much at your service.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Barnes. I'll keep that in mind.
Could either of you gentlemen tell me where I might find a Mr. Cyrus Darrow?
Cy Darrow? He's got a farm. Big place it is, too, just north of here. Now, you just follow the road right out of town.
May we inquire your business with Mr. Darrow, sir?
Well, that depends on Mr. Darrow.
Well, that's playing the cards close to the vest, huh? Bread eaten in secret is the sweetest, as it says in Proverbs. Or is that Leviticus?
There's nothing secret about my business with Mr. Darrow. He swindled me out of some money. Now he's either going to pay it back or... Well, I intend to blow his head off.
Now, Mr. Jones, there's no need for that. If you have proof, you can take him to court.
Well, I don't have proof, so I'll just have to do it my way. I've come here to get what's mine by rights. And I have the instrument with which to secure it.
Well, that's a wicked-looking weapon you got there, sir.
I fought in Florida in the Seminole War. This pistol was first and last fired in the service of my country. I earned the right to use it in my own behalf.
Now, sir, you cannot flout the law.
Yes, indeedy. The law is sitting right here by your side. In me, you see the sheriff, and Mr. Barnes is the judge for this term.
Well, gentlemen, all I can say is that if a man don't get no justice, he will have to make his own. My room, sir?
Up the stairs. First door to your right. Supper's at 5 o'clock.
That young fellow bears a bit of watching.
Yeah. I pity him if he goes up against old man Darrow. Cyrus will just chew him up and spit him out.
Wicked-looking pistol, that.
You know, I'm not a wagering man, Ephraim, but if it was, I'd lay my money on Cyrus Darrow. Poor fella. Seems kind of young to die after surviving an Indian war and all.
Who the devil's name's out there this time of night? What's your business with me? Go on home. Got a bone to pick with Cyrus Darrow? You come round in the daylight time, like honest, respectable folk. All right. Don't bust her down. I'm coming. Oh, well, so it's you, eh? Come whining around to see if I'll leave you off the hook, eh? Well, you can hang there and squirm till I'm good and ready to... You think that pistol can scare me, eh? You ain't man enough to... Come on now. Hand it over before I make you chew it up. You yellow-bellied... What? Who's there?
The sheriff.
Sheriff?
That's right. Open up in the name of the law.
All right. Oh, hi, Mr. Feldman. Oh, Mr. Feldman, the tavern keeper.
No, sir. It's Mr. Feldman, the sheriff. You'll have to come along with me, son.
What for?
What for? Mr. Jones, it looks like you did what you came here to do.
What's that?
Kill Cyrus Darrow.
Killed Cyrus Darrow, but I didn't.
He's dead, son. Big hole in his forehead caused by the forcible entry of a pistol ball.
There must be some mistake.
No, sir. There's no mistake. This your pistol?
Of course it's my pistol.
It was found 50 yards away from Cyrus's house.
No, you couldn't have found it 50 yards away because...
Because?
Well, it can't be my pistol. I remember I put it back in my bag.
Yes?
Yeah. Hey, it isn't here.
Of course not. How could it be in that bag and in my hand at one and the same time?
I didn't...
Mr. Jones, as sheriff of Springfield County, I hereby arrest you for the murder of Cyrus Darrow.
What?
And may the Lord have mercy on your soul.
What are you saying?
Well, that's right. I shouldn't say that just yet. After all, you ain't been tried. But you'll get a fair trial before they hang you.
I don't know what to say, Franklin. I don't know what to say.
I didn't kill him, Emily. I didn't.
Franklin, everyone says...
I don't care what everyone says. You just got to believe in me.
Why did you have to come here with a pistol? Why did you have to threaten him in public?
Why? Because I'm stupid, that's why.
Oh, Franklin, I'm sorry.
I guess I really am in the soup this time.
This man, Cyrus Darrow, was very well liked.
And the evidence against you, it's so strong.
Evidence? What evidence?
What evidence? Oh, Franklin, your threats to kill him, the pistol.
I swear to you, Em.
I believe you, darling. But there's gonna be a trial.
Well, I'll make them believe me. I'll make everyone believe me.
You'll need a lawyer.
Yeah, well, I'll hire a lawyer.
And
Yeah, what is it, dear?
a lawyer.
Yeah, well, that's just what I said, my darling. I'll hire a lawyer.
Dear, there are no lawyers.
No lawyers here in Springfield, the state capital? Why, in a place like this, there are nothing but lawyers.
I've been asking around, and I've gotten answers. One fella says, sorry, ma'am, I just couldn't take on another case. And meanwhile, he's got his feet on the desk, and I can see the holes in his shoes. And then another fella says, I never did try a murder case.
What is it?
There isn't nobody in this town doing 15 cents worth of business, and they say, each of them say to me, sorry, Miss Jones, I just can't see my way clear.
Well, why won't they take my case?
Well,
Is it because they don't think they can win? Emily, that should make no difference. Law says every man's entitled to a lawyer.
I know, but what the law really means, every man's entitled to a lawyer provided he can get one.
Yes, ma'am?
Are you Judge Barnes?
Well, here in the bank this week, I'm Mr. Barnes. I don't start being Judge Barnes till next week. Now, who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
My name is Jones. Emily Jones. Mrs. Franklin Jones.
Oh?
Judge, my husband can't find himself a lawyer.
Surely, Miss Barnes, in all of Springfield, there must be somebody who
don't mind ruining his reputation?
Now, Miss Barnes, lawyers don't see things that way at all.
Then how does it happen no lawyer's willing to defend my husband?
Well, it's a busy time.
How busy? Look at your bank. Ain't a soul in here except you and me.
Yeah, well,
Well, what, sir? People going broke left and right, nothing being brought in or sold, no contracts to draw up. What are all these lawyers doing?
Well, I'm sure if you look around...
I looked everywhere. And everybody's turned me down.
Everybody?
Everybody.
Ah. Have you spoken to a man named Lincoln? Abe Lincoln?
Abe Lincoln? No, the names ain't familiar.
Well, why don't you give Abe a try? He's the kind of lawyer who'll take any case he can get.
Well, I must say, Judge, that don't sound like a very enthusiastic recommendation.
Well, ma'am, it's the only recommendation I can give you.
Yes, ma'am?
Will you please tell Mr. Abe Lincoln I'm here?
There's no need to do that, ma'am. You've already done so.
You? You're Abe Lincoln?
The plea is guilty, ma'am. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of...
But you don't...
I know I don't look like a lawyer. Well, the fact is, I don't look very much of anything else either.
Well,
Won't you have a seat, ma'am? Now,
my name is Emily Jones. My husband, Franklin...
Was he named after Ben Franklin?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
The great man.
Yes, sir. He, my husband, is going to be tried for murder.
Yes, I know.
And I need a lawyer.
Well, you've come to the right place.
You mean you're willing to defend him?
I'm ready, ma'am.
Well, that may be, but I've got to ask you about your qualifications. How many murder cases have you tried?
How many? To be exact, ma'am, none.
None?
Miss Jones, a fella has to start someplace.
Well, but not with my husband.
Well, I do have one qualification. Matter of fact, it could turn out to be the most important qualification of all.
What's that?
I'm the only lawyer in town willing to take the case.
Didn't Longfellow say, lives of great men all remind us we can make our own sublime, and departing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Yes, he did. However, what we should realize about the lives of great men is the fact that most of them weren't always great. Can you imagine being unhappy to have Abraham Lincoln as your lawyer? I'll return shortly with Act Two. His name is Franklin Jones. Right now, he is in the jailhouse in Springfield, Illinois, in the early autumn of the year 1837. He's accused of murder. His prospects are bleak. The betting is better than 10-1. He'll feel a rope around his neck before the month is out. The odds have not been lowered by the fact that his lawyer is a young man named Abe Lincoln.
And who was in the tavern when you came in?
Mr. Fellman, Mr. Barnes.
No one else?
No, no one else. I asked if they knew where I could find Mr. Cyrus Darrow, and they asked why, and I told them.
Couldn't you tell them that it was your own affair?
Well, I didn't.
Oh, you always have to be bragging about something, no matter how many times I tell them.
Please, Emily. Mr. Lincoln here ain't interested in our personal business.
Oh, but I am.
You are? Why?
Because you never can tell what might be important.
All that's important is to keep the rope away from Franklin's neck.
Well, that's exactly what we're trying to do, Miss Jones. Now, Frank, you came here night before last from Valley Junction.
That's right. We just started farming.
Miss Jones, I'd appreciate it if we'd let Frank answer.
Well, I can give you the facts fast and clear.
I know, ma'am, but, well, Frank's going to need practice. He'll be the one that has to answer at the trial. So, Frank, you came here the other night. You engaged a room. You stated your business to Mr. Fellman and to Mr. Barnes.
Like a fool.
Yes, sir, that's right.
And you showed them the pistol. Why?
Well, the pistol was a present to my dad from General William Henry Harrison. Dad was with Harrison at the Tippecanoe.
You see? He wanted to brag about it.
Mr. Fellman and Mr. Barnes, well, they weren't easy fellas to talk to. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean, Frank.
So I just went upstairs to my room and I went to bed, figuring I'd see Cyrus Darrow first thing in the morning.
And,
well, the next thing I knew, there was a knock on the door, and it's the sheriff. I'm being arrested for murder.
And at no time during the night did you arise from your bed and go forth to Mr. Darrow's place and shoot him?
I did not shoot him. I was asleep in my room.
Well, we have to make that defense stand up.
You sound like you don't believe him.
Oh, I believe him. I'm not the problem. We've got a judge and a jury to consider. Frank, the pistol, where was it?
In the bag.
You placed it in the bag before you went to sleep?
Yes, sir.
Well, how did it get to where it was found? In the field, 50 yards from Mr. Darrow's door?
I don't know.
Well, the prosecution will say that you went there, shot Cy Darrow, fled from the scene, and in your guilty terror and confusion, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't have dropped the gun when I wasn't even carrying it to start with. I wasn't there.
Well, then we must claim that someone came into this room while you were asleep and stole that pistol.
Yeah, well, that's the only way it could have happened.
You were conscious of no one?
Oh, I was asleep.
Tell me this. What was your business with Mr. Darrow?
Why do you want to know?
Frank?
Is that important?
It's the first question the prosecutor will ask. I should know.
Oh, all that was before he was killed.
Frank?
Well, I enlisted in 1829.
1830.
Oh, yeah, that's right. And I served in Georgia and Florida. And when I wanted to marry Emily, well, you don't get married on sergeant's pay.
Oh, not to me, you don't.
Anyway, there was this fella in the company, first platoon he was, a funny little fella, fat and baldy, you know, but smart. He was a Frenchman or a German or something like that. He spoke funny. You know, the Army's full of all kinds of foreigners. Well, they had to run here because they're having all kinds of revolutions in Europe.
Will you get to the point? Now, why should Mr. Lincoln care beans about them revolutions in Europe?
Yeah, well, his name was Fuller, and he knew all about plants and flowers, you know, and he said, Jonesy, some of these varieties could grow very well up north if...
Yeah? If what?
Yeah, well, I never did find out. You see, He and I were going into business, and we collected boxes and boxes of various seeds, and we was going to sell them to farmers up this way, where I was well known. That is, I knew some people.
And since Cyrus Darrow was one of the biggest farmers in this parts, well, we wrote to him, and he wrote back offering to buy a special kind of feed grass.
Yeah, we sent him $30 worth, and he never did pay up.
So we wrote and we asked him for our money.
And he sent back an answer saying he'd be hanged if he'd pay a cent for some sticky Georgia thistles.
What was that man talking about anyway?
Well, I don't know. I could have made a mistake and not cleaned out the seed like Fulda said you had to do. Well, he invited me to come up and look at his brand new thistle patch, and also give him the opportunity to wring my neck at one and the same time.
And I said, Frank, you go up there and you get your money. Well, did I know he was going to take a gun?
And at no time, then, did you visit Darrow's farm?
No, sir, he did not. He was nowhere near that place.
Frank?
No, sir.
As far as you know, it could, that is, the seed you sold him, could very well have been thistle, or burrs, or whatever.
Well, supposing there was. What does this have to do with the killing of Cyrus Darrow?
You weren't up there, Frank?
Well, I said I wasn't.
Well, I'd better be getting along.
Where are you off to?
I think I'll ride up to Darrow Farm.
Whatever for?
I might learn something.
What's to learn? The man's been murdered. We know that.
Well, I might find some evidence.
What kind?
I have no idea, but I have to look.
You mean you're going to look for something and you don't know what?
Yes, I suppose you could put it that way. What was that, Miss Jones?
Nothing. Just,
Hello, Abe.
How are you, Tom?
Fine.
Sit down.
Doing anything?
Well, I'm about to take a run up to Darrow Farm. Maybe some evidence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Evidence. Evidence of things not seen, as it says in Leviticus.
Hebrews.
Yeah. Leaving soon?
Well, I'd like to get back before supper.
You've taken the Jones case?
Yep. I was retained this morning.
Well, Abe, you think that's wise?
Wise? I'm a lawyer.
Well, you have to think of your career. You know, you gotta lose that case. It's plain as a cabbage on a rose bush. The boy's guilty.
Isn't that why we're having a trial?
Oh, we're having a trial because the law says he's got to get one. Well, you know what the verdict's going to be.
Tom, I'm surprised at you.
No, Abe. You're the surprised one. Now, look, you can't win. If you lose, you look bad because you're a loser. And if by some miracle, you could have a miracle, because as Milton says, the age of miracles is forever here.
That was Carlyle.
Carlyle. Well, anyhow, if by a miracle you win, well, folks will resent it.
Why?
Well, the boy's so obviously guilty, people want him to hang. Look, Abe, I'm thinking of your future.
My future?
Yeah, you could have a great future in politics. I've seen you operate. Why was you single-handed got the state capital to move up here from Vandalia?
Oh, no, that's not really true.
It is. Now, Abe, you could go far.
Oh, no, not me.
No, why do you say no?
Well, I just don't look like a politician.
Well, there's no special way a politician's supposed to look.
That isn't so. He's got to look kind of solidly dignified, like Daniel Webster, or sharp and smart like Clay or Calhoun, or shrewd like Tom Benton, or even jolly like Steve Douglas. But he can't. Well, he can't afford to be funny looking like me.
Well, I wouldn't say he was all that funny looking, Abe.
I'm too tall, too thin, and I'm too bony and gawky.
But you got all the brains.
Well, brains alone was never enough.
Abe, is there some way you could get out of trying this case? No, I mean it for your own good. Cy Darrow was well liked.
I wouldn't get out even if I could, Tom.
Cy was very well liked, and folks are mad. You think about that?
Well, there's nothing to think about.
Well, just thought I'd paint you a picture. After all, as William Shakespeare said, forewarned is forearmed.
No, that was Miguel Cervantes. Wow. Hello there, Abe. Good day, Mr. Bennett.
What brings you out here, Abe?
Oh, I thought I'd come out here and look.
For what?
Oh, for anything I could find. I saw someone moving around in the house. Turns out to be you.
Well, I was his lawyer. I'm just getting his papers put together. Well, come in. Look around, if you like.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Right here in the doorway is where he fell. I found the body, in the morning. I'd come by to go over some contracts. There he was, dead.
You going through his papers?
I'm trying to.
Mm-hmm. Anything missing?
Well, Abe, either stuff is missing or he hid him away somewhere.
What do you mean?
I mean, he didn't tell his lawyer everything. No client ever does. You're going to find that out.
Well, what would seem to be missing?
I haven't had a chance to go through it all, but I know for a fact he's been lending out money all over town. The way things are with the banks and all, he was the only one with hard cash.
Yes, I heard. Well, you could say there were plenty of folks who might have had a motive, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, you could say that, Abe. But I think your man's going to pay the bill.
But he told me he never even came up here.
Now, I know, Abe. But when you've had as many clients as I have, you learn how easily they can lie to you.
It's hard to believe this boy isn't telling me the truth.
Yeah, that's what makes it so dang difficult. Maybe he thinks he's telling you the truth. Abe, you're in trouble on this case. Admit it.
I never denied it.
Let's step outside, Abe.
What for?
We might find a way out of this problem. Now, Abe, just off to your left, leading to the road, there's a full acre, and it's planted in what?
Now, hold on, Mr. Bennett. That's a wild field.
No, that's a planted field, Abe.
But who'd want to plant all those weeds and burrs and thistles?
They come from the seeds my client bought from your client.
That's hard to believe. Why?
Let's say your client's a sharper, or he made an honest mistake. Don't matter. But he made my client mad. My old Si was ready to kill that boy on sight. Get my point?
Mr. Bennett, I think I do.
Now, taking it straight from there, you begin to see a new line of approach in the case.
Mr. Bennett, let me tell you, sir, I am eternally in your debt. So think. I had just considered this case was hopeless.
Abe, when everything looks hopeless, that's the time you really start to hope.
And, of course, that was a lesson that Abe Lincoln never forgot. Certainly in the years to come, he would be faced with more apparently hopeless situations than almost any other president. But our concern is with the case in hand. And what is the light that has suddenly dawned? Well, that will all be made visible when I return in just a few moments with Act 3. It is always surprising to consider that what we call psychology is a science of recent vintage. We speak so easily of things like the split personality, the other self, the protective falsehood, without realizing that these terms would be unintelligible to people who lived even 100 years ago. But although our forebears did not know these things intellectually, they could understand their implications. After all, Sigmund Freud was only 10 years old when Abe Lincoln died, yet Lincoln already sensed a great deal of what Freud was to discover.
No, Mr. Lincoln, he don't lie to me. That's one thing he don't do. He don't lie to me.
Emily, maybe he has no choice.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe he's afraid he'd lose you if you knew he was a murderer. What would you do if he confessed?
What would I do?
Would you leave him?
Well,
You see?
Oh, I'd raise up a storm, I guess. I'd holler and rip, but afterward, well, I'd stand by him.
Well, then you must convince him of that.
But will it save him?
At least it's a defense. I could plead it. This way, all I'm doing is begging the mercy of the court.
But will it work?
Self-defense always gives a man a chance.
How much of a chance?
Well, I'm a lawyer, Emily. I'm not a prophet, but we can get witnesses to prove that Cy Darrow was furious with Franklin.
But why?
Because Franklin had sold him nothing but weeds.
How do you know?
I was up there, Emily. I saw them. A strange kind of growth for this part of the country. Brambles and burrs and weeds.
It really wasn't Frank's fault, Mr. Lincoln. He just doesn't know.
But Cyrus Darrow was boiling mad. Now, oddly enough, this could create some sympathy for Franklin.
How? They'll all think Frank was a swindler.
Well, maybe not a swindler, more of a sharper.
Oh, what's the difference?
Well, Emily, you have to know these old horse traders up here. They might even admire him.
Why?
Because he's done something nobody else was ever able to bring off.
What's that?
He got the better of Cy Darrow in the deal. And he went up to see Cy to brazen it out, being careful, of course, to bring his pistol. The fact that the pistol was given to him by General Harrison won't hurt either.
Well, then, you think we've got a chance?
Yes, Emily, I would say, what with one thing and another, we've got a fighting chance.
No!
No? What do you mean, no?
You heard, Emily. I said no.
What Mr. Lincoln just explained.
I know what Mr. Lincoln just explained.
Don't you understand? If you don't plead self-defense, you're sure to hang.
Well, I ain't gonna do it.
Why?
I told you once. I told you 1,000 times. I wasn't there.
What, Frank?
I didn't kill him.
I give up. What can you do with him, Mr. Lincoln?
Mr. Lincoln, would you want me to get up there on that stand and tell a lie?
Is it a lie, Franklin? You mean you didn't kill Cy Darrow in self-defense?
Huh. Here's a hole to be in. A man's wife won't believe him. His lawyer won't believe him.
Frank, we only
Franklin, I can only plead the defense my client gives me. Since I wasn't at the scene of the crime when the murder took place, I don't know what happened.
Well, I don't know neither. I wasn't there myself. I was asleep in bed in my room at Feldman's Tavern.
But, Franklin, nobody's going to believe that.
Well, ain't that what I got a lawyer for, so we can make folks believe me? Or is this case too tough for you, Mr. Lincoln?
Well, it's tough enough.
Hey, did you find anything up there at Darrow's place?
How'd you know I was up there?
Well, look at your pants.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, them little burrs. Almost too small to see, unless you're looking for them. Yes, sir, you'll be picking them off your pants legs for weeks.
I thought I'd gotten rid of most of them.
No, sir, they're hidden where you can't even see them. And some of the seeds, why, they'll even germinate on the clothes, seems like. You better boil those pants.
Oh, well, thank you.
I guess Darrow was right, Emily. We did sell him weeds. I didn't mean to, Mr. Lincoln. It's just that Corporal Fulda would have known what to do. He said you had to wash the seed in something called alkali. I don't even know what it is.
What are you going to do now, Mr. Lincoln?
Tell me, who else was in the tavern when you came in?
Well, I told you, just Mr. Feldman and Mr. Barnes.
Nobody else?
No, sir.
You positive?
I'll swear to it.
Well, do you know anyone in the town?
No, sir. Not a single solitary soul.
Why do you ask?
Well, Emily, it's about time I started asking questions.
But you've been asking questions all along.
No, not the right questions, and I haven't been asking the right people either.
Well, Abe, I can only tell you the boy insists on having a rope put around his neck.
Well, he refuses to plead self-defense.
In my opinion, he'd rather die having his wife think he's not a murderer.
I believe him.
It can be a dangerous business when you start believing clients.
It can even be a more dangerous business when you don't.
What can I do for you, Abe?
You've been through all the size papers yet?
All I was able to turn up.
Would either Tom Feldman or Ephraim Barnes have owed him money?
Well, now, Abe, this is a lawyer-client relationship. You asking me to break it?
Well, the client's dead, Mr. Bennett. And I'm not asking out of idle curiosity.
Yes, he did have a mortgage on Feldman's.
I thought Tom Feldman owed him the place free and clear. It's been a moneymaker for years.
Don't you know there's been a panic on him? There ain't a nickel's worth of cash to be had.
Well, why would Tom Feldman go to Cy Darrow when he could get money at bank rates from his good friend Ephraim Barnes?
Banks don't have it either, Abe.
Did you find any papers for either Tom or Ephraim?
What are you trying to say, Abe?
I'm just asking, Mr. Bennett.
To answer your question, no. There was no papers for either one of them.
And yet, they both owed him money.
I'm reasonably sure of it, Abe.
Well, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Well, Abe.
Afternoon, Abe.
Have a drink. How's the law business coming?
Slow.
Well, slow but sure moves mighty mountains. Aristotle.
Euripides.
Abe, I swear one day I'm going to catch you.
Gentlemen, we have some business to discuss.
They discuss business at my office only.
This is legal business, Ephraim.
Then I'd rather discuss it at your office.
It has to do with the upcoming trial of Franklin Jones.
In that case, I don't discuss it at all. I'm scheduled to be presiding judge, you know.
I don't think so, Ephraim.
Well, what you saying? You can see the calendar.
I'm going to ask you to disqualify yourself, Ephraim.
What are you saying, Abe? Abe here's one of the finest...
Abe, don't you believe I'm a fair man?
It's nothing personal, Ephraim.
Well, then why...
Well, to begin with, you're a material witness.
Who is?
You are. You and Tom here. You're the only ones who heard Tom ask for the whereabouts of Cy Darrow, and who heard Tom threaten to kill him.
Yeah, well,
Well, you can't be a judge and a witness at the same time, can you?
Yeah, but you...
Besides, there's more to it than that.
What are you driving at, Abe?
Well, my client insists that he's not guilty.
Well, now, you wouldn't expect him to admit it now, would you?
Yes, if he were guilty, I would, especially since I found a way he could plead guilty and still save his neck at the same time.
What's that?
Self-defense. Old Cy was more than mad at him. Mad enough to kill him. But the boy refuses to take that defense, which proves to me that he's a young man of his word, and I have to respect that word.
Abe, if Franklin Jones didn't kill Cy Darrow, who in thunder did?
Well, we'll have to sit down, the three of us, and reason together. If Franklin didn't kill Cy, who did? We know somebody did, because Cy's dead.
I'd like you to come straight and tell me exactly what you're driving at, Abe.
Well, it couldn't be suicide. After all, how would Cy get a hold of Frank's pistol?
Well, what motive would Cy have for doing away with himself?
None. But you can't be too careful in these things. You have to explore every possibility.
But you also have to be headed someplace.
Don't be impatient, Ephraim. I am. So if it wasn't Frank, who else could it be? Who else knew Frank was in town? Who else knew Frank was mad enough to go to Cy's place with a pistol? Who else would even know that Frank had a pistol? The answer? Either one of you two.
Well, hold on there, Abe. Are you saying that Eve here, or me, could have killed Cy Darrow? Huh? Well, Abe, I am your best friend in town. How could you even think
Abe, I thought you was always a man of good sense. But this is monstrous.
Have either of you gentlemen been up to see Cy lately? Well?
I ain't been up to Cy Darrow's place since I bought a pony from him in 33... No, it was 34. Well, yeah, it's been 3 years.
Ephraim?
It's been at least a year since I had occasion to visit Cy's farm.
Where'd you transact your business?
Whatever business we would transact, we would do at the bank.
Gentlemen, one of you two is lying.
Hey, now look here.
Now, you want to be careful now, Abe. Friendship only excuses just so much.
Let me borrow that chair. Now, I'm going to put my foot up on the seat of it.
What for?
Oh, come on, let's humor him. He's mad.
You'll notice that the lower part of my trouser leg is covered with very tiny little sticky burrs.
Yeah, so?
So these are typical of a growth that occurs only in northern Florida or southern Georgia. You can't find them anywhere else in the country except at Cy Darrow's farm.
Well, now, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China?
They grew from seeds sold to Darrow by mistake, by Franklin Jones.
I still don't see what you're driving at.
I was up there just before. That's how they got all over my pants leg. Now, will each of you gentlemen please place his foot up on the chair?
I'll be hanged if I do.
Is that a prophecy, Ephraim?
Eve, them little burrs, them sticky little burrs. You got them on your... Ephraim, if you wasn't up at the Darrow place, how'd them little burrs get all over your pants?
Pour me a drink, Tom.
Eve, you was always an honest man.
Yeah. For 50 years, I've been honest as the day is long. And where did it get me? I didn't speculate. I didn't hedge. I guarded my customers' money. And I got wiped out. I had to borrow from Darrow. And he was going to take away my bank. Well, this boy came marching in here and...
And you decided to steal his pistol and kill Darrow yourself.
Well, it wasn't that clear cut, you know. It just worked out. And I found my notes and destroyed them. Yours too, Tom.
Ephraim, a man like you, could you really let that boy hang for you? Could you?
Abe, I'd like to think that in the end, I wouldn't let that boy hang for me. I'd like to think that.
Would your conscience let you?
Conscience. Abe, when you face the rope, you know the saying, conscience does make cowards of us all.
Cervantes.
No, Shakespeare.
You're a good lawyer, Abe. Would you defend me?
Ephraim, you mean you want me? Why, you could have anyone, even Stephen Douglas.
I want you, Abe. Nobody but you.
Thank you, Ephraim. I'm grateful. I'm humbly grateful.
Well, the case went to trial with a new judge and a new defendant. And the young lawyer Abe Lincoln argued ably and well. And the result was a hung jury. But, as Abe Lincoln said afterwards, better a hung jury than a hung client. Well, you hang around. I'll be back shortly. Franklin and Emily Jones, Tom Fellman, Ephraim Barnes, they are all obscure footnotes in the book of Abraham Lincoln's life. And yet, these are some of the nameless, unknown people who helped shape his character. All around us are young men and women whom we, in our anonymous fashion, are also molding by our precept and by our example. And we are molding them into what? Think about it. Our cast included Keir DeLay, Jennifer Harmon, Paul Hecht, Joe Silver, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
If you can tear your eyes from my rose garden, young man, I've got something else for you to look at. Here.
Piece of plastic.
Look at this card through it.
Eh?
What do you see?
Breaks up the light. It's a sort of prism.
Quite still, Dickon. Hold the card quite still.
Numbers. 3, 7, 4, 2, 9, 1.
A map reference. The prism, if I may.
There you go.
Now look at the card again.
It's just a jumble of numbers. Hundreds of them. So, that's it.
Yes, that's it. Is it safe enough? Safe enough for the basis of a partnership?
Perhaps, Matheson.
Only perhaps. With this bit of plastic, I can import any drugs I like in absolute secrecy. You'd be running a sales network that would never suffer for lack of goods.
So, the number the prism decoded?
Is the point at which the commodity will arrive. It is the link between the source and myself.
Neat, Matheson. Safe.
A reaction I would expect from a person I think well of. Let's go to the house, Dickon, and seal a safe, lucrative partnership. The rose garden can be admired another time.
Jammy one, Ray. Cute straight into the pocket. You've been practicing on the sly.
Yeah. I don't want to play billiards anymore, nurse.
Marty, Ray. The name's Marty.
Is it? I forgot. It's easier to call everybody in this place nurse.
You don't like it, do you?
Like hospital. No, I don't like it. It's not doing me any good.
Well, give it time.
They all say that. Time. I keep coming back. When I watch my girl, they'd never come back. I'd just sit at the table, drink a pint of beer, and watch her. Then the insects would go away.
There's nothing there, Ray.
Your eyesight isn't good enough, that's all. Look at my hands, Marty. Go on, look at them. See them? The lines of my skin. Insects. Hundreds of tiny insects. I've got little legs like hairs. See them? Eh?
Right.
All over my hands. Won't go away. This place doesn't do them any good. My girl did. She made them go away.
But what girl?
Just a girl.
What's her name?
No. No. If I tell you her name, you'll try and pick her up. Take her away from me.
Don't be stupid.
Have you got a girl?
Well, I had, once.
I've got a girl. She can make these insects go away. Do you think the doctors would let me go and see her?
I doubt it, but you can ask.
If I saw her, they'd go right away. They'd never come back. They eat, you know. Eat the sweat off my hands and turn it into poison so that I can't touch my food. Did you know that, Marty?
Yeah. Have a cigarette.
Thanks. I wonder what my girl's doing now.
Sitting with her feet up listening to her stereo if she's got any sense.
No. My girl will be working.
Well, at this time of night?
She's beautiful. People go to see her. She works at a nightclub, an expensive nightclub.
Oh?
Mr. Nikos. He looks after her.
I'll wring Nikos's damn neck when I see him in the morning. That pig he's palmed me off with tonight. Oh, damn, this is it. Oh, that's got it. Oh, it's a long time in the bathroom. Michael, or whatever you're calling yourself, have you finished in there? Michael! Oh, what the hell? What are you doing in there? Michael? Oh, say something for heaven's sake. Oh, it's not locked. Michael, for... Oh, God, no. Oh, Nikos! Nikos!
Good party, Mr. Crystalos, good party. A party that makes money for Nikos Crystalos is always a good one, Jacob. Quality market. Law of supply and demand.
Nikos!
What the hell? Stanishi, stop us, Jacob, hold my gas. Get Nolios to calm them down.
Nikos!
Get back in that room, get in actually. What do you mean by shouting my name over the heads of my guests?
Over there, Nikos.
Answer me.
Over there, in the bathroom.
You disgrace me. My clients dislike coarseness, whatever else they... Oh, God, no.
I heard the glass smash.
He's dead.
Beautiful roses, Dickon, don't you think?
Matheson, you can't persuade me I was brought all the way down here at this time of the morning to discuss your roses.
Can't I?
Come on. I know you don't like giving bad news. Touch of the bureaucrat, eh?
Things have gone a little wrong. Holt has failed to turn up. He was due to arrive at 3 this morning, carrying the link for the coming delivery, and he has failed to turn up.
Oh. Could he be late?
Holt is never late. Something's happened to him.
Happened to him? I'll lay my hands on him. Something damn well will happen to him.
Now, Dickon, please. That sort of approach will get us nowhere. I know Holt. He is reliable. Whatever it is won't be his fault. I can guarantee that. There's no point in making wild threats.
Oh, really? Well, sometimes the direct approach works wonders.
You run a distribution ring, Dickon. There you might be right. But I run a business where such actions tend to be counterproductive. Anyway, I'm afraid the situation is more serious than it appears.
Ah. Oh, I know that without the link we'll have to miss this delivery. Count of 10,000 loss. I don't want that any more than you do. The link itself's totally innocuous.
True. An anonymous, many-faced prism.
It's gone perfectly since we first started working together. 2 identical cards. One here, one in Cuba. Each card covered with numbers from 0 to 9. To be photographed through a prism which singles out a map reference number.
It's a good system.
Until the prism goes missing on its way from Cuba. I mean, you aren't going to decode the reference numbers with the bottom of a milk bottle.
That is just the point, Dickon.
Look, unless you've developed a sudden brotherly love for Holt, I don't see what you're worried about. I don't want to lose 10,000, but it won't break us.
It isn't heroin this time.
Not? What do you mean, not heroin?
The Cubans have a charming name for it. A charming name for an expensive commodity. They call it stardust.
Oh, very pretty. What is it when it's at home?
A lysergic acid and methaqualone derivative.
Oh, that'd blow a few skulls.
It would, if we could get hold of it. There's a big advantage to it over straight LSD. The stuff is physically addictive, and the build-up to dependency is remarkably fast.
Why the hell's it called stardust?
2 reasons. Firstly, it comes in the form of a crystalline yellow powder, almost yellow ochre. In the right light, it looks like golden caster sugar. 1 grain is sufficient to give a very pleasant time, I believe.
You said 2 reasons, Matheson.
The refinement is such that it can be carried in minute quantities that are easily concealed. Also, dogs don't respond to it.
Yes, yes.
We are going to have a 10-pound drop to be bulked up with 500 pounds of pure glucose for final sale. The second reason it's called stardust is because we pay 50,000 for a pound weight of pure concentrate.
50,000 a pound?
$500,000 for the drop.
And we've paid it?
What kind of a businessman do you take me for, Dickon? We've paid half only. The other half is payable on collection. Collection, mark you, not delivery.
Am I supposed to feel happy about that? $250,000 instead of half? It's a fantastic deal, Matheson. Bigger than anything. Hell, we'll never be able to absorb the loss. The entire connection will dry up for lack of funds.
True.
True? Is that all you can say? Is that what I tell my pushers? Matheson, you know right, no bloody right at all to invest that amount of money without consulting me. Look, I came into a partnership. Equal shares, equal responsibility.
Equal but different responsibility, Dickon. I'm sorry, but it was a business decision. My end of the partnership.
Oh, that's rich. That's business. Matheson, you've just lost $250,000 that we can't possibly recoup.
Who says we've lost it?
You said it yourself in so many words. We've no link. Without the link, we don't know the map reference for the drop area. Oh, God. They could put it ashore anywhere in the country. Some little rowing boat punts out from a Cuban freighter off the coast of Devon or Cornwall and dumps a package in an isolated cove. And what for, eh? Huh? Food for sheep? Think of it, Matheson. A flock of sheep blown out of their minds on our stardust because your damn system's broken down.
Our system, Dickon. A good one, a safe one.
Oh, yes, great. We've no one we can contact for a new link. No names, no addresses. Your marvelous system sealed at both ends and the middle as well. Don't believe you even know who manufactures the stuff, do you?
Quite right, I don't. It was that very safety that attracted you to the system in the first place, Dickon.
So safe it's finally swallowed $250,000 without trace.
Not irrevocably.
Really? I suppose you're going to whistle it back.
Holt, dead or alive, is somewhere. And with him is the link. We have 2 weeks, Dickon, before the goods come into the country.
And where exactly do we start looking?
The city clubs. Holt was a man of aberrant tastes. The upmarket strip reviews and call girl chains. Someone will have seen him.
Where do I come in?
I've got contacts of my own, but your network should have some leads among that circle. Use them, Dickon.
Oh, I'll use my pushers. Don't worry about that.
And, Dickon, your recklessness. Keep it in check.
Look, Matheson, if recklessness will lead me to that prison, then I'll use recklessness.
And sometime it will be the death of you. Such a beautiful rose, that one. Such delicate blooms. The bee knows what is good for him.
I just can't believe.
You'd like a drink, Julie?
Please.
Come in.
Done what you said, Mr. Christos.
No, thanks, Jacko. The clients?
All gone. Mr. Marios is locking up the club.
Good. Good, that's all.
Sir?
What have you done with him?
It was a heart attack. Jacko and Marios traced him and took him down the fire escape. In a few hours' time, maybe already, he will be found by the police in some alley.
Oh, God, it's all so...
Distasteful. You drink, it will do you good.
Oh, thanks.
I cannot afford to have police here. Cannot afford to have questions and investigations. We supply a demand that is on the wrong side of the law. Holt's body would give rise to endless inquiries.
Holt? That was his name?
Michael Holt. Some minor civil servant type who drank too much, ate too much, and gave himself a bad heart. Just unfortunate he had to have his coronary here.
You don't even care.
Do you? Julie, you don't even know what you think about this life.
He was obscene lying there, naked, gasping for breath. A great white slug.
I let the people sleep with you because of the health of their wallets, not their bodies.
Oh, I know.
Yet you don't adjust to it. You come to me, said you wanted work that paid well, and you got it.
It wasn't that...
Yes, you knew what it meant when you came to the club. Even before you set foot over the door, you knew. Private parties with available girls, strip shows.
I knew, but
you don't accept. That's the problem, isn't it? I don't know why I bother. Any other girl, I would show her the door. But you...
For me, it's the end of the road.
You dream.
Once I had something to dream about. Front cover of the top fashion magazines. What every young model dreams about. And I might have made it.
So?
It all went wrong. Oh, can you pour me another drink while I wash my face?
Give me your glass. Scotch?
No, it doesn't matter. Oh, I feel sick. Oh, damn it. Where's the towel? Oh, what's that?
What's the matter? Found something.
Bit of plastic. Cut like a diamond.
Let's see. Oh, some executive toy. Holt's, maybe.
He undressed in the bathroom. They always undress in there if they don't want you to see them. He'd reason enough the way he poured me. Oh, it looked disgusting.
All men are odd. All men have their ways.
Like the one who follows me. The one who walks like a spider and stares at me if I pass him at the club entrance.
Oh, Ray. He's been put in hospital. He won't bother you anymore.
He terrifies me. Curled at the table, watching me, peering at me, and then staring at his own hands.
Ray is sick. He sees insects on his hands. He's hung about the club for years, and if it wasn't for his brother, who is a good customer and a free spender, I would have sent him packing long ago.
Money talks.
For me, it has a loud voice.
Damn. Playing by yourself, Marty.
Who's that? Oh, Ray. Well, this way I never lose. Anyway, what are you doing up at this hour? It's gone midnight.
Can't sleep.
Those little bugs getting up your nose. Make yourself a cup of tea.
You like night duty?
I like the money. Mind yourself. And I like the peace and quiet.
What was your girl like?
Missed. At this rate, I'm going to lose.
Marty, your girl, was she...
Well, what's with all the questions?
I wondered. That's all. Nurses ask me questions.
I'm not keen on questions, Ray. The past's the past, as far as I'm concerned. Digging never does any good, okay?
Okay, nurse.
Oh, look, I didn't mean to offend you.
My girl's nice. She likes me.
A bully for you. If she's waiting for you, she must do.
She'll wait, Marty. I know she'll wait.
You find Ray so bad, so disturbing?
Oh, he frightens me. Maybe he shouldn't, but Nikos, he stands for everything I hate about this place. Distorted, grotesque, unreal. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be talking like this.
You're shaken. Here, your drink.
Yes.
You said it all went wrong. Tell me.
I'd rather not.
You're talking, Julie. You're talking because you want to talk. Tell me. It was a man?
Martin. His name was Martin. God, this is ridiculous. It was almost 2 years ago.
A boyfriend?
I lived with him. There was something that clicked between us. He really pushed me. Helped me to get contracts, photographic sessions.
He knew people?
No, just enthusiasm. 6 months after we moved into the flat, it all started to go wrong. I came back one evening to find him flat on the floor with the stereo full up. He was as high as a kite. We had a laugh about it that time. He was just sniffing it then.
Sniffing? I don't...
Heroin.
Oh.
It was a bit later he started mainlining. I don't know why. Well, that's one of the worst things. I just don't know why.
Go on.
I suppose I should have left him. He began to lose weight, couldn't work anymore. I'd shove food down his throat when he wasn't hungry. But there was still a hell of a lot left that was really him. In between getting spaced out, he'd managed to get a night's work in a bar or something and turn up afterwards with a huge bunch of flowers. Oh, it wasn't an apology, just him. Just the way he was.
How long was he like that?
3 months, 4, can't remember properly. There was a time when he kept saying he'd get himself registered as an addict, but it never came to anything. Then, one day I came back after a photo session, and he was on the kitchen floor. There was blood everywhere. I thought he'd hit an artery with the syringe. A friend told me of the chances, and it's a killer. But it wasn't this time. I must have been just in time. When I pulled the needle out, the bleeding stopped. And then I just waited for 6, 7, 8 hours until he came round.
You didn't send for a doctor?
I didn't do a thing. I didn't even clean up the mess. When he saw the place, realized what he'd done, what I'd found, he just shut himself off. For 2 days, he hardly said a word. Then I woke up one morning and found an empty flat and a note. Just 4 words. Not fair on you. That's what he'd written.
And now?
He'll be dead.
I'm sorry.
I shouldn't have told you. Sob story. The reason why I'm here. Nothing mattered anymore.
There's nothing I can say.
Don't try.
But I'll give you my plastic diamond.
Holt's diamond?
Mine. Found in the bathroom in my club. And I give it to you.
Fond memories from a corpse. I'll keep it like a St. Christopher. My luck can only get better.
Oh, God. What a hell of a time. Hello.
Dickon, it's Matheson here.
Matheson? What's up? You any idea of the time?
Dickon?
Now, look, Dickon.
Hang on a minute.
This is important.
What time is it?
Just a minute, Matheson. Move your backside next door, Susan.
Mm?
Move.
Hey! Freeze without the bedclothes.
There's a dressing gown on the floor. You're not that good to look at.
But what do you mean?
Just scat.
Pig!
Silly bloody bitch. Hello, Matheson?
Can I assume you're alone now?
Sometimes I wonder about my taste.
Concerns Holt.
Has he turned up? I found nothing my end.
In a manner of speaking, yes, he has turned up. Very cold and very dead.
The link?
My contacts have checked with the police who found him in an alley. There's nothing on him.
Damn.
But he was seen 2 hours before the estimated time of death.
Go on.
The Acropolis Club, Soho. The owner is a Greek, Nikos Christolos. But go easy. A friend wanting to find out the circumstances of death.
Yes, yes.
Be sure and contact me if you come up with anything.
I will, Matheson. I will. God, that man will worry himself into an ulcer.
What man?
Just shove off, will you?
Dickon, what's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. I just want to get up and get some things done, right?
Well, last night, you were saying
Last night, my dear Susan, was last night. Now, don't start to get all upset.
I stayed the night with you because of what you said, because I wanted to. I wouldn't sleep with anyone.
And you'll spare a lot of men a great deal of heartache and regret.
Dickon!
Just don't be here when I come back, right?
You bastard! Bastard!
You think it's all passed off, Mr. Christolos? Reporting the papers seem non-committal enough.
I think the less we talk about it, the better, Jacko. Just keep on cleaning those glasses.
Yes, Mr. Christolos.
The report said the police were pursuing inquiries. Bodies found in alleyways are bound to give rise to suspicion, no matter how natural the cause of death.
I just wondered.
Well, don't.
Getting ready for another day?
Julie, you shouldn't be here.
Where should I be then? Pacing up and down my flat and wearing a hole in the carpet?
I gave you the rest of the week off.
And I decided I don't want it. Morning, Jacko.
Morning, miss. Wine?
I'll make it to dry white. One day you say you hate the job, 2 days later you can't stay away. I suppose you know what's best for you.
Unless you're making claims, Nikos, I think I do.
No claims.
Here's your drinks.
Thanks. Oh, it's all beginning to take on the sensation of some nightmare I can only half remember.
Forget it.
I talked my head off to you, didn't I? What about Martin?
You said something.
Tactful. Oh, yesterday in the flat, I just dwelt on it, so I thought, better back here earning an honest penny under some strange man than continue to wear a track in my carpet.
There's something to be said for that.
Mr. Christolos, someone's just come in.
Yes. Know him?
Nah.
Are you looking for someone?
Yeah. Mr. Christolos. You know where I could find him?
I am he. And you?
Dickon.
Well, Dickon, we are not open, I'm afraid.
So I gather. It's not a drink or a girl I want, Mr. Christolos. I'm making inquiries.
Police?
No, bereaved relative, actually.
Really?
May I?
Eh? Yes, sit down. Jacko, another wine, please.
Oh, I don't know. It's the one of this place makes a profit.
Conscientious barman.
All my staff are conscientious. It's a quality I require of them. You were saying?
A cousin of mine's just died.
I am sorry.
It wasn't entirely unexpected. Had a bad heart. The police found him collapsed in an alley not far from here.
So?
He was seen here a few hours before his death, Mr. Christolos.
I don't see...
Maybe someone followed him.
Deacon, no doubt you feel you are being very tactful, but you are looking for something. I would be happier if you came out with it. Should I know this relative?
His name was Holt. Michael Holt. Perhaps the lady. She looks anxious.
You're not the only one with troubles.
I just wondered.
Michael Holt, you say? I'm afraid I cannot help you. It's true he was a member, but the last time I saw him was about 2 weeks ago.
I see.
But should I hear anything?
It doesn't matter. My friend was probably mistaken.
Your friend?
Just a friend, Mr. Christolos. Just a friend. Thanks for the wine.
Any time. Jacko, find out what you can on him.
For all the good it'll do, Mr. Christolos.
Who was he?
I don't know.
But he found out what he wanted.
Oh, I'm scared, Nikos.
Clear the glasses up and help Jacko restock the bottles.
It was my fault, wasn't it? That he found out.
Next time I tell you to have days off, Julie. You have them, understand? Worn-out carpets are easy to replace.
I'm positive, Matheson. The girl jumped like I'd stuck a pin in her backside.
Where are you now, Dickham?
Telephone kiosk just across from the club.
Not entirely discreet of you.
It's all right. There's no one about. You wanted me to let you know, and that's just what I'm doing.
And you're too damned close to that club, Dickham. I want you away from there right away. I'll handle the rest.
Stop panicking, Matheson.
There's a difference between panic and discretion. I have contacts.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, I can sort this one out on my own.
No, Dickham.
Give me till tomorrow morning.
Dickham, I've warned you.
I've never let you down in all the times we've been working together, Matheson. Right now, there's $250,000 lying about. I'm going in to get it.
Dickham.
You better close the door, Marty. We'll have half the hospital in here. Right, now, when did you notice him missing?
On the way back to the ward. I'm sorry, Mulligan. If I'd been anywhere near a phone, I'd have rung.
I'll never mind that now. Can you remember exactly where?
Oh, yeah, the other side of the cricket pitch.
Damn, that gives him a clear run across the field to the railway station. Just a minute. Hello, nursing officer. Cooper Ward, charge nurse Mulligan here. I have to report a patient missing. Ray Stevens, schizophrenic, under section.
It was my own bloody fault. I should have kept him beside me and let the other patients tag along.
Yes, that's the one. Yes, I'm doing the forms now. They'll be down with you in about 10 minutes. Okay. Well, that's giving them something to do.
So daft.
Happens to everyone, Marty. You always feel a bit of a fool afterwards. Wouldn't happen if we had enough staff. At least Ray's harmless enough. Hasn't raped his maiden aunt or anything.
He'll put the wind up a few old ladies on the way, asking them to have a look at his insects.
Oh, they'll get over it. Now, any idea where he might go?
There's his brother.
Oh, he'll just post him back to us. Anyone else?
No other relatives. Well, there's his girlfriend, though.
Oh, the one he keeps rabbiting on about. Did you ever find out her name?
You must be joking. He thinks I'll snap her up.
Hardly likely. Ah, well, hand me over one of those forms and I'll start pen pushing. Let's just cross our fingers he aims for his brother. Now, not that I'm one to pervert the course of true romance, but I just prefer Ray to be back on the ward before I go off duty. Now, what was he wearing?
I'm away, Nikos.
Go carefully, Julie.
My little bit of good luck plastic is safe in my pocket. Bye. Oh, it's raining. Oh, no, never mind.
Julie, I came to see you.
Go away. Nikos!
Julie, don't. I've come to see you.
Go away. Just go away.
Julie, my hands.
Nikos, it's him.
What is it?
I want her to see my hands. Joking me.
You stay away, see? You leave my girls alone. Go on, clear out.
I only want to see my Julie. The hospital let me go. He said if Julie can make the insects go, then I should be with her. Please, Nikos.
Get him away from me, Nikos.
Ray, now just go away.
But...
Now.
Yes. Yes, I'll go. I'll go.
Thank heavens you had.
Scream loud enough to bring the roof down.
Yes, damn it, I am. You're scared. I don't understand. I don't want to understand.
Julie, calm down.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Did he hurt you?
No. He scared me, that's all. He just suddenly came out of the dark, spoke in my ear.
He's gone now. Will you be safe enough? Do you want me to walk with you?
I'll be all right. You've got things to do back at the club. Anyway, the taxi rank's just round the corner and Sammy will be there.
Sammy?
At this time of night, I always end up with the same cabbie. Well, don't look at me like that. I'll be fine. Just keep that madman away from me.
I don't understand the hospital discharging him. His brother said something about him being under section.
He can be under a bus for all I care.
Yeah, under section. He cannot discharge himself.
Please, Nikos. Just keep him away from me.
I'll do my best. Will you be all right?
Stop fussing. Okay, so my knees are shaking like nothing on earth. But it's just a reaction. I'll be fine.
Sure.
Honestly. I'll see you in the morning.
If you're okay. See you then.
See you.
Maybe the hell 3 then, huh? Just shut up. My hand stays where it is until I'm ready to listen. Now, Michael Holt. That name means quite a lot to you, doesn't it? Are you going to talk? The prison, Julie. Where is it?
Prison? What?
Let me remind you.
No! Oh, no, don't.
Not many men would care to sleep with a woman who's had her face all cut up.
Oh, please, don't.
The prison?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. That one's under the hairline. It won't show. The next one, Holt's piece of plastic. I want it.
Plastic? Oh, God, why didn't you say it?
Where is it?
Here, it's in my pocket.
Oh, that's a clever girl.
Take it, just take it, and please leave me, please.
Hey, you're hurting me, mister.
You're interfering.
Hurting, you're hurting.
Hey,
Got it. I've got it, Julie.
give it back.
Let him have it, Ray, for God's sake, let him have it.
Mad
Bloody
bloody
stay there. Julie. Look, Julie, come back. Julie, I've got it. I've got it, Julie.
hell. My mouth. It must look bloody lovely. A mess. What a hell of a mess.
Where to now, Gup?
On to the end of the dual carriageway and then left. You must be Sammy, yes?
Dead right. Julie there, I run her home almost every evening.
Thank you for waiting for us while they stitched her up.
What ain't nothing. How is she?
Sleeping.
Eyes closed, Nikos, that's all. Oh, cold.
Shock, more than likely, miss. I'll turn the heater up.
Where are we going?
Back to my flat.
Nikos, it's not necessary.
It's decided. There is a spare bed. You sleep there.
Okay.
Julie, what exactly happened?
I don't know. He's all so confused. That man, Dickon, he wanted the prison.
Prison?
Well, that's what he called it anyway.
Oh.
He said, I couldn't think. I was so frightened when he grabbed me. I just couldn't think. And then when he brought out that
Dickon
knife,
has it now, this prison?
I don't know. Ray ran after me. I said I could have it back, but I don't know.
Please God he has. Then he will leave us alone. You think...
Because I...
Oh, I'm sorry. And I should never have asked. It can wait until the morning. The doctor, what did he say?
There shouldn't be any mark. If there is, it'll be covered by my hair.
Good.
When Dickon did it, he said it wouldn't show. But the next one...
This time you take days off. You stay at my flat and take days off.
Oh, no, Nikos. I don't want to be alone. I'd prefer to be at the club. I can't work not looking like this, but I'd prefer to be with people.
Okay, very well. What happened to Ray?
That spidery chap, Gup? I shoot him off when Julie there fell in the can. He's about as aggressive as a moth.
I doubt if Dickon feels that way about him.
Dickon was cutting up his Julie. Oh, why the hell does he have to attach himself to me?
It is perhaps as well he did. For tonight.
There you are. One expensive flat.
Thank you, Sammy.
Nikos, are you sure?
Sure of what?
That you want to put me up for the night? I mean...
Julie, I never mix business with pleasure. There's a spare bed. I am fond of you, but I don't see myself taking Martin's place.
Thanks.
Ow.
Stay still, or you'll get a mouthful of cotton wool, Dickon.
Stings.
Antiseptic. There.
You're really enjoying this, aren't you, Susan? Taking it out on me for this morning?
Yes. Finished. You won't die.
Bitch. Why are you still here? I told you I didn't want to see you when I came back.
I decided not to go.
What the hell explanation is that supposed to be?
None. It's a all.
Marvellous.
What happened, Dickon? You come back here with a mouth like raw meat and nothing's supposed to have happened.
Look, Susan. I don't like you. I don't want you here. Only thing you're any use for is bed. So just don't ask me any more questions, right?
Things are improving.
Hey?
Oh, this morning I was a recipe for heartache and regret. Now I'm good looking up.
If For heaven's sakes, do something useful and pour me a scotch.
Okay. You, always carry one of these?
What?
A flick knife.
Give it here.
What are you up to, Dickon?
I told you, Susan, no questions.
I might be able to help.
Yes, you might help. Just get out of here. Leave me alone. I wanted you for one night, and now I don't want you anymore. Just get out!
No. No, Dickon. I'm not going.
So, seeing it's got rough, I thought you'd want to know, Mr. Matheson.
You did right. How's the girl?
Frightened. 6 stitches.
He can't be trusted, not anymore. Was there any mention made of the police?
Don't seem to have been involved as far as I know, Gov. Mr. Chrysler won't bring 'em in. He sails too close to the wind for that.
No thanks to Dickon.
Look, Mr. Matheson, I don't think he's got the prism. I saw something in that nutsand when I shoved him off. It glittered, sort of. If I'd known, I could have nailed it.
Well, it's too damned late to worry about that now. It's far more important to put a stop to Dickon. Get him down here. I don't care how you do it. Just get him here. He's played me about once too often.
Righto, Gov.
And, Sammy, you're a good pair of eyes.
Dickon, please, don't drink any more.
Just pass over the bottle.
Why don't you come to bed? It's almost dawn.
That's all you care about, Susan. All you care.
But you won't tell me.
I've blown it. I've had it, I've blown it. Don't you understand that much? It was in my hand. And that bloody nutter took it away. $250,000, Susan.
I haven't a clue what you're talking about. Look.
Don't. Just don't.
It'll sort itself out. These things do.
My God. Listen to it. Not this one. This one's going to go straight up like a skyrocket.
Dickon.
Oh, hell. Just forget it. What's $250,000 anyway, eh, Susan? What is it anyway?
I still want you.
You still... Oh, yeah. You still want me. Mustn't forget. Come here, then.
Maybe I could go on a diet.
What? Take all this padding away?
You said...
I said. Just leave it.
No privacy in this world
Hey.
at all, is
No.
there?
What?
Stay where you are, Dickon. You too, miss.
He's got a gun.
Who are you?
The name is Sammy. And Matheson wants you.
Atchison? What the devil's all this drama for then, eh, Sammy? Whatever your name is. Why don't you just contact me on the phone?
Maybe he doesn't trust you anymore.
Doesn't trust? For goodness sake, put that gun away. Talk some sense.
The car's outside. Come on. You too, miss. Well, it's very pretty, but I think you'd better pull your jumper down. It's cold going around like that.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
I don't know how much she knows, Dickon, do I?
She knows nothing.
Well, we'll let Mr. Matheson decide on that. Now move, if you'd be so kind.
What's going to happen, Dickon?
You'd stick your head under the steam hammer to see how fast it came down, wouldn't you, Susan?
I saw my girl, Marty. Congratulations. But I wish you'd tell us when you were going for a stroll. We spent all evening searching the hospital grounds, and the police were looking for
I
you.
went to see my girl. The doctor said...
The doctor said nothing, Ray. You were the one who... Oh, never
Do
mind.
you think the young policeman will get into trouble?
What are you muttering about?
A young constable at the station. The sergeant shouted at him, said I was just a tramp, but I didn't hit anybody, and I only hit him because he was hurting my girl.
You haven't been thumping policemen, Ray.
No, not policeman. Him. The one who had a knife. My girl.
I wish you'd give this girl a name.
Gave me something, Marty. Look. She gave me this.
What in the world?
It's funny, when I look at my hand through it, the insects disappear. Splinters up the light and makes them disappear.
Is Ray showing you his prism, Marty?
Prismatic miracle cure by the sound of things. stamp them out by the thousand, we'd have schizophrenia solved overnight, Miner.
It's what's called symptomatic medicine.
See? Doctors were right. If I saw my girl, the insects would disappear. So she gives me this, and they go away.
A little chip of plastic.
But she gave it to him, Marty. Perhaps she keeps a stock of them.
Didn't you sleep well, Julie? You're staring at that coffee cup as though it might reveal the future.
I'm worried, Nikos.
About last night. Try and put it out of your mind. That piece of plastic has gone. He won't come looking for it again. At least, not to you.
That Dickon wanted it badly. I don't know why, but...
And you haven't got it anymore. I don't know why I ever gave it to you in the first place.
Fond memories of a corpse, remember?
Could I ever forget? What is getting at you?
He had that madman calling me his girl.
So?
Well, don't you see? He'll connect
And
us.
what if he does?
He might try to use me to... Oh, I don't know. It's just a feeling. A horrible feeling. I'm alone, Nikos. So alone.
We all are in some way or another.
I need Martin. Suddenly, I need him so much.
Julie, Martin is dead.
I know.
The outfit ran off with it.
I see. Quite a catalogue of disasters.
Look, Matheson...
Quite a catalogue of disasters, when I'd specifically asked you to do nothing.
I suppose doing nothing would have given us the link.
You ignored my orders, Dickon. You went wading in exactly as I feared you might. I'm running a business, not a gangster mob. A business that requires tactics and a modicum of applied intelligence. It takes no intelligence to wield a flick knife.
I nearly had the wretched thing. Matheson, you're talking to me as though I've no investment in that fragment of plastic. That $250,000, that 10-pound weight of stardust is half mine.
There, Dickon, you are under a misapprehension.
What did you say?
You, Dickon, are a pusher, nothing less but nothing more. You rely on me. I do not rely on you. Do I make myself clear? You have a ring of pushers covering the entire southeast, but there are other outlets, other rings. You follow me?
I do, and I don't like it.
The truth is rarely pleasant, especially to people like you.
You?
Roses are beautiful things, Dickon, but they have thorns. When you grasp a rose, you must be careful.
When I took your offer of a partnership...
You grasped a handful of thorns. Are they beginning to prick? Uncomfortable, isn't it?
What are you trying to tell me, Matheson?
Your place in the order of things.
Sammy, the gun, was that part of it?
No. What Sammy did was no joke. No psychological trick. I don't trust you anymore.
I see.
You are incredibly stupid, Dickon. For an intelligent person, so incredibly stupid at times. You acted against my word. You took a flick knife to a girl and left her with 6 stitches. Hadn't it ever occurred to you that they might not have known what they had? That if they'd been approached in a civilized way, they would have handed it over like lambs?
Of course it had. But we might have been too late. They could have got rid of it.
And so you will count a slight chance like that greater than the positive risks of reckless stupidity?
Don't talk to me like that, Matheson.
The girl who came with you, how much does she know?
Nothing.
And Sammy is with her now. He will encourage her to tell all she knows in his own inimitable fashion. Sammy is a good man. He hates violence. I put him several places above you in order of importance and reliability.
Who is he? As far as I'm concerned, he's sprung up from nowhere.
Sammy is a taxi driver. By coincidence, he takes Julie home from the club almost every night. That's why I am so angry with you. Last night, after your phone call, he was under instructions from me to ask of Julie one simple, innocuous question. According to her reply, which he would have conveyed to me, I would have known exactly who had the link. As that reply, it transpires, would have singled out herself, Sammy would have acted tonight. But for you, it would have been painless, simple, and businesslike. Now, the link is in the hands of Ray, and Ray has returned whence he came.
What the hell's that supposed to mean?
A psychiatric hospital. Under section. He can't discharge himself, so don't wait at the gates.
What now?
What happens next, Dickon, if you value your health, is not your concern.
He treated me like a child.
Dickon.
Like a kid. Would you believe it, Susan, would you?
Sammy said that
Sammy, to hell with Sammy. This morning I was a partner in a big business. Tonight I'm supposed to be a tiny cog in some great machine. Well, he can't do it. He damn well can't do it.
Please,
For
Dickon.
Christ's sake. Where's the scotch?
Over there.
Damn the man. You want one?
Please. Sammy said you did something wrong.
If acting while Matheson sits on his backside is wrong, then yes.
Sammy said that
I'll give it a rest, Susan. I don't want to hear. I just don't want to hear. That man preached to me. Stood himself in the pulpit and preached to me. And without me, he'd be nothing. Half my money, use of my network. Without me, he could have half a ton of the stuff. It might as well be sugar.
Stuff? I don't follow, Dickon.
Stardust, Susan. Golden, crystalline, mind-blowing stardust.
Drugs?
Oh, my God. She's got it. At last, Susan has hit the jackpot. Pinned the tail on the donkey, rung the bell.
Stop it, Dickon.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry, Susan. You're out of your depth. Way out of your depth. If I'd never picked you up.
I'm glad that you did.
Glad? What's going on in your mind, for heaven's sake?
I'm just glad. That's all.
Never in a million years.
I care, Dickon.
Look, Susan, I don't want you to care. Can't you get that into your head?
But I do. I can't help it.
What's the betting someone said that just before the charge of the Light Brigade? Oh, it's all so damn stupid. You care. Well, help me then. Did Sammy say what hospital Ray went to?
I think he mentioned...
Just the name. One word even.
Well, it sounded like Millwheel, Millhouse, or something.
Millhouse?
Yes.
Millhouse Psychiatric Hospital?
Might be.
That diary over there.
This one?
Yeah, chuck it over. Thanks. Now, Marty Burt. Yes. Millhouse Hospital.
What are you up to?
Matheson tried to pluck me like one of his precious roses. Well, he's got a nasty shot coming to him.
Dickon, don't. He's too strong for you.
Never say that to me, Susan. Never!
Millhouse Hospital?
I believe you have a Marty Birch on your staff. I want to contact him.
Oh, just a moment, sir.
Dickon, come here.
Why is it?
Outside at the corner of the road. A parked taxi.
So what?
It looks like Sammy at the wheel. I can't...
Close the curtains.
Wait,
Close them.
If you say so.
Matheson's leaving nothing to chance.
He's watching us.
He's buzzing tonight. Come on, come on.
Cooper Ward, student nurse Birch speaking.
Well, now, doesn't that sound quaint, Marty?
Who the hell?
Dickon, Marty. You remember me? You remember Dickon?
Yes. Yes, I remember you.
What do you want from me, Dickens? After all this time? What are you hoping for?
Your help, Marty, that's all.
You take a hell of a lot for granted.
Only your cooperation, Marty, nothing more.
Including secrecy? I mean...
Apart from the birds in the river, we're alone.
And that girl over there?
Susan's with me.
Oh, I see. Changed your tastes in the past few years.
We all change. You change.
So?
Got a nice job now. Training for qualifications and all that jazz. SRN, isn't it?
RMN. Registered mental nurse.
Nut nurse. Nice job. Good prospects. No chance of ploughing the old furrow.
What's this leading up to?
Let's walk. Don't worry about looking back. She'll follow us. You got a flat, yes? First thing is Susan and myself are moving in. Mine is becoming a little uncomfortable. Too close to the oven.
Who's chasing you, Dickon?
People.
I don't want you moving in. Neither you nor your girl. I've broken with you. That's all past, finished with. There's no way you can bring it back. I didn't go through hell for nothing.
Just take it as read, Marty. We're moving in.
No. You stay out of my life.
Don't be objectionable, Marty boy. Else I'll set Ray on you.
Ray? How the hell do you know?
Ways and means. He's in Millhouse Hospital, isn't he?
I'm
sorry. Unethical question. But, Marty, you're going to have to be a little unethical. Just a little. Ray has something I want. A prism.
What's it to you?
Maybe I just collect them, like stamps.
He says his girl gave it to him. He says it makes the insects go away.
My heart bleeds. I want it, Marty.
And if I say no...
What chance would a proven ex-heroin addict have of staying on in a psychiatric hospital? All those drugs and things.
Bastard.
Come on, Marty. Yes or no?
Why won't you leave me alone?
Oh, say yes. It's easier. Susan!
Someday you'll come up against it, Dickon.
No chance. Not if you're the one who's planning on putting me there.
There's no one about, Dickon.
Susan, I'd like you to meet my old friend, Marty.
Hello.
He's not feeling himself. A bit peaky. Come on, Marty. We'll give you a lift back to your flat. Our bags are in the car.
You really were sure of yourself.
Sure of one thing. That people who haul themselves up by their bootstraps are going to make sure they keep off the bottom. Come on, Marty boy. It'll be just like old times.
Dickon told me you and him got on well together.
Did he indeed? Your faith in Dickon is touching in the extreme.
I like him. That's all.
Oh, then God help you.
Julie, is that you? Julie?
Nikos? Did I waken you?
No. Yes, I wasn't sleeping very well.
I couldn't sleep. I got up to make a cup of tea.
Oh, it sounds good. Are the stitches hurting?
Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Itch a bit, that's all. Like a cup?
Yes.
Won't be a minute. You seem worried.
Oh, thinking.
Then we're a miserable pair. Sugar?
No. You think also?
It's what kept me awake.
Dickon? The prism? Ray?
No to all three.
Martin, then. It must be Martin.
Yes. It must be Martin. Here, your tea. And you?
A phone call.
You didn't say.
I have been putting off telling you. You were right in what you said at breakfast this morning, the feeling it wasn't over.
Mm-hmm.
I had a phone call from a man who calls himself Matheson. He wants you to see Ray.
No.
He wants you to see him and get the prism.
I can't. I won't.
Julie.
No.
I told him it was out of the question. He said he could bring pressure.
Pressure?
Nothing more definite, but whatever the pressure is, I doubt if it will be against you. He sounded a businessman.
No. It's a nightmare. First Dickon, now this man Matheson. Why? Why, for God's sake? Why did that fat slug have to die in a club?
Oh, Julie, I don't know if Dickon and Matheson worked together. He avoided answering my question, wouldn't say yes or no.
Does it matter?
Maybe. Matheson has time. 7 days he gave me. In 7 days, you could disappear. I can play it along. You could leave the club.
But I don't want to.
It would be good if you left. Both because of Matheson and for yourself. Martin is a corpse on your back.
That sounds horrible.
Julie, he's pinning you here. A dead weight on your back that's a ready excuse for the present. You need never pull yourself away from what you have become.
You can say that. A pimp say that.
I say it because I have become fond of you, Julie. Julie, stay with me for the rest of the night.
Never mix business with pleasure?
You throw my words in my face. Here, come to bed.
And Matheson?
I will take care of Matheson.
Oh, Nicholas.
Don't cry, Julie.
What the hell are you up to?
Tidying, that's all. And getting us some coffee.
Oh, feel free, feel free.
Well, the place is in a bit of a state.
Is it? Really? Well, thanks for telling me. I'm on night duty at the moment. And, you know, when you come back after a 10-hour shift, you don't feel much like running around with a vacuum cleaner or dusting a picture rail.
Well, you won't mind if I do it then.
Well, I don't have much choice.
1 or 2 sugars.
Oh, for God's sake, will you leave me alone to make my own coffee? You only came barging in here, hand in hand with Dickin, and squatted down like a couple of old friends.
But
I don't want you here, Susan. That's being blunt about it. I wish to hell you'd both get out.
Marty.
I wish to God Dickin had never phoned me, never heard of me, never seen me. OK? Just leave me in peace, will you?
Something up?
Marty's upset because I decided to tidy the place up.
Doesn't sound very grateful of him.
Should I feel grateful?
It's an offer of a helping hand, Marty boy.
And one I can do without. Understand? I don't want this place taken over. I don't want things put where I can't find them. And if that stupid bitch of yours...
What did you say?
Don't hassle me, Dickon!
You don't say things like that about Sue. Got me? Right?
Well, just remember, it's my flat. And the pair of you are here only because I've got no choice.
Dickon, there's some coffee here if you want it.
Hey? Thanks.
If you told me that Marty... If you told me that we weren't wanted
Well,
here...
I didn't. Wouldn't have made any difference anyway. We got to stay.
Well, it would have to me. I wouldn't have...
What?
Why won't you tell me things?
You want to be with me, Susan, huh? You want that, don't you? Well, that's me. That's part of me. You're going to have to put up with it. That's the way I am.
And I'm supposed to sit around waiting to patch you up when you come home.
I'm sorry, but...
Why?
Because the world isn't made up of people as fastidious as Matheson. Look. See that? See that knife on the table? I always carry it. You asked me about it before. Well, it's an insurance. An insurance against people finding out what I know. And a way of finding out what they know. If you know nothing, you don't get touched, see?
I see.
Can you trust me that far? Can you trust me?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Good.
Dickon,
Things will sort themselves out.
I only wanted to say...
Yeah, okay. What's the time?
Time? 6:30, but...
Marty should be moving. He's got a job to do for me.
Dickon?
Marty!
Love you.
Well, let's hope they stay sound asleep. See you in the morning, Marty.
Right, Marty. Good night.
Night.
Get to the world, just like Mulligan said. Should be in his locker. At last. Let's try the cupboard. Nothing, damn it, nothing. Where the hell can he keep that crisp? Just keep sleeping, Ray. Just... Of course. The pillow. Under the pillow. Gently does it. Easy. I can just... like that. That's my little plastic bed. And out with you.
Put it back, Marty.
What?
Put it back.
What are you talking about? I haven't...
Liar!
Ray, you took me.
I want it. You're stealing.
For heaven's sake.
I said you were lying. I said you were.
Oh, all right. Oh, all right. I didn't want to borrow it.
No one borrows it, Marty. No one. Only my girl. Only she can have it. You hear me, Marty?
Oh, sure, Ray. I hear you.
You couldn't get it. You couldn't get a piece of plastic off a madman.
Ray may be mad, Dickon, but that doesn't mean he's a fool. He's schizophrenic. There's a hell of a difference. I can't just go up to him and demand that prism. He nearly strangled me last night.
Don't make me cry, Marty. All I want to know is what you're going to do about it.
I don't know. I'm tired, Dickie. I've been on duty all night and I'm tired.
Did he give you any clue?
I don't know.
Come on. While your eyes were popping out of your head, he must have said something.
It was all bits and pieces. About his girl. But he's always talking about his girl.
What was it?
Oh, that she was the only one he'd trust with it. Something like that.
That's it. Oh, that's it. You caught something after all, Marty boy.
Don't see how that's...
I know that girl. I know her. And I can get her to pick up the prism.
You know Ray's girl?
I know her all right. Susan!
And you think she'll do it for you?
Yeah, with a little persuasion.
What's up?
The Acropolis, Susan. I want you to phone up and find out if they're having a private party tonight.
Private party?
Yeah, Nikos runs parties at £100 a head with girls thrown in.
Okay. Bit expensive for you, isn't it?
Tell him you want a ticket for a Marty Birch.
Do what?
I'd go myself, Marty, but I don't think I get a very warm welcome. You'll find a tart called Julie there. Tell her she has to get that prism off Ray and hold it at the club safe until she hears more.
You think she'll agree?
Yeah. If she doesn't agree, just remind her she'll get cut up so bad that scar at the hairline will be nothing but nothing.
You know you shouldn't be here, Julie.
Nikos, we've been through all that. I'm not going to stay muffled up like a delicate invalid.
So I gather. But you understand my conditions.
Yes, grandfather.
You're not available. You're an attractive woman to be looked at, conversed with, and nothing more.
You know, for a pimp, you're acting very strangely.
And for a call girl, you've never acted anything else but strangely.
Touché.
But you understand.
Yes, I'll be a good girl and prop the bar up with Jacko here.
So, life's got its bright moments after all.
All right, Julie. Just make sure she does as she's told, Jacko.
Oh, he's turning into a right father figure.
Still, staying with him then?
Yes, and you can stop looking at me like that.
Like what? Scotch?
Thanks.
Well, a few new faces in here tonight.
Can't say I've noticed.
Yeah, one coming in now.
Where?
Yeah, over there, just collared Nikos, talking to him.
Oh, yes, I can see. Oh, no. Oh, no, it can't be it.
What's the matter? You look as if you've seen a ghost.
What is it that interests you so much about this Julie, Mr...
Marty Birch, Mr. Christolos. I've just heard about her.
She's not available.
No, you don't understand. I don't want to...
Martin! It is Martin.
This man, Julie,
Julie?
Oh.
Julie, what's wrong?
Nothing, Nikos. It's Martin, that's all. Just Martin. I can't believe it. I still can't believe it.
It's been 2 years, Julie.
Why didn't you look for me?
What? After what I'd done?
It didn't matter.
It did. You know it did.
Not anymore. Oh, I've missed you so much. I thought you were dead. Was it bad?
It wasn't easy. They admitted me to hospital. I'd finally got myself registered and was getting just about enough heroin to tide me over. And then it was hospital. Hallucinations. Whole bloody menagerie of hallucinations. They cut the supply off. I had other stuff. Stuff they gave me to damp it down, but I still saw it. It was... Oh, God, it was...
How long?
Forever. Don't know. Week, 2 weeks, 3 hours. Time didn't mean anything. It was just like in a dream. You think you're never going to wake up.
And then?
And then... slowly came out of it. Sometime later I was back in the land of the living, putting on weight.
Cured?
Like an alcoholic's cured. One sniff, one spike, and I'll be back again. I'll be walking on eggshells for the rest of my life. Always frightened that something, someone... And you?
A call girl, more or less.
I know.
You don't...
No, I don't mind. I've got no right to mind what you are. So long as I don't get charged for tonight.
Oh, Martin. Martin, you fool. When I saw you in the club talking with Nikos, I was afraid to believe. I was afraid.
Darling. Your head hurts.
Oh, it's nothing. Stitches under my hair, see?
Stitches? Yes, I see. I'd forgotten.
Forgotten? But...
Nothing.
Martin, what's wrong?
Nothing's wrong, nothing.
That's not true. You look... Martin, tell me. Tell me.
Does the name Dickin mean anything to you?
Dickin? What is this, for heaven's sake? Dickin was the person who... He gave me this scar. What are
Julie,
you...
I didn't come to the club by accident. Dickin sent me. Julie, where are you going?
To fetch Nikos.
It's 4 a.m.
He'll come. Martin, for 6 months we lived together. We let ourselves be destroyed while we did nothing. Well, not this time. It's not going to happen this time. I'm not going to let it.
You're not telling all, Martin. Not all. This threat of Dickens is not just one of it, losing your job or being marked out. It's more than that, isn't it?
Yes, Nikos.
So am I.
I've been on both sides of the fence. Both a patient and a nurse. I know too much.
What do you mean?
Julie, I can't.
You must.
Please, Julie. On what I've told you, darling, will you do it? Will you see Ray and get that prism?
I'm frightened of him, Martin. Frightened. Can't you understand that?
Ray wouldn't hurt you.
Martin, things are not that simple. Dickon is not the only one who wants Julie to collect this plastic bauble. There's Matheson as well. We're caught on both sides.
But
Look, I know you are frightened. Julie is also scared, terrified of Ray. If you want her to get this prism, you'll have to tell her the nature of your fear.
But what about this Matheson?
Stop it. Why, Nikos? Why are you suddenly so keen for me to go to that hospital? You said you'd protect me from Matheson, for heaven's sake. Why not Dickon? Why not him as well?
Maybe I could, but... Martin, I cannot protect Martin from himself.
Oh, for God's sake, stop talking in riddles.
Tell her.
I can't.
For heaven's sake, what is it?
Oh, God. What he says is right, Julie. It isn't simply that I lose my job if Dickon spreads the word. Well, there's more to it than that.
Go on.
I've nursed drug addicts. It's difficult and soul-destroying because of the addicts themselves. Have you ever asked yourself why out of the hundreds of thousands who play around with drugs, only a small percentage really get hooked?
Hundreds of times, Martin. Hundreds of times since you left me.
It's in them already. It's in what they haven't got. When we were together, Julie, my whole damned existence centered on you. And in the end, when you were making it, I felt useless, pointless. I'd nothing to focus on inside. And heroin took over. Look, don't misunderstand me. It was nothing you did. It was what I lacked. What I'll always lack. I've seen too many mirrors of myself in the past 18 months not to recognize that. If I lose my job, I'll lose what little self-respect I've dredged up, and I'll be back to square one in 3 months' time. Nikos knows it. I know it. And Dickon, when he made his threat, he knew it as well.
But, well, how did Dickon ever find out?
I pushed for him. I needed the stuff. Got it from his network, couldn't pay, and then pushed for him, for a fix.
You were that much involved and couldn't tell me?
I was lost in a world of my own. Only coming out of it long enough to give you a bunch of flowers and write you a note.
Julie, you must see Ray. You must get the prism to Dickon. If you do not, you will lose Martin for good. You will have a real corpse on your back. And that is far more important than a face cut into 100 ribbons. And it's something you cannot run away from.
And Matheson?
Now, I'll see what I can do with Matheson.
Martin? Martin, when can you arrange for me to see Ray?
So you're caught in a vice, Mr. Nikos Christolos. No wonder you wanted to see me so urgently.
Not myself. Julie and Martin. They are the sacrificial lambs, Matheson.
You too. You had planned on playing me for time.
Maybe.
Oh, there's little maybe about it. I can guess at your style, Christolos, and I can promise you that had you tried these tactics, your Acropolis Club would have fallen around your ears.
That is a matter for conjecture. As it is.
As it is, events have overtaken us both. Are you appealing to me to give up that little piece of plastic?
I'm asking you to consider the results of us handing it to you rather than to Dickon.
Very diplomatic. Do you like my rose garden, Mr. Christolos?
It's very attractive.
Yes, this garden is the one thing I really love. But to preserve it, I have to destroy pests. Destroying pests, however, is not simply a matter of spraying wildly with DDT, Mr. Christolos. DDT kills indiscriminately, destroys many beautiful things, beetles, honeybees. Oh, no. I pride myself in using selective washes. It's the end that matters, and the end, for me, is healthy environment where nature continues to live. Yes, your problem. If this Julie succeeds in retrieving the link, then let it go to Dickon. In the end, to be of any use to him, it must come to me. And if there are strings attached, well, I shall take care of the strings. Good day.
Put the billiard cue down, Ray. I've brought your girl to see you.
You what? Julie.
Hello?
Let me look at you, Julie.
She was how you were.
Oh, me? Fine. The insects don't bother me so much. Martin and the other nurses, they're beginning to straighten things out.
Oh.
A man did...
There'll be no mark, Ray.
Oh, good. I think a lot about you, Julie. You make things better. Last time I saw you, when you gave me that piece of plastic...
I didn't...
But you did. Look, here it is. I ran after you with it, and you waved your arms to say I could keep it, remember? And now, when I look through it, the insects disappear. I don't need it so much now. The insects are going away.
I need it back, Ray.
What? You want it?
I want it because...
Marty tried to steal it.
Ray,
You don't have to explain, Marty. Julie wants it back.
Sorry.
Here. You have it. The insects don't come so often.
Thanks.
Julie, may I kiss you?
Ray.
Go on. My girl. You'll come and visit me again sometime?
Yes. Sometime.
Marty, what I said was true. If you knew her name, you would take her from me. Goodbye, Julie.
Ray. Goodbye.
Matheson here.
Dickon here.
Ah, the elusive Dickon. It seems you've been trying to avoid me. Sammy's had his work cut out tracking you down.
Well, you can call him off. I can see him from here, and I'm not in the mood.
You always were an aggressive person. Is there any particular reason why you should have your hackles up now?
Yes, Matheson. I have the link.
I see. Perhaps I underestimated you.
Too right.
When can I expect you to bring it round?
No game.
I beg your pardon.
You heard me. You sat on me once too often, Matheson. I didn't like it, and I still don't. I want 300,000 for the link.
What?
Now, don't go and burst a blood vessel on me. I want my money.
I think, Dickon, that I'll reserve my final agonies for a much more worthy cause than you. You're a fool.
I'm just a lowly pusher, nothing more. 300,000, you get the link and a list of my ring contacts. You're buying out your erstwhile partner.
I find your self-valuation a trifle high.
You'll make a fair profit when the Stardust finally sells.
And if I don't buy?
Plastic melts very easily. You'll carry a hell of a straight loss. Take it or leave it, Matheson.
Where and when?
Neutral ground. The Acropolis Club tonight, with Nikos Christolos presiding.
Now, look, Dickon.
I don't want to hear. So easy, Susan. So damned easy.
What have you done?
Sold out. Lock, stock and barrel. £300,000.
300?
A clinch, a walk-through.
You mean that Matheson has actually accepted?
Yes, that's just what I mean. We've won. We bloody well won.
Oh, God. Dickon, what have you done? What have you done?
Well, Mr. Matheson, any luck?
I don't like telephones, Sammy. There's too much missing. No expressions, no looks. Everything's paired to a basic yes or no. An unsatisfactory form of communication as far as discussion is concerned. Dickon is intransigent. His mind is fixed on winning the highest stakes. It's gone beyond luck, I'm afraid. Ah, fine, fine day. I had hoped that what I hinted to Mr. Christolos would not be necessary. Foolish of me. You've got your feet on the ground, Sammy. What would you suggest?
Is it suggestion or confirmation you're looking for, Gov?
Your opinion. You understand that I've made up my mind, but you're a man who doesn't believe in politics, doesn't believe in vaguely wandering round problems while hoping they'll go away. What would you do?
When we was in Borneo...
Oh, spare me the army reminiscences, Sammy.
I was just going to say that we had a golden rule. If a goot took a pot at you, never hang about, go straight in and take him out, fast and hard, zap.
A golden rule. So simple. A regrettable philosophy, but so simple. What would you recommend?
Oh, I don't recommend nothing. Ain't for me to say.
When I started this, it was a business, nothing more. I like money. I have a distaste for endless hours of work. There are people who depend on me, Sammy. Did you know that? Depend. Dickon was admirable as a partner, admirable. I've no real regrets in having used him. If he'd listened to me, done what he was asked. That buxom little girl of his, Susan?
Head over heels. Nice kid. She never knew nothing. Probably still got her head in the clouds, a bit stupid.
Naive. There's a difference.
She don't really figure.
No. No, not really. There'd be no point. Ironic creatures, bees, self-doomed. In destroying another, they invariably destroy themselves. So, what do you think, Sammy?
If some goat takes a pot at you?
Yes. Yes.
Martin, don't look so worried. After tonight, it'll be all over.
Will it?
You know it will.
Maybe. Doesn't seem possible.
What is it? You can tell me.
A few weeks ago, I thought it was finished.
But now it is. Almost.
Then Dickon rang up.
Oh, we don't have to go to the club tonight. I mean, the exchange doesn't need us there.
I'd like to be there. See it through to the end. But, well, this time round the end seems too easy.
Oh, for goodness sake, stop depressing yourself. It's time to go. Come on.
Nobody's been hurt. It isn't right.
God, how can you say that? Nobody hurt. You, me, and Ray.
Not badly enough. Not... I know the setup. I know it too damn well. When the knives come out, they come out so fast and so sudden that no one sees them.
What are you trying to say?
Nothing. Nothing, really. Feeling lonely, I suppose. The past rattling round in my head, making itself felt.
The past is for forgetting.
I'll always carry it around. A bit of it. You know that.
Yes. But, Martin, I'm with you now.
You were with me 2 years ago. didn't stop it then.
2 years ago, you hadn't met Ray. 2 years ago, you might have been afraid of Ray like I was. It's the unknown, the things you don't understand that frighten, that really frighten. You know why now. You told Nikos, you told me why it happened, why you went over the top. Those people you nursed in the hospital.
Reflections of myself?
Yes.
Just don't let me forget, Julie. Just don't let me forget those reflections. I need them just as much as I need you. I really, really need them.
Dickon, half my clothes. We're leaving most of our things behind.
That's right. Travelling light, the only way.
But...
It's all tied up.
I know, but what...
Passport, and that's it. Ready?
Oh, I think so.
I want to be early at that club. I want to see Matheson's face as he walks through the door.
Oh, Dickon.
Hey, what's up?
I'm still scared.
There's no need.
Hmm?
No need. You know, I don't know how you've done it.
Done what?
Talk me into loving you. Come on, move your backside.
Another drink, Mr. Dickon, while we wait.
Don't mind if I do.
I'll tell you straight, I do not like you being here. I only want this thing to be finished.
I hope there isn't any arsenic in this scotch. Oh, Marty, I never thanked you. Not saying anything then.
Why should he?
Oh, old time's sake.
Pig.
Never mind him, Julie.
Susan, you know the trouble with business deals? They always cause a bit of friction, no matter how you arrange them.
You call this business?
It's as straight as yours, Mr. Christolos.
Ah, Susan has you there.
Stupid bitch.
What was that?
You heard.
Yes. And it's a damn sight better than being a whore.
Enough! That is enough. There will be no more talking.
Mr. Matheson. So, the great businessman, the great rose grower.
You're drunk, Dickon.
I'm celebrating. Let's have the money.
Impatient as ever. In the case. Check it.
I'll do just that while Nikos gets the link.
It's in the safe.
Susan, check this with me.
You have the list of contacts.
Here, in the back of this diary.
Your precious piece of plastic.
Now, hold on. Yeah, it seems straight.
If I promise money, the amount is always correct. The link, if you please, Mr. Christolos.
You're welcome to it.
Here we are. Nice and tight. Wouldn't want to line the gutter with it. The stardust is all yours, Matheson. Come on, Susan. We've finished here. Good night, my kind friends. Sleep well.
Mr. Christolos, might I impose on you for a drink? I have to wait for a few moments.
You may, Matheson, but I want you to understand that you stink, only slightly less than Dickon.
What next, Dickon?
The airport. We'll buy tickets at the desk.
But the money...
Ireland first, then the continent. We've done it, Susan. We've done it.
It was too easy.
Luck of the devil, that's me.
Matheson?
Forget it, Susan. Forget Matheson. Just look for a taxi.
There's one.
Come on. Your fare's waiting.
Dickon, that taxi.
Damn, he has a seat.
The driver...
Hey, what the hell?
Get back! Dickon! Oh, God. Dickon.
He's dead, miss.
You've killed him. You've killed my Dickon.
Why, he stepped out, miss. There weren't nothing I could do.
Stepped out. You mounted the pavement. You meant to.
Well, ain't nobody to vouch for that, miss. The street's empty. See for yourself.
You killed my Dickon, Sammy.
I'll take this case, miss. He won't be needing it now, will he?
Dickon. Dickon.
I heard something. Martin, a scream.
You think so?
Julie was right. What the hell's going on?
You've almost finished your drink.
Thank you, but I won't be requiring another, Mr. Christolos.
Sammy.
Evening, miss. The case, Mr. Matheson. I'm afraid the girl's in a bit of a state. Shock like.
Would you be so kind, Mr. Christolos?
Go down and look after her, Jacko.
Yes, sir.
Oh, God, I feel sick.
Martin, Julie, I think you should go.
Will I see you again?
Perhaps. But not to work.
No.
Come on, Julie. Let's go.
Julie.
Yes?
I'm sorry.
But we all are, Nikos. All of us.
Excuse me, Mr. Christolos.
Yes?
If I could use your phone, I have to report an accident to the police.
Splinterlight was written by D. Gregory Lyons. Matheson was played by Gerald Cross and Dickon by Peter Marinka. Nigel Graham played Nikos and Sandra Clark, Julie. Marty was played by John Bull and Ray by Peter Craze. Eric Allen played Jacko and Mulligan. Susan was played by Elizabeth Revel and Sammy by Michael Ripper. The play was produced and directed in our Birmingham studios by Michael Rolfe.
The Johnson Wax Program, presenting Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with I Got Rhythm. Once upon a time, there were two housewives. The first housewife said to the second housewife,
"My kitchen linoleum always looks dirty and dull. I wish I knew how you keep your floors so nice and bright."
And the second housewife answered,
"I just go over my floors occasionally with Johnson's Glow Coat. It keeps them shining like new all the time, and I don't have to do any rubbing or buffing."
And that's why more than 1 million housewives are so enthusiastic about Johnson's Glow Coat. This remarkable no-rubbing liquid polish is so easy to use. It dries in 20 minutes and gives a beautiful polish to your floors and linoleum, and actually saves you hours of work. For dirt and dust can't cling to the shining Glow Coat surface. Order Johnson's Glow Coat tomorrow, and you'll live happier ever after. Well, the McGees have gone western on us tonight. They've decided to take a week's vacation at a dude ranch. And here, in their room at the G-Bar C Ranch, just after checking in, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
70 days, McGee. Did you hear what the manager said? We have to dress for dinner.
Well, what does he think we're going to do? Come down in our...
McGee. They mean you have to wear a tuxedo.
Well, shucks, I didn't bring any boiled shirts. I suppose they'll make us eat in the help. Say, look out the window here, Molly.
Oh, wait till I get this cold cream on. The air's awful dry out here, and I want to protect my face.
Oh, come on. Take a look. It's real pretty.
In a minute now.
Hey, what do you think we got a room with a view for if you don't use it? We got a room facing the patio, and you spend the time patting the fascio. Don't you get it, Molly?
It ain't funny, McGee.
Okay. Look at that view out the window there. Ah, you know, Molly, I feel like I belonged out here in this country.
You should. It's just a lot of sand and hot air.
My great-grandfather come out here in a prairie schooner, and my great-grandmother went around the Horn.
My great-grandfather was never out of sight of a schooner either. He had one around his horn all of the time. Come in.
Howdy, partner.
Hi, Bud.
Howdy, ma'am. Is there anything I can do for you? I'm the head wrangler.
No, thanks, Bud. We do our own wrangling.
He means he's the chief cowboy, McGee. Say, do you think we could take a ride today?
A ride, ma'am? Why, sure thing. We got a nice sorrel sedan and a couple of bay roadsters.
What? No horses?
Horses, partner? Sure. Well, now, let me think. Yeah, I reckon I could round up a couple for you. Meantime, partner, anything I can do, I just call on.
Now, Molly, the old West ain't what she used to be. I suppose their idea of roughing it out here now is to play bridge with their gloves on.
This is out where the whist begins.
I can hardly wait, Molly, till I straddle me a pony and coyoodle out over the desert.
They'll probably give you a rocking horse and a sun lamp. This begins to look more like Dude than Ranch.
Maybe that E is just a typographical error. Should have been a dud ranch.
Yeah, their advertising said the G-Bar C had all the authentic atmosphere of the Old West.
There's the telephone. Get it, Molly, will you? I'm watching a cowpuncher out there with a rope.
Really? What's he roping, a wild Mustang?
Nope, he's putting up a clothesline.
Hello? Yes, I'm ready, operator. I wonder who this is, McGee. It's a long distance from Detroit.
I'll say it is.
Hello? Oh, radio station WWJ. How do you do, I'm sure? Yes? Well, now I don't know. I'd love to myself. I'll talk it over with my husband and call you back. Thank you. McGee. WWJ Detroit, Michigan wants us to come over there and broadcast next Monday. How about it?
Well, I don't... Now what then? Come in.
Hello, partner. Me, Chief Cookie.
Well, listen, Cookie. Go crawl under a raisin.
Sure. Hope you stay very long time. Enjoy yourself. G-Bar C very swell good lunchy.
Yeah. It's got all the authentic atmosphere of the old Waldorf, John.
Me send up here find out what kind of cookie you like 'em. You like French food, Italian food, Hungarian food, or plain grub?
Hey, we come out here for some rough stuff, John. Forget them fancy menus and give us what the cowboys eat.
Okay. Blats of guinea hen, caviar, champagne, and brisket tortoni. High-class grub. Cowboys very fussy. Bye now.
I tell you, Molly, the old West ain't what she used to be. Well, I can remember the time...
McGee, look behind you.
Huh?
An Indian.
Oh.
Get out of here, you savage.
Scram, Injun. This is a private room.
Look at them feathers in his hair, McGee.
You a real Injun, Bud?
Yes, my little teepee chipper. I'm an authentic redskin. I'm a Potawatomi man. Ah, yes, we've fallen on evil days, us Indians, my friend.
Well, if you don't like this country, why don't you go back where you come from?
We are forced to make our living providing atmosphere for dude ranchers. Yes. I can remember when there was a chicken in every Potawatomi.
You don't look so skinny.
Yes, what a pot of me. Yes, if I might make a suggestion, my little wig warmer, there's to be an exciting game of ping pong tonight between the Potawatomies and the Cherokees in the Louis XIV room. You better come. It will have all the authentic atmosphere of the old West.
Hey, Molly.
What?
Did Billy the Kid wear spats?
I don't know, but I'll bet these dude ranches would make a desert rat feel like Mickey Mouse.
If I stay out here in this wild country much longer, I'll go home with a waxed mustache and carrying a cane.
All right, stick 'em up. This is a holdup.
Well, thank goodness.
Swell. We'll give you $5 to shoot up the joint, partner.
Quiet there, partner.
That voice is familiar.
I recognize that handkerchief he's got over his face, too. I loaned that handkerchief to Ted Weems last week.
Okay, you got me, partner.
Oh, it is Ted. Well, how'd you get out here, Ted?
I brought the boys in on the last Stooge coach.
And you were going to hold us up?
Yes, but just for a few minutes while Perry Como sings The Way You Look Tonight.
When the world is cold, when the world is cold, I will feel a glow just thinking of you and the way you look tonight. Oh, but you lovely, with your smile so warm and your cheeks so soft, there is nothing for me but to love you, just the way you look tonight. With each word your tenderness grows, tearing my fears apart. And that laugh that wrinkles your nose touches my foolish heart. Lovely, never change. Keep that breathless charm. Won't you please arrange it, 'cause I love you just the way you look tonight.
Ranchers are really going to rough it now. Here are Fibber and Molly out by the corral talking to some of the cowboys.
Do any of you cowboys know anything exciting to do around here?
Sure. We could scamper over at the Lazy W Ranch if you like.
Aye.
They make a marvelous chocolate malted milk over there.
Say, ain't there anything western out here? Haven't you got any mountain lions or buffaloes or
rustling?
Wrestling?
No, rustling. Didn't you ever read about cattle rustlers?
Well, I did read something by Zay Gray about cattle rustling once. Isn't that the sort of thing where they steal a herd of cows or something?
Sure, they round them up and change the brand.
Well, you'd never change your brand if you ever tried Johnson's Glow Coat on your floors and linoleum.
Oh, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Harpo, you old horse thief. What you doing out here on the G Bar C Ranch?
Oh, I have a half interest in the place.
Do tell.
The G Bar C stands for Glow Coat.
Harpo.
Yes?
Didn't I see you in the cocktail room saddling up a pony of brandy?
Yes, I have to take it for my bucking bronchitis.
All right there, cowboy. Saddle up a couple of ponies first, will you?
Sure, partner. You want a saddle with a horn on it?
Is the traffic that bad out here?
No, ma'am. I mean a saddle horn. A high pommel, as we Westerners say.
Well, come on, Bud. Snap into it with them cayuses.
Those what?
Cayuses. That's Western for horses.
Is it really? Don't you find the nomenclature of the plains very interesting?
Huh?
Oh, the authentic atmosphere of the Old West.
Where do you folks want to go riding?
Well, I'd kind of like to mosey over into them there foothills over there, partner.
All right, partner. Hey, Curly.
Yeah?
Take that imitation steer's head to the ridge over yonder. Be sure to put it where they can see it.
I'm sorry, but we planted that skull for another party. Will that stuffed prairie dog do?
You might mind, folks, huh? After all, it's just atmosphere.
Oh, that's okay. Just sprinkle a few arrowheads around, partner. We're not hard to please.
Well, that's mighty decent of you. Never mind, Curly.
Okay.
That's an interesting fella, Curly.
Is he, partner?
Yeah, he used to be a cowboy with MGM. But now he's a Texas Ranger with wings.
Oh,
Yeah, I used to be a pie-throwing comedian with Max Sena.
yeah. His best picture was Custer's Last Stand. Emily Days, an extension phone in every stable.
I told you the West wasn't what she used to be, Molly. I'll get it while she hitches up the nest. Hello? Yes, Fibber McGee speaking. Who? Detroit? Oh, but we ain't had a chance to talk about it yet. Okay, I'll call you back. Detroit again, Molly. Wanting to know if we could broadcast over there next month.
Hello there, dearie.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Hi, partner.
You a Cowboys kid, sis?
No, partner. My daddy's an artist, I betcha.
Oh, he's an artist. Cute, ain't she, Mom? Where'd you get the fancy cowboy pants, sis? I says, where'd you get the cute little cowboy pants?
Oh, these are just a couple of chaps I go around with, I betcha.
You hang around here a lot, sis?
Do you?
Do we what? I says, do we what?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you what, I betcha?
I says, do you hang around here? And you says, do we? And I says, do we what? And you says, huh? And you, and I, and then, oh, well. You say your old man, or your father's an artist, huh? What kind of an artist?
A dandy one, I betcha.
No, I mean, does he etch?
Where?
I says etch. Does he make etchings? Or does he just paint pictures?
He's a lightning sketch artist, partner.
Oh, a lightning sketch artist, huh?
Yes. And of all the hombres around here, he's the quickest on the draw. Well, so long, partner. I'll be seeing you, betcha.
Quickest on the draw. Imagine that. Hey there, cowboys. Ain't you saddled up them nags yet? We want to go for a ride.
Well, I'm sorry, partner, but we can't use them horses no more today. Mr. Wilcox had them out playing polo this morning, and they're plumb tuckered out.
Well, go on. Harpo's been riding me for years, and I'm not tired. He just spurs me on.
Say, have you boys worked long at the G-Bar C?
No, we just come over from the old N-Bar C, Red Network.
We're the ranch boys, man.
Oh, yes, I've heard you on the radio. Won't you sing something for us?
We sure will, ma'am.
Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little donkeys, it's your misfortune and none of my own. Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little donkeys, you know that Wyoming will be your new home.
One morning as I was walking for pleasure, I spied a cowpuncher come riding along. His hat was shoved back and his spurs was jingling, and as he approached he was singing this song.
Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little doggies, it's your misfortune and none of my own. Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little doggies, you know that Wyoming will be your new home.
Now your mother was raised away down in Texas, where the Jimson weed and the sandburrs grow. We'll fill you up on prickly pear and cholla, before we send you to Idaho.
Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little doggies, it's your misfortune and none of my own. Whoopie-tie-yi-yo, get along, little doggies, you know that Wyoming will be your new home.
Here are two things to remember when you go to the store to buy a no-rubbing floor polish. First, be sure you get a polish that will give a smooth, even surface and not be gummy or sticky. Second, you want a polish that will give long wear. You can be sure that you're getting the finest no-rubbing polish that can possibly be made when you order Johnson's Glow Coat. It is made by the makers of Johnson's Wax. After years of laboratory work, this fine company perfected an easy-to-use floor polish that requires no rubbing or buffing. A polish that dries in 20 minutes and gives brighter luster, longer wear. Remember that name, Glow Coat. Look for the attractive yellow can with the lettering GLO-COAT. Johnson's Glow Coat. Now, back at the G. Bar C. Butte Ranch, where Fibber and Molly, unable to find horses, are looking over the old-time dance hall. The roulette tables have gone, of course, but they still put on a pretty wicked game of Keno. and at the bar, you can get anything from root beer to a banana split. Well, here, Fibber and Molly, looking over the place.
I tell you, Molly, the old West ain't what she used to be.
McGee, look at the Indian squaw over there. Now, there's the real thing.
Hey, she does look real at that, don't she? Let's go talk to her. I used to know the Indian language pretty well, being kidnapped by Indians when a baby like I was.
Oh, now, McGee, please don't try
Watch this, Molly. I'm going to ask her in Indian language what tribe she belongs to.
Well, from the looks of her, I'd say the Blackfeet.
Hey there, Minnehaha. Utway I'd you umpray. Wrong dialect, I guess. Boogly Mugwa Plu Glug. How?
And how, Sonny?
Hey, Grandma, we thought you was an Indian.
I am, Skippy. I married a shortstop, one of the Cleveland Indians. We come out here in 49. I was here in the gold rush, son.
That's so.
The girl of the Golden West, they called me.
Girl of the Golden West.
My husband wanted me to pan gold, but I wouldn't do it.
Why not?
I like gold. Then I become a dance hall girl.
Them were the boom days, eh, Grandma?
Sonny, them were the Tarara boom days. Well, I better get back to the mine.
The mine, eh? What you mining, Grandma?
I'm minding my own business, Shorty. Adios, amigos. Bartender, pour me a slug of Coca-Cola and put it on the top.
Hey, look, Molly. There's Wild Bill Wilcox out there with a gun. What'd you get, Harpo? A jackrabbit?
No, a coyote.
Heavenly days, a coyote.
Yes, a little Johnson's Glow coyote for your floors and linoleum.
That guy could blow his brains out with a blank cartridge.
Call for Fibber McGee. Call for Fibber McGee.
Hey, that's me, Sonny.
Excuse me, please. Are you Mr. McGee?
Yeah, sure.
Long-distance telephone call for you, sir. You can take it in this booth right over here.
Oh, thanks, bud. Excuse me a minute, Molly.
Sure. The Old West. Getting paid by a bellhop for a long-distance call. Oh, hello, boy.
Howdy, ma'am. Says your husband having a good time?
No, he's real disappointed. He thinks the West has gone sissy.
He does he? Well, listen, ma'am. We'd like to show him something if y'all don't mind.
Well, what is it?
Oh, kind of a practical joke, ma'am, you might say. Kind of demonstrate this hombre we ain't as soft as he thinks we are. We're going to start shooting at his feet.
Oh, dear, please. Now, boys, you'll shoot his toes off.
No, ma'am, we'll just shoot between his toes. Now, don't get alarmed, ma'am. He won't be hurt none.
Look out, here he comes.
Oh, hello, McGee. Who was the call from?
Detroit again, Molly, insisting that we come there next Monday.
Well, what did you tell him?
Oh, I didn't quite know what to do. I told him, though, that I didn't think we could make it. Oh, hi, boy.
Howdy, partner. How you doing?
Oh, not so good, partners. I think this place is too phony. Why, shucks, when I was out here in 1878, it was tough out here. I was town marshal of Rattlesnake Ridge in them days. Coyote Killer McGee, they called me in them days. Coyote Killer McGee, the cleverest cartridge clipping cayuse climbing caballero of Calaveras County.
Yeah.
I'll say so.
Never mind, McGee. Let's be going over.
Wait a minute, Molly. The boys probably want to hear about how I caught Dirty Shirt Desmond, the Denver Desperado. Don't you, boys? Sure you do. Well, sir, I was marshal then, and one day who should come racketing into town but Dirty Shirt Desmond. I heard he was after my scalp, so what does I do but I walks right down to the Golden Nugget Saloon where he was. I bust through the swinging doors and walks right up to him where he stood again in the bar. I hear you're looking for me, Dirty Shirt, I says, real cool, looking him straight in the eye.
Which eye?
His left eye.
Why?
His right eye was glass.
How'd you know?
He let it slip out during the conversation. I hear you're looking for me, Dirty Shirt, I says, looking him straight in the eye.
Which eye?
The left eye. We did that. I hear you're looking for me, Dirty Shirt, I says. Who, says he? You, says I, quick to flash. Oh, yeah, says he, and he goes for his gun.
Where'd he leave it?
I mean, he started some gunplay. Well, sir, I was so fast with a shooting iron in them days, I just stood there and laughed. And just as he was about to shoot, quick as lightning, I draws and fires. Bang, bang. Snipping off both his elbows.
Snip, snip.
So I knocks his ears back with my bare hands and marches him off to the hoosgow. Meeks the lamb.
Without no elbows.
That day was celebrated for years after as the day when Marshal McGee shot up 2 joints at once. Did you get it, boy? 2 elbows, 2 joints. Hey, what's the matter with you boys?
Partner, we caught up with you at last. Dirty Shirt Desmond was our pal.
Yeah.
You got any last words, stranger?
Oh, come on now, boys. I was just joking.
Well, shooting ain't no joke, partner.
Well, besides, maybe I got the name wrong. Maybe it wasn't even in 1878. Maybe it was in Peoria.
Oh, no, you don't, partner. We've been a-looking for years for the maverick that got old Dirty Shirt.
Yeah.
Let him have it, boys! Dance, stranger! Dance for old Dirty Shirt! Step it up there!
Oh, who shot the lights out? McGee, where are you? Come back, McGee. The boys were only
He's
fools.
gone, ma'am. Put up your shooting irons, boys.
Now you see what you did?
Oh, powerful sorry, ma'am.
Yeah,
Didn't realize you take it to heart so. Awful regretful, ma'am.
Well, I hope he's all right. 70 days I never saw McGee move so fast and all the... Oh, dear, now, where's that telephone? I can't see a thing in the dark. Oh, here it is. Hello? Yes, this is Molly McGee. Who's calling?
This is me, Zipper. Remember? Are you all right, Molly?
Yes, I'm all right. Where are you, McGee?
I'm in Detroit.
In Detroit?
Meet me here at WWJ next Monday.
Okay. Say, McGee.
Huh?
Was that you that shot out the light?
No, that was me that shot out the door.
Important announcement to make, so please listen carefully. The makers of Johnson's Wax have recently brought out a new creamy white furniture polish, the kind you've always wanted. It's so easy to use, yet it gives an exquisite wax luster. In order to introduce you to this new Johnson furniture polish, they are offering you a big 40-cent polishing cloth free with every purchase of the new creamy furniture polish.
It's a wonderful polishing cloth, soft as chamois. A real 40-cent value, and it's given to you free.
Women by the thousands will be asking their dealers for this free polishing cloth, given with every purchase of a pint bottle of Johnson's furniture polish.
This new creamy furniture polish contains no oil to collect dust. It's the best furniture polish I ever used. It cleans and polishes at the same time, and you can use it over wax or any other polish.
Go to your dealer without delay. Order a pint bottle of Johnson's new creamy furniture polish and receive free a big double-sized chamois-like polishing cloth.
know, Molly, when I was out west years ago, I was known as one of the smartest, cleverest...
Hold it, McGee.
Huh?
That isn't what I heard.
What'd you heard?
I heard when you were out west, you were so dumb you thought sourdough was counterfeit money.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Can you supply a last line for an unfinished limerick about Fibber McGee and Molly? Why, of course you can. So get busy and win one of the 26 cash prizes offered each week in the Fibber McGee Limerick Contest conducted by Radio Mirror Magazine. Winner of the first prize this week is Mrs. Arthur Polson, 4554 Greenwood Avenue, Chicago. Now, you'll find the limerick and complete rules of the contest in the November issue of Radio Mirror Magazine, now on sale. Harlow Wilcox saying good night and inviting you to join us next Monday at this same time.
Among the musical selections heard in this program was The Way You Look Tonight from Jerome Kern's Swing Time. This is the National Broadcasting Company. WMAQ, Chicago.
Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin in The Marriage. With the conviction that marriage remains the most popular domestic arrangement between friendly people, NBC takes pleasure in presenting one of the most distinguished couples of the American theater, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin as Liz and Ben Marriott, bringing you the love and laughter of the marriage.
There's a play that you see in summer stock every so often about a kindly old lady who takes a stranger into our house and then just can't get rid of him. He runs her life, holds her prisoner, terrorizes her, and nobody can help her. I think I know now how that lady feels. It started one night for me when my mother dropped in to see us. If I'd known what was coming, I'd have turned out the lights and hidden in the closet. But, of course, I didn't. I gave her tea instead.
You know, Liz, you don't have anything from our old house in Vermont, do you?
No, I guess I don't. More tea, Mother?
Oh, no, thank you. I was telling your Uncle Arnold about it a few weeks ago.
Uncle Arnold? Say, we haven't worried about him in weeks. How is the old boy, anyway?
Very well, considering. He's 2 years younger than I am, you know.
Well, I know now.
He has the comforters, you know. The goose feathers.
Mother, I really don't need anything to help me remember the old house.
Of course, the furniture all went at auction, but I do have a few little things left down at the antique shop.
Really, Mother? You don't have to bother.
No, but it's such a comfort to have something around with memories. Do you remember that lovely little china shepherdess that belonged to Grandmother Walker?
Oh, yes, that was lovely.
I have it on my desk at the shop. It's so delicate. Always reminds me of Grandmother Walker. Besides, it weighs just an ounce, so it's very useful for judging overweight envelopes.
Now, there's a sentimental thought.
Yes, isn't it? I'll send you over something tomorrow, Liz.
Oh, but what?
Oh, I don't know. Don't worry, Ben. Just a little something.
The next day, Ben was home with a cold. By 2 o'clock, we ran out of fruit juice and aspirin, so I went out shopping. When I got back, I found Ben in his robe and slippers in the hall.
I'm glad you're here, dear. A little something arrived for you.
Not that. Ben, what's in that crate?
I'm not sure, but it took 2 truck drivers to bring it in here.
Well, it isn't from Mother.
From the size, it could be Mother.
Oh, maybe it's bone china cups and saucers.
In a 6-foot crate?
Well, Mother always was a careful packer.
Nobody is that careful. Maybe it's Uncle Arnold wrapped as a gift.
I suppose we'd better open it.
I don't know. I feel a little as though I were breaking and entering.
Oh, Ben, look at it. What do you suppose it is?
Well,
Let's get the hammer and screwdriver and find out. One more, Dale.
Can you get the cover off now?
I think so. Who is it?
Ben, oh, Ben, look. It's Grandfather's clock. It used to stand in the corner of the dining room. Oh, Ben, this is wonderful. Mother's a darling. Don't scratch it.
Ooh, it scratched me.
Oh, Ben, isn't it beautiful?
Yes, goes so well with the room, too. There's nothing like gold-painted mahogany and hand-painted cupids to set off modern furniture.
But it's wonderful. Here's the key. I didn't even know Mother had it in the shop.
She probably had it disguised as a telephone booth. No kidding, Liz. Are we really going to keep that thing?
I've always loved this clock. It has the most wonderful chime.
I'll bet. On a clear day, I imagine it can be heard over in Jersey.
Mother was right. Just looking at that clock, I can remember my childhood so much more clearly. Now, listen.
Isn't it a little loud?
All grandfather clocks tick like that. Don't you just love it?
Oh, yeah. Sure. Gives the room a nice, warm Edgar Allan Poe feeling.
Wait, Ben. Listen.
At exactly 7.5 minutes past 3.
It isn't set yet.
Well, where are you going to put it?
How about in the hall, just outside Emily's room?
Oh, that's fine. We don't really need a bathroom anyway.
It would block the door, wouldn't it?
Well, Pete could squeeze by. We could have him carry buckets of water into the living room.
How about the kitchen?
Liz, darling, it's so crowded in there now that every time you open the refrigerator door, you back into the oven. Seriously, don't you think that we might call up Abby and thank her nicely and just return it?
Oh, no, I love it.
Maybe we could trade it to Uncle Arnold for the goose feathers.
I know. In front of the television set.
Oh, Pete would kick a hole in it around Roy Rogers' time.
Well, in the meantime, we'll put it next to the couch.
Here we go. 1 o'clock. Right on the nose at 3:14 in the quarter.
The clock did have a tendency to split time into awkward segments, although I finally got it adjusted to a more or less regular quarter-hour schedule. Ben was right. It did have a rather loud tick. Our little electric clock in the bedroom just sat there smugly without a sound. The kitchen clock didn't have much to say for itself either. But Grandfather's clock. There was a clock that let you know exactly what was on its mind every minute of the day and night. It was rather comforting having the clock there during the day. The tick-tock followed me round from room to room, and it was always interesting to see what hour the clock would chime. I used to stop carpet sweeping and just stare at the clock and remember the years of life that old face had seen. The hours and days and years of my childhood it had ticked away. Seemed like a sharp-eyed old biographer that had recorded the life of the family. Somewhere inside that case was my childhood, and my father's too, and now my children's. The gleaming brass weights and chains had been going up and down, measuring the sorrows, the love, the excitement. It was still measuring excitement.
Mother! Oh. Mom, where are you?
Living room, dear.
Mama, what are you doing?
Counting. 12, 13,
Mom,
14.
Mother, I'm Portia. I'm going to play Portia.
You are?
Not the one who faces life. The Shakespeare Portia.
I didn't know there was any other one.
It's for the spring play. All the girls tried out today. Oh, Mommy, I sang all the way home. I just wanted to tell everybody.
I think that's very exciting.
It's exciting. It's excruciating.
Come here, sit down. Tell me all about it.
Well, first all the girls read the speech.
The quality of mercy is not strained.
How did you know?
Oh, I guess.
You should have heard some of them. Poor Ellie Meyer. She squeaked.
I take it you didn't squeak.
Oh, no. I was very pear-shaped.
You'll grow out of it, dear.
Oh, stop it, Mother. This is very important.
I'm sorry, dear.
The final cast is going to be posted on Friday.
Oh, I thought you said you were it.
Oh, sure. Miss French said I was very good, but they go by the rules. It's narrowed down to 3 girls.
Well, then you don't know that you're Portia.
Oh, sure I do. Helen Torello's a freshman. They won't pick her. Margie played the lead in the Christmas play, so I'm the only one left. Oh, Mommy.
I'm sure you'll be a lovely Portia.
Mom, did you ever want to be an actress?
Oh, Daly.
I'm serious. Do you have to be awfully beautiful to be an actress?
I'm told it helps.
Well, wouldn't there be a chance for an ordinary-looking girl?
You mean a pear-shaped girl?
No kidding, really. I'm considering it vocationally.
Oh, well, it certainly is a vocation.
Do you think I should transfer?
From what to what?
To the High School of Performing Arts. You know, the special school for actresses and dancers and everything.
How about waiting till after the Merchant of Venice?
Mom, this is a turning point in my life. You know, you're just going along, and suddenly you're caught up, and you go round and round and round.
Sort of like a revolving door?
Well, there's no reason why I couldn't be an actress, is there? Seriously? Honestly? Huh?
No reason at all.
This is such an important day, really. Mom, I feel so pivotal.
Like Washington at Valley Forge? Or Caesar crossing the Rubicon?
Oh, much more important than that. Like Lana Turner being discovered on a drugstore stool.
Emily floated away about 3 inches above the floor. And pretty soon I could hear the quality of mercy being strained through the bathroom door. I sat there and listened to the tick-tock, wondering whether the clock would strike 14 next. Emily was vibrating with excitement. Ben noticed it when he came home.
What happened to Emily? She went past me without seeing me.
She's on her way to the courtroom.
To where?
In Venice. She's Portia.
Portia?
Not the one who faces life, the Shakespeare one.
Did she say that?
It's the school play. Evidently, Emily has a stranglehold on the part.
Well, that's great. I once played Shylock in high school. I was a very tragic character.
I imagine you were. Quite pitiful.
Now, cut it out.
She's transferring to the High School of Performing Arts. After that, it's discovery on a drugstore stool, Hollywood, and the world is hers.
Big thing, eh?
But very professional. She just burst in on me. I was just sitting here listening to the clock. Ben, do you remember when you could get terribly enthusiastic over anything? When things became excruciating?
Well, they were pretty painful down at the office today.
Oh, you know what I mean. We miss a great deal somehow because we adjust to reality. Things are grayer. You're not listening to me.
Sure I am. Things are grayer.
It's sort of a question of intensity. The things that happen are much more important than they used to be, but you don't feel them as intensely. It's as if there was a gauze veil between you and what was happening. You're afraid to just feel. Do you understand what I mean?
Of course I do, dear. Say, what are we having for supper?
Emily left the school the next morning looking very stark, her hair pulled back in a ponytail and no lipstick. I knew she was being very professionally theatrical, saving her glamour for the audience. I was left alone with Grandfather's clock. Somehow now it was a colder tick, a more ominous tock. It followed me around the house as I worked. I began to think that with every tick-tock a second went by. Time became very thick in the house and very fast. Finally, I just sat staring at the clock. It seemed to be snapping at me now, gulping seconds, shredding the minutes and devouring them. And then it struck. It was a very mournful chime. It tolled. Steadily, inexorably, it marched along while the tick-tock swallowed the seconds. I could feel my heart pounding along with the ticking. Faster, faster. You're getting older. Older. You're getting older. I blew my nose and sniffed the Benzodrine inhaler and pretended I had a cold. That night, after the children were in bed, I sat with Ben and the clock.
Pretty close. 22 after.
Ben.
You know, I could keep my golf clubs in that case.
Ben, don't think about the clock.
I won't.
Let's go out.
When?
Tonight.
Why?
Oh, just to go out. It's a lovely night.
But it's cold out.
But it's lovely. It's much easier to feel things on a cold night. We haven't been out alone just walking for months.
No, we haven't. Say, where's last Sunday's Times magazine section? Ah.
Do you remember how we used to walk along the Hudson River at night? Ben, let's do that.
Liz, for one thing, that was in the summer, and for another, we lived on the west side then. Now we'd have to take a cross-town bus. What's an Aztec sundial in 12 letters?
Ben, we don't seem to look at each other anymore. Not really. Ben, do you really see me?
Oh, is that a new dress or something?
No, it's old. Very old.
Very pretty. C-Z-Y-G. Zygote.
Ben, darling, it's so late. It's so late.
Late? Don't let the clock throw you, Liz. It's really only 20 minutes past 10.
Mother, did the clock always have as loud a tick as this?
Does it seem loud, dear?
I remember when I was a little girl waiting for my birthday party to begin, I couldn't stand the minute hand crawling so slowly. The clock seemed just to be holding time down.
I remember you children used to tease to stay up on New Year's Eve to hear the clock strike 12.
But now it just seems to race on and on and on. Mother, do you think the face has a smear on it? I mean, do you ever feel as if it's stealing from you?
Well, dear, that depends what you've got that's worth stealing.
Time, I suppose. Do you remember that picture of you when you were 18, the one with the hat?
Yes. Oh, that was a lovely hat. It came down, sort of this way. Oh, I was very pretty in that hat.
But that's gone. That's what I mean. There's nothing left of it. There's nothing left of you from then. Doesn't that bother you?
Well, I wouldn't say there was nothing left of me. As a matter of fact, there's much too much left of me.
Oh, I'm serious, Mother. I don't think you know what I mean.
Yes, I think I do. But there isn't much use in worrying about picture hats of years ago, is there? I enjoyed it then, and I even enjoy remembering about it.
But it isn't the same as having it.
Well, we don't have much choice, do we? Besides, I like the hat today. Oh, it has a lovely tone, doesn't it, dear?
Mother went off and left me alone again. Go ahead, kick. I don't care. You can't frighten me, loudmouth. I won't pay any attention to you. I don't even hear you. You're out of tune. You have a very flat chime. No sense of rhythm. I don't care. Go ahead. Strike 40. I dare you. I don't care. I don't care. Emily?
Hello.
How'd it go today, dear?
Okay, I guess.
The cast for the play was posted, wasn't it?
Uh-huh. Not Portia.
No?
Helen
I thought she was a freshman.
She is.
There, darling, there.
They never picked a freshman before, but she was a child actress or something on Broadway, so they picked her.
That doesn't seem fair, does it?
She's a professional child. I hate professional children.
Emily, darling. You couldn't help it.
I memorized the whole first act about the casket. Mommy, I wanted to do it so much.
I know, dear. Here, come on now.
It's the most terrible thing that ever happened.
I know.
I suppose it's just a childish play, but... Oh, Mommy.
I know, dear.
I'll never get over it. I told all the kids I was going to be Portia. Now I'm just Nerissa.
Well, that's a good part, too, dear.
I'll have to live through all those rehearsals with that professional child playing Portia.
It won't be that bad after a while, dear.
I know I'll get over it. I just wish I didn't feel things so much. I wish I was old enough so those things didn't matter.
You will be, darling. There. You hear that clock?
It's 8 minutes past again.
I remember once when that clock was on time. And I cried and cried when it struck.
You did?
Uh-huh. I had a date. One of my first dates. And he didn't come. I just sat there in a taffeta dress and listened to the clock chime the quarter hours. And still the boy didn't come.
Mommy, you must have felt awful.
I did. I was broken-hearted. I cried and cried, and the clock just kept on ticking. Mother tried to comfort me, but nothing would help.
What happened?
The boy came the next night. I had the dates mixed up.
Oh, Mommy. It didn't really happen that way, did it?
Oh, yes. I didn't remember that till just now.
Must be nice to be mature enough so you can see things in perspective.
Uh-huh. Or proportion. It is rather nice now that I think of it.
I still feel awful about Portia. It just doesn't seem fair. It's such a terrible thing to happen to me.
Oh, now, Emily. I think you're beginning to enjoy the tragedy a little.
Mother, I'm not.
It doesn't do any good to go on feeling sorry for yourself. It was a very serious disappointment. Now it's time to start thinking about how to play the part you do have the best way you can.
I suppose so.
And you will be good. I'm sure of that.
You are?
You were one of the 3 finalists, weren't you? And you only were beaten out by an experienced girl.
I never thought of it that way. Mommy, you're so mature.
Okay, Liz, let's go.
Huh?
Well, I thought tonight was as good as any night.
For what?
It's just as cold as last night. We can take the car up and park it somewhere and then walk on Riverside Drive.
Oh, Ben, for goodness sake, it's freezing out and you're just getting over a cold.
But you said you wanted to feel things or something.
I can feel them well enough the way I am.
Now, wait a minute. Last night you made a big thing about taking a walk along the river. Now I suggest it, and you look at me as if I'd gone crazy. We're going to walk along that miserable river if it's the last thing we do.
How romantic.
What's going on?
I've decided it's more comfortable with a gauze veil between me and what's happening.
Oh. Well, maybe I understand what you're talking about.
Don't worry about it, dear.
I won't. Darling, let's walk along the river anyway.
Do you really want to?
I'll get my muffler and wool socks.
And you can use the earmuffs Mother gave you for Christmas. Loudmouth. So what?
Ben and Liz Marriott will be back in a moment. In the meantime, let us extend an invitation on behalf of our stars, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin, as well as the National Broadcasting Company, to all of you to drop by next week at this time for another half-hour observation and transcription of The Marriage, written by Ernest Kenoy, with Denise Alexander, heard as Emily, and Evelyn Barton as Abby. To those of you who have been so generous in writing either to the network or to the stars to express your appreciation of The Marriage, Jessica Tandy and Hume Cronin extend warm thanks. The Marriage is an NBC Radio Network production directed by Edward King. This is Bob Denton speaking.
Ben, I got Mother to swap clocks.
Let's forget clocks, darling.
No. This one gives me a philosophical approach to life and middle age.
It does?
Yes, listen.
Monday night on NBC Radio means a parade of great musical entertainment. You'll enjoy hearing Gordon MacRae when the Railroad Hour offers The Girl from Utah.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate, nourished by the warmth of the sun. The professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door.
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Yeah, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. We never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You'd better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
How
Mr.
do you
Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
Well, if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
Well, you're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. We want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
Mr. Erickson, the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, not me. I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice and looking at your face. And...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand them.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why? Because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But, Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's going to get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. 1,000,000 stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
I'm
away.
going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made. Lou, you crazy or something? We packed the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. Now, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now, listen. You go up there after this bit is over with, and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off the Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
Do you know this broad?
Old homeway.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Oh, then you're singing. Oh, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob, this is Lou Zacconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zacconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
Yeah, it's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? With a doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Oh, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Miss Dolores. She might know. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. And you treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? Is that right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou and
Answer me.
Well, sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration.
Ixnay,
This is one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some
maybe.
other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob,
Yes, Sharon.
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris, but I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along? I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, this is going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it! All of it! Destroy it! Destroy it! It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
With these hands. These hands. Please, let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Parley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when from New York we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In Hollywood this evening, our two distinguished stars are the lovely actress Margot and the polished young actor from Holland, Mr. Philip Dorn. A story by John Dixon Carr dealing with strange, very strange happenings aboard an ocean liner, and called Cabin B-13, is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Cabin B-13, and with the performances of Margot as Anne Brewster and Philip Dorn as Dr. Karl Heinrich, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Come now, in happier peacetime days, to a great ocean liner on the night of her departure for Europe. There she is at the West 22nd Street Pier, the 25,000-ton Mauravania of the White Planet Line. Smoke from her 3 funnels coils up lazily in mild October air. You can see the decks, white and shiny like shoeboxes, and the string of lights along them, and the band standing by on A deck to play her out. You can hear the murmur of an excited crowd and the rattle of the steam winches as cargo is lowered into the hold. You can see the bustle of activity and the second officer standing at the head of the gangplank as 2 rather late passengers hurry through the customs shed towards that gangplank.
It's all right, Ricky. We are not too late.
No, and I thought we'd be in time.
A honeymoon in Europe. 3 whole months with nothing to worry about.
That's right, dear. And you've been my wife for, let's see, practically 5 hours now.
I believe the correct phrase is, it was so sudden, Mr. Brewster.
So sudden that we have to travel on our own passports instead of a husband and wife one. I hope they don't think you're not an honest woman.
I'm going to act like a complete wanton just to devil you. Oh, what about our tickets, Ricky? Do we give them to that officer standing at the top of the gangplank?
No, honey, you keep your ticket. The cabin steward will come around and collect it after we're underway.
And the money, Ricky?
It's a lot of money, Anne. $10,000 in cash. Maybe I better turn it in at the purser's office for safekeeping.
Yes, maybe you had. Wait a minute, Ricky.
What is it, then?
Wait. Do you mind if we stand here for a second before we go up the gangplank?
Oh, what's the matter? You're not ill, are you?
No, but getting over brain fever isn't any joke.
Oh, I know, dear.
You see, Ricky, I ought to be eager and excited like all those people up there, but suddenly you get fancies. Queer, sick fancies. Suddenly, right now, all I can think of is the night and the wind and all the black water in the dark.
And that's exactly the kind of morbid fancy I'm trying to cure you of.
I know, Ricky. I'll be good, but I was just thinking of a story.
What story?
Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. Which way do we go?
Up the gangplank, through that door there, and then down in the elevator to B deck. And no more horrors, do you understand? Here we are, Ann. B deck and cabin number... Good Lord. B13.
B13.
You're not superstitious, are you?
Why, no, dear. Not about things like that. Open the door.
Here we are. Lights on and...
Oh, Ricky, darling. It's a beautiful cabin.
Well, best I could get. Well, they've got our luggage in anyway, and... Over there, madam, you'll find a basket of fruit and some books from your obedient servant.
Oh, you are nice to me. And I'm feeling so much better, Ricky. I will be all right, darling.
Of course you will. But you won't find any detective novels among those books.
Please, Ricky.
Detective novels may be all right for presidents and college professors, but they're straight poison to you. You'll read love stories and like it.
You know, Ricky, I keep thinking and thinking about that story I mentioned.
Oh, what story, dear?
It's an old one. You probably know it, but it was new to me. A woman and her daughter arrive in Paris and go to a hotel.
Oh, you mean the old Paris exposition story?
Yes, that's it. The daughter goes out. When she returns, her mother has disappeared. And even the hotel room isn't the same. The proprietor of the hotel swears the girl came there alone and that there never was a mother. The whole room is different when she goes back to look at it. The girl goes to the police, and they won't believe her, and she's nearly crazy. Of course, it turns out that the mother has caught bubonic plague and died, and they're hushing it up so that the visitors won't keep away from the city and ruin the whole exposition,
Anne,
but...
You've got to stop this kind of talk.
I know. But imagine being in a situation like that, with all those queer eyes staring at you, wondering if you'd lost your reason, wondering if your brain had cracked and the whole world might dissolve and... Listen.
Well, that's the last call, Anne. We'll be underway any minute now.
You know, Ricky, I would like to see the skyline go past and the Statue of Liberty and the rest of it.
Well, then why not go up and see it? I've got to deposit this money in the purser's office on C deck.
But I don't like you to leave me.
Oh, now look here, dear. You don't think I'm going to disappear, do you?
I suppose I don't really. When I get these ideas, and I can't help it, Ricky, I wish you'd wallop me.
Well, I'm not going to wallop you, Anne, but you've got to stop being afraid. You certainly won't disappear in a crowded ship with any number of people all around you. As for me, I defy Houdini himself to make me vanish.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not going to vanish, and neither is this cabin, dear. Now, run along. I'll join you on deck as soon as I can.
All right, Ricky. I'll be good.
In with your gangplank! In with your gangplank! Gangplank, please, sir. Close the rails. Stand by.
Eager people, excited people, happy people, all crowding up to the rail to wave goodbye. Nothing to worry about, nothing on their minds except...
Except what?
Oh.
Except seasickness, madam?
Oh.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I hadn't meant to startle you, believe me.
Please don't mention it. How silly of me. It was my fault. I haven't been very well.
I noticed it, madam, if you'll forgive me. That was why I spoke to you. As you see by my uniform, I'm the ship's doctor.
This is a British ship, isn't it? But you don't sound British.
No, I'm an Austrian, madam. Dr. Paul Heinrich, at your service. I'm not very popular in my own country today. The days of colored shirts and vacant minds.
I'm Mrs. Brewster, Doctor. Ann Brewster. When does the ship go?
In about a second, Mrs. Brewster. You will hear the whistle, then the band will strike up, all langs in, and then...
We're moving, aren't we?
Yes? Don't you feel the vibration of the engines?
Goodbye, Tommy. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Come on, dear. I'll see you at Christmas. key to the car's in the living room table drawer.
If you go out with any blondes, Tommy, I'll kill you when I get back.
The living room, Susie.
Yes, dear, of course I'll behave myself in Paris. Say, what time does the bar open aboard this time, huh?
I imagine this is not your first crossing, madam.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Dr. Heinrich. My husband's crossed many times, he tells me, but not on this ship.
Well, then I hope you're a good sailor.
Why, Dr. Heinrich?
Well, because we'll run into some very dirty weather once we are out at sea. October is a very bad month for traveling.
Well, if I do get seasick, Doctor, I'll rush straight to you, and I'll expect to be cured.
Let me tell you a secret, madam. There are two common ailments for which medical science has no cure. One is ordinary seasickness, and the other is hangover. Tomorrow morning I shall be dealing with both.
And enjoying it?
Oh, no. Sympathizing with it. That's all I can do. How do you like the Mauravania?
Oh, it's a magnificent ship from what I've seen of it. And you know they've given us a very nice cabin down on B deck, B13. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
I beg your pardon. Did you say B13?
Yes. Why not?
You're quite sure of that, madam?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure of it. I saw the number on the door. Why not?
Well, because
Go on, Dr. Heinrich.
there's no such cabin aboard a ship. I'm not joking, Mrs. Brewster. You see, some people are superstitious. Many ships, like this one, omit number 13 on each deck. You must have been mistaken.
What are you trying to tell me? Do you think I saw something that wasn't there?
No, Mrs. Brewster, not at all.
Then come along with me. I'll show you. I'll prove to you that there is a number 13. Will you come along?
Yes, Mrs. Brewster? I think perhaps I had better escort you.
Stewardess!
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am. Come in straight away.
Tell me, stewardess, this is B deck, isn't it?
B deck, ma'am? Why, yes, ma'am. No doubt about that.
Dr. Heinrich and I have been all over this part of the ship looking for cabin number 13, but we don't...
I've been trying to convince this lady stewardess that there's no such cabin number 13 on this ship.
Why, there sure to heaven isn't, ma'am. And never has been. I've served aboard the Mauravania a matter of 8 years, and I ought to know.
But I tell you, I saw it. I was in there. It was a big cabin with a private bathroom attached. The walls were paneled in light oak, and the furniture was rosewood and yellow satin, and the portholes were like real windows.
No, that's not much good, ma'am.
No, I'm afraid not. Most of the cabins hereabouts look like that. May I ask you, what name was the cabin booked in?
Brewster, naturally. Mr. and Mrs. Richard E. Brewster.
Here, let's have a look on my list. No, there's no Brewster here, ma'am.
I tell you, I was in there. They even delivered the luggage. I saw it.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I had a look-see in all the cabins I'm in charge of, just to see if the passengers wanted anything. And I don't remember any luggage with a Brewster label on it.
Wait a minute. There may be a partial explanation of this.
You see, that's better, Mrs. Brewster. I was hoping you might find one.
Ricky, that's my husband. Ricky and I have only been married a very short time, and when my maid printed the baggage labels, she must have made them out in my maiden name. I never noticed at the time.
Oh, what name might that be, ma'am?
Thornton. Anne-Marie Thornton.
Oh, Lord, miss. Now, why couldn't you have said that before? I remember it well. 2 silk cases and a little trunk. They're in B16 now.
Where's B16?
Right behind you, miss. You're standing practically in front of the door.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, yes, but, what about my husband's luggage?
There's no gentleman's luggage in that cabin, miss. Your husband's or any other gentleman's, if you know what I mean.
I won't stand for this. Where's Ricky? What have you done with Ricky?
Please, Mrs. Brewster. There's one easy way to settle this.
Settle it? How?
Just look down the corridor. You notice the man coming towards us? The man with the 2 gold stripes around his sleeve?
Well?
That's Mr. Marshall, our second officer. Did you ever see him before?
Yes. Yes, of course I have. He was standing at the top of the gangplank when Rick and I got aboard.
Exactly. So he might be able to tell us something.
Oh.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall?
Yes, Doctor, what's up?
Would you mind coming here for a moment?
Well, not at all, old boy.
Always glad to oblige a chap who may have to cut me up at any moment. What may I do for you?
Take a good look at this young lady and tell me, have you seen her before?
Seen her before? My dear chap, if I had overlooked, the young lady will pardon me, I know, a passenger as charming as this lady is, I would be less of the gentleman than I fancy myself.
You saw her coming aboard tonight?
Oh, yes, certainly.
And, of course, you saw the gentleman who was with her.
The gentleman who was with her?
Yes.
Oh, but there was nobody with her, old boy.
You're quite certain of that, Mr. Marshall?
My dear doctor, she was the last of them to come aboard. I'll take my Bible oath there was no other passenger with her, or ahead of her, or behind her, if it comes to that.
You're lying to me.
Please, Mrs. Brewster, lower your voice.
I know what it is. It's the old Paris trick, like in the story. But you won't get away with it, do you hear?
Now, look here, madam.
I'll go to the purser, I'll go to the captain. Oh, dear Father in heaven, won't anybody believe me?
Later that night, in the captain's room just abaft the bridge, there is a conference of ship's officers. Outside, stung by spray clinging to the bulkhead rail in the dark, a frightened girl waits until the door of the cabin's room opens.
Will you bring the young lady in, Dr. Heinrich, and close the door?
Yes, sir. Here we are. This is Captain Wainwright. Now, just tell your story straightforwardly, and please don't excite yourself.
Well, maybe we can get some decision into this matter. Will you sit down here beside my desk, Miss Thornton?
My name is Brewster, Captain. Mrs. Ann Brewster.
Whatever you say, Mrs. Brewster.
Thank you very much, Captain.
I might tell you, ma'am, I've got a lot on my mind already. My first officer comes aboard with an attack of flu. I'm facing an equinoctial gale short-handed, and now this has to happen on top of it.
I'm terribly sorry I can't help that, Captain. But I want to know what they've done with Ricky.
Just one moment, please, while I get this straight. By this time, I understand you yourself have personally interviewed practically every single passenger aboard this ship. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But your alleged husband is not here. Is that true?
Yes, that's true,
In the meantime, the purser has sent a squad of men to search this ship. They've searched every inch of it. You can take my word for that. There's nobody hidden. Your husband's not here. According to Mr. Marshall, who's standing over there...
I see him.
According to Mr. Marshall, he never was here.
Oh, hang it all, Miss Thornton. You needn't glare at me like that. We couldn't see the chap. He wasn't there, now could we?
Be quiet, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not unreasonable, Mrs. Brewster. I think you'll admit that. But what can I do? What can I say? Can you offer any proof, even, that this husband of yours ever existed?
Proof? Yes, of course I can.
Excuse me for interrupting, but would you mind, Captain, if we ask a question or two?
No, Doctor, go ahead. I tell you, I'm going daft myself.
If you were married, Mrs. Brewster, you must be carrying a joint husband and wife passport. Where is that?
Well, there wasn't time to get one. We each carried our own passport.
Oh, I see. But still, there must be someone back in America who can confirm what you say if we got in touch by radio telephone. Your parents, for instance.
I haven't got any parents. They're dead.
What about relatives, then, or a guardian?
My guardian is a trust company. The administrators don't even know I'm married.
But somebody must have performed the ceremony of marriage. The parson, the justice of peace.
Yes, of course. But, oh, I can't remember the name of the town.
You don't remember the name of the town?
Hold tight to your chair, Mrs. Brewster. The ship is going to pitch again.
How's the glass looking, Mr. Marshall?
Barometer's rising, sir. This weather won't hold long. We shall be in the fog before morning, though.
We're in a fog now, if you ask me. This lady says she
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm trying to think of it. It was a little town in upstate New York where they can marry you at a moment's notice. Ricky kept the certificate. I was confused. I haven't been well.
No, you haven't.
You see, Ricky had been away, and he came back, and I was in love with him, and he sort of swept me off my feet, and... Oh, what's the use?
Not much use, apparently.
If you'll take my advice, ma'am, you'll go below to your cabin and get some sleep. I'll send the doctor down to mix you a sedative.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I think you're a little overwrought, ma'am.
What I can't understand is why. Why should you want to do this? It can't be the bubonic plague this time.
Bubonic plague, ma'am? Who said anything about the bubonic plague?
Never mind. But I'll show you. You're all against me, except maybe the doctor. But I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I am going downstairs, and I don't want anybody to follow me. Good night. Good night, all of you.
Well, I'm glad that's over.
Look here, Mr. Marshall.
Huh?
You think it's quite safe to trust her out there alone?
Well, I don't know, sir. She's mad as a hatter, if you ask me.
You think she might do something foolish?
Well, I think she might chuck herself overboard if we're not careful.
What's your opinion, Doctor?
I can give you my opinion, gentlemen, in a very few words. That girl is as sane as you are.
What's that?
Wait and hear what I have to say. I shared your own belief at first, but I've been talking to her all evening. I've heard her whole story, and there's not a psychopathic trait in her nature. She firmly believes in this husband.
Yes, Doctor. A lot of people firmly believe they're Napoleon, but they get tossed into loony bins, that's the same.
This matter is not a joke, Mr. Marshall. I tell you, this man exists. Or did exist.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I suppose he has been murdered. Perhaps he has been murdered and thrown overboard.
Murdered? Thrown overboard?
If you remember, Richard Brewster was carrying a very large sum of money in cash. His wife's wedding gifts. Practically all her inheritance. He meant to go to the purser's office. But he never got there. That money might have been a great temptation.
To whom?
To a stewardess, perhaps, or even to a ship's officer.
Just exactly what are you getting at?
Well, numbers on doors can be changed easily enough. Just print a small card and put it on the metal slot on the door.
I still want to know what you're driving at.
If you use your intelligence, gentlemen, I think you will understand how a man can be made to vanish into thin air. And why Mr. Marshall saw never another passenger. You still don't see it?
No, I do not.
Well, then listen, and I'll explain exactly how a situation like this...
4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock, the hour of suicides and bad dreams. The gale has subsided, the sea is calm. But the SS Mauravania creeps blindly at barely 8 knots through a thick and strangling fog. The whole ship is dark and sealed up in sleep. There's no sound in all that mournful dimness, except when the foghorn cries out a warning overhead. Even cabin B-16 is dark. Anne Brewster, still fully dressed, lies restlessly across one of the berths, her head almost touching the intercabin telephone.
What was... Oh, I thought I heard... Telephone. Yes? Hello?
It's me, Anne. Take it easy now.
Ricky! Ricky, where are you?
Quiet. Keep your voice down.
Where are you, Ricky? What happened to you? Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt, but he nearly got me.
Who nearly got you?
Listen, dear. I can't explain over the phone, and I don't dare go down there. Can you meet me up on deck?
Yes, of course. Where?
Do you know the boat deck?
Boat deck? Which one is that?
The top deck, where all the lifeboats are slung.
Oh, yes, I know it.
Well, go to the starboard side.
Yes?
That's the right-hand side, facing forward. Find the 4th lifeboat from the aft companionway.
Yes.
There's a thick fog, and nobody will see us.
Ricky. What is it? Ricky! He's gone. He's gone.
Excuse me, miss, but I thought I heard somebody talking in here.
Stewardess, what are you doing up at this time of the night?
If I might ask, miss, what are you doing up and dressed? Oh, you ought to get some sleep, miss. You really ought.
It might interest you to know, stewardess, that I've just been talking to my husband.
Now, look here, miss. Don't start that all over again. Please don't start that all over again.
You all pretended to think I was mad, didn't you? And you nearly drove me mad. Ricky's beaten the whole crowd of you, and I'm going out on deck to meet him now.
Out on deck, miss.
That's what I said. Where's my coat?
Don't go out there, miss. Not in the state of mind you're in. And the fog's so thick, you can't hardly see your hand in front of your face.
Stand away from the door, please.
Suppose, miss, I didn't want to let you go out there.
I don't think that would matter much. You've probably heard that mad people have 10 times ordinary strength, and I'm stronger than you anyway.
Miss, I'm a begging you.
Stand away from that door.
Is that you?
Yes. Ricky. Ricky, darling, where are you?
Here, duck your head under the lifeboat. Here, take my hand.
But isn't it horribly dangerous out there on the edge? There's no railing along the side of the ship.
Don't worry, Ann. I won't let you fall. Look out! Oh, went overboard here. We're well aft near the propellers. The suction would carry into the propeller blades and... Now, listen.
I can't hear anything except the foghorn.
Yeah, but I can. There's somebody walking along the deck. And I can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
You're quite right, my friend. You can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
Dr. Heinrich, what are you doing here?
At the moment, young lady, I'm covering both of you with a revolver. Please don't move.
So, you were in the conspiracy, Dr. Heinrich.
May I ask you what conspiracy?
The whole ship's conspiracy to say Richard Brewster didn't exist.
My dear young lady, you can set your mind at rest. There never was any ship's conspiracy against you. The people you spoke to were perfectly honest.
Including Mr. Marshall, I suppose.
Yes, including Mr. Marshall.
And what is this all
Stand back there.
I suppose he was telling the truth when he said nobody came up the gangplank before or after me.
I beg your pardon. That was not what he said. He said no passenger came up the gangplank at this time.
Well, what's the difference?
A great crime is arranged for tonight, young lady. No less a crime than murder.
Murder? Who's going to be murdered?
You are.
What?
That, I repeat, is a scheme. But there is no conspiracy and only one criminal.
Oh. And who is the criminal?
The criminal is the man standing beside you. Your so-called husband.
Ricky? Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
I think I do. Marshall, of course, did see someone walk up the gangplank, loitering behind you. But he never dreamt of associating that person in any way with you. He saw a ship's officer returning from shore leave in civilian clothes.
A ship's officer?
Yes. That man you call your husband, his name isn't Richard Brewster. His real name is Blaney. And he's the first officer of the Mauravania.
Are you trying to tell me
that... The captain
that
can identify him. He's actually British, though he can fake an American accent very well. He has already got a wife in England, and he's planning to join her with the $10,000 he got from you.
I don't believe it. I don't. Ricky, why don't you say something?
Oh, he planned it very cleverly, I must admit. He never let you know he was ship's officer, did he? He's been away for some time, naturally, so he persuaded you to marry him in a hurry.
Ricky, is this true?
He has the money, you see. All he did was hang a dummy number on the cabin door, remove it later, put on his uniform, and walk away with his own luggage.
But Captain Wainwright told us that the first officer had come aboard tonight with...
With a bad attack of flu, yes. Our friend couldn't be seen in public until after he disposed of you. The best thing was to convince everybody you were insane, as he did. Then, when you went overboard tonight...
They would all believe it was suicide.
Exactly. But I began to suspect this Brewster, because you quoted him as telling such an obvious lie. He said he had never traveled in the Mauravania, yet he could direct you all over the ship, and even knew where the purser's office was. So I went to his cabin, found it empty, searched, and found your $10,000.
Look out, Dr. Heinrich!
Put it down, you fool! Put it down!
Oh! He's overboard! You've shot him! You shot him!
Those shots, my dear, never touched him.
Never touched him?
No. The weight of the iron carried him over backwards when he lifted it. It was the weight he was going to use to sink your body.
Ricky! The propellers! The ship's propellers!
Yes, they suck you under.
Oh, Doctor. Doctor, I can't stand this.
It won't be easy, my dear. It won't be easy, I know, but believe me, this way is better.
And so closes Cabin B-13, starring Margot and Philip Dorn. Tonight's tale of suspense. With our two stars tonight were Dennis Hoy as Captain Wainwright and William Johnstone as Ricky Brewster. This is the Man in Black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be one of the screen year's most sensational newcomers, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly will be supported by Hans Conried and William Johnstone. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. who with Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morrowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Suspense fans, please note that these programs will shortly move to different days of the week. Suspense will come to listeners in Eastern and Central time zones on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, and to Mountain and Pacific time zone listeners on Monday, beginning December the 6th. Remember, Thursday, beginning December the 2nd in Eastern and Central time zone, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th in the Pacific and Mountain time zones for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In response to requests representing millions of listening friends, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased indeed to bring you again The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Me, sweet. What number have I got?
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Oh, well, me, sweetheart.
Nothing's happened. Call me later, Dwight.
The white check. Look.
I didn't know you were in town. You didn't write to me or...
Effie, This is me in the flesh, Sammy the Spade. Oh, now what?
Goodbye.
Effie, I'm in a payphone. My nickel is running out.
Oh, Dwight, how can you be so cruel and play jokes at a time like this?
Wait, listen. Oh, you listening?
Yes.
I am not dead. Don't believe everything you read in the papers or hear on the radio. You were at my funeral. Is that what you were about to say?
Yes. It was lovely.
Don't believe that either. Stay right where you are, sweetheart, because I'll be there, alive and handsomer than ever, with an account of a caper which proves you can kill some of the people part of the time. My exaggerated report on the death of Sam Spade.
NBC welcomes back to the air a character who has captured the public imagination more completely than any other since the birth of Sherlock Holmes. William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade. Ain't it grand to be bloomin' well dead? Candles at my feet, candles at my head.
We're not open for business today. I mean, Mr. Spade's office is closed right now because...
I'll wait.
Oh, you look just like Mr. Spade. What's your name?
Spade. S-P-A-D-E. Spade.
Sam never told me he had a twin brother.
He doesn't.
But then you...
I'm me, Sam. Oh, wait. Come here. Now do you believe me? Oh, what's the use?
You're so much like him.
Oh, never mind. Now get your pencil and paper and take it. Date November 17th, 1950. To Miss Effie Perrine.
That's me.
From Samuel Spade. That's me. License number 13759.
You must have been the last one to see him alive. Did he tell you to give me a message?
Shut up. Subject, my death. Dear Effie, since the sight of me in the flesh, breathing, hungering, and living doesn't convince you, maybe this report will. Think, if you can, back to last Monday. Now, if you recall, it was about 11 o'clock when, on the flimsy pretense that we needed stamps for the office, you drew $2 from petty cash and stepped out to buy a pair of step-ins. And that's when my client materialized. He was small and thin and carried with him the unmistakable odor of stale flour. His black alpaca suit, string bow tie, elevator shoes, and white gloves had no bearing on his conversation.
Oh, dear. My name is Chester Swan.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, my name is Spade. What can I do for
How
you?
tall are you, Mr. Spade?
6 feet in my feet.
Weight?
178.
I always notice a man's bone structure, don't you?
Oh, always.
Open.
Huh?
Open. Let me see inside.
Like this?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Fine.
Oh, well, now that you know me this well, Mr. Swan, what can I do for you?
Oh, dear. Perhaps I shouldn't have come here at all. I'm sorry, Mr. Spade.
Well, really?
Oh, dear.
Oh, hello again, Mr. Swan. You wanted to talk to me?
Yes, but I can't talk now. Mr. Spade.
Still here.
There. I live at 8516 Claremont in Berkeley. I'll be there tonight. Oh, dear.
This time, as he made his exit, he left $50 on the edge of my desk. And so, stupid me, I was at 8516 Fairmont at the close of the day. It was a small white cottage with green shutters and a white picket fence. There was a hill in back and a brook in front. The sun was beginning to set on it, and it was all very picturesque. In fact, so much so that a girl with red hair, blue jeans, purple smock, oils, and canvas was making it immortal. She liked me immediately.
Here, hold this.
Certainly.
Martha?
Oh, yeah.
This is my first landscape. I'm a sprouting artist.
Obvious. Makes your own?
Not when I can get somebody to do it for me. Who are you?
Oh, I might be a fellow artist.
Don't do that. You're a liar. You're Sam Spade. I saw your picture in a newspaper clipping when I was helping Chester clean out his desk before he moved it.
But I...
You don't know an easel from a palette.
Oh, but I could learn.
I take it seriously.
Well, then so do I.
I doubt it. You've never tried to get away, to stand off, to throw off the shackles, have you?
No. I'll have to admit that the urgency of living, the pressure of merely existing, has had the...
Catfish, Sam. By the way, I'm Amy Goodrich.
Catfish?
The world is full of unhappy people who never try to get away from it all.
Well, honestly...
Stop it?
Well, I wanted to, really.
Honestly, Sam, get away from everything. Leave, dissolve.
I've dreamed of it.
Never return.
Cross my heart.
Mm-hmm. What are you doing here?
Just see Mr. Swan.
He isn't home yet. This house is a wonderful subject. Look, Sam, colorful, moderate, pleasant.
Mm-hmm.
That is until the sun stops shining. But picture it at night in the fog, crushed with barrenness, full of dust, brooding. I'm trying to capture that, too. It's what we've got to get away from, isn't it?
Absolutely. You and I...
Sam, as you start up the hill on Claremont, there's a green apartment house on the right. I'm in 420.
Well, maybe we'll find a way out together.
Maybe.
I waved her a fond farewell and sat on the steps of my client's house until he showed up at 6:15. He took me inside where the only furniture was an army cot and a portable barbecue.
I'm so glad you kept our appointment, Mrs. Spade. I'm so frightened. I've been upset all week long. I didn't know what to do. I just didn't.
And what have you been so upset about, Mr. Swan?
Well, lately, Mr. Spade, infrequently, for the last week, I've noticed a man. I think he's following me.
Mm-hmm.
At first, I'd see him in a car following my bus when I went downtown. Then he'd be waiting around at the bus stop in the evening when I came back. I've sold my house, and I'm ready to move. It's unnerved me so much, but...
Did he follow you home tonight?
No, but
well, would anyone be following you, Mr. Swan?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Spade. I don't know. I really don't.
All right, I'll try another tack. What does this man look like?
He always wears dark clothes and a hat. I'd say he was about your height.
6 feet.
I remember. Maybe heavier. Same bone structure, though.
Yeah. You haven't been to the police?
Oh, dear, no. A man in my business can't afford off-color publicity.
No? What kind of business is that?
The Bonton Mortuary.
Oh.
25 years. Same location. Oh, and I've worked hard. So very hard. And if there's something behind all this, something that'll stop me from being made the executive secretary of the Undertakers Breakfast Club when they hold their annual election next month, I don't know what I'll do, Mr. Spade. I just don't really know what I'll do. I just don't.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. You'll feel better. Just let it all out. Just really do. And he did. When he stopped crying, I instructed him to go about his daily habits as always and left, assuring him I'd get to the bottom of it all. I walked down to the corner ostentatiously, which is a neat trick well calculated to throw nefarious observers off the track and lull them into false security. And when the bus showed up 10 minutes later, I got on it, rode 3 blocks, walked back, and took a plant across the street. A clever ruse, as you see, to invite a showdown. 2 hours later, a man about my size in dark clothes appeared over the hill and crept stealthily to the front of my client's cottage. He had his eyes glued to the window when I walked up behind him.
Hey, let go of me.
Come on, you're going inside.
Listen, I'm no peeping Tom.
No, you're the bloodhound type. I'm inviting you in for a real sniff at
Oh,
this
no,
dog.
you don't. Well, all right, then. I'll go quietly.
No, okay, that's better. Now, just walk up. The kick he landed on me wasn't according to Queensberry. I couldn't move for 3 or 4 minutes, and by that time he disappeared. When I recovered my faculties, I reported the incident to my client, who cried himself to sleep. After I bolted him in for the night, I stopped on my way down the hill at apartment 420 in the little green apartment house. He was still wearing the blue jeans and the purple smock. And she still had the same ideas.
Come in, Sam. You said you were serious about getting away from it all, and a whole day has passed.
It was that pressure of living. I'm here to apologize.
You are not the girl.
I'm sorry, Angel.
I love to be fooled, Sam. You're forgiven.
How's the painting coming? They're the one of Swan's cottage.
Slow. Fog is always tough.
Looks nice, though. How long have you been on it?
3 weeks, all told.
Well, then you've had a pretty good plan on the house, haven't you? Ever notice a tall, broad-shouldered guy in a dark suit casing the place?
Tall, broad-shouldered.
Pretty much like me.
Could anybody be pretty much like you, Sam?
No, yeah.
Sam, is there something wrong?
No.
Well, then don't stand there doing nothing. Do something.
Who, me? Amy fixed me a small dinner which had a strong turpentine taste to it, and then we mixed oils and painted and made fun. Next afternoon at the Hall of Records, I did a little spade work on Chester Swan. His application and permit to practice undertaking in the city of San Francisco were dated 1938. Details: unmarried, 52 years of age, graduated from mortician school in Ohio, listed one living relative, nephew, Theodore J. Swan, Toledo, Ohio. I was gathering the above information when I smelled whiskey over my shoulder, which is always good luck. It was Al Torrington, who was also in the private investigation racket in this city, and he was leaning, peering from my face to the card that I held in my hand.
He got over to you, too, sir?
Who got over to me, Al?
Him? That Finney with the tears. What's his name? My eyes ain't so good.
Swan, Al. Chester Swan, mortician.
Yeah, that's him, Sam. The same one exactly. Came to my office 2 weeks complaining about somebody following him. And he did nothing about it. Said I was too fat.
Oh, well, you are. Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. And some other the boys said he was around there, too. Wanted a private eye, but he wanted a man who looked just right.
How right?
Obviously as right as you are, Sam, because it looks like he picked you. Yeah.
Yes, it did look like he picked me. And I thought that over, and I didn't like it. And I called my client at home to tell him he was fired, but he didn't give me a chance.
Oh, dear, I'm so glad you called, Mr. Spade. I really am.
I called for a reason, Mr. Swan. I'm resigning this case.
Oh, dear, Mr. Spade, you can't do that. You really can't.
I don't think you've been quite honest with me, Mr. Spade.
Oh, dear.
Tears will get you nowhere. I made a routine check on your reasons for hiring me, and they don't quite fit with the reasons you gave. They really just don't quite, Mr. Swan.
It's no game, Mr. Spade. Believe me. He's back tonight. Right now, he's standing beneath the lamppost outside my window, and I'm frightened to death. So please hurry over, Mr. Spade, and let's get this business straightened out. Please, please.
And stupid me, I went over. And I found that little white cottage on the hill looking grim and gaunt in the heavy fog. Amy's words about it being crushed with barrenness, full of brooding and death, came back to me. And Mr. Swan's frightened words about a mysterious man in dark clothes waiting beneath the streetlight also came back to me, particularly when I noted there was no streetlight near the house. However, there was a light somewhere in the rear of the house, and the front door was ajar. Mr. Swan! Mr. Swan, are you here? Oh, Mr. Swan, it's me, Sam Spade. Are you here?
Mr. Spade? Is that you? Are you out there?
Where are you? Nothing for it. I turned around to find the front door full with a man in a dark suit. He had something in his hand, and it looked like a roll of cotton candy, but it felt different. It only started me against the wall, but it made me forget where my aunt was.
Easy, Spade. Easy does it for you. Easy.
He let me down to the floor gently. I could still see the lights somewhere in the back of the house, and I could hear him talking way off.
Give me the needle. I can't watch. I'm going upstairs.
The needle went somewhere in my left arm, but not before somebody pulled my coat off, and for no reason I could think of at the moment, also tried to pull my finger off. So I couldn't dwell on it. By that time, the stuff in my arm was going other places, and I was going with it, even though there was action all around me.
This ought to do it.
No, stay away from me. Get out of here.
Vaguely, somewhere, somebody was shooting Roman candles or having blowouts or playing bebop. I just didn't care at all. I just didn't. The first thing I saw was sunlight. It was the kind you see in a picture. It was a picture of a little white cottage with green shutters. You guessed it. I was in Amy's apartment where we made fudge together. I got to my feet somehow. I knew the best thing to do with me. There was a fire escape in a window. I got out there and I weaved against the wall.
He's gone! He's gone!
What do you mean he's gone? He couldn't have gotten away with that load he was carrying.
I don't know. He was unconscious when I left.
Well, don't just spare her. We've got to do something. There might be trouble. Now, let's get to it.
I didn't wait to find out what they were going to do. I made my way down the fire escape and started walking for the street, and that's when I noticed my shoes didn't fit me anymore. They weren't mine. Neither was the gray flannel suit with the label marked Kid Cheese. Neither was the blue shirt. While I was at it, the ring on my finger engraved Emerson High 1936 wasn't mine either. My new belt buckle had a big letter T on it, which is not my initial. It really isn't. And I didn't have any use for the eyeglasses in my coat pocket either. You were out when I walked in the office, F, but you've been there. There was a black crate done up in a white satin ribbon hanging on the door. The desk blotter was drenched with salt tears. And a newspaper folded back to page 13, and I'll sue the Chronicle on this if it's the last thing I do, gave me a 2-inch spread. Item, November 15th, 1950. 15? What happened to the 13th and the 14th? Detective perishes in Berkeley fire. I read it through once. And twice. It was my obituary. You are listening to the first in a new series of adventures involving radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. Later tonight on most NBC stations, Duffy's Tavern comes your way with another merry half-hour session, starring Ed Gardner as Archie the manager. There's a full serving of laughs garnished with chuckles and whipped up by Archie and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's just one of the many great Friday evening entertainment features on NBC. It's Duffy's Tavern, your cue for better listening where the 3 chimes always mean good times. Make it a Friday evening habit to tune early and stay late at your favorite NBC station. And now back to Caper Over My Dead Body, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. I left the crepe on the door and went out to buy a new desk blotter and some more newspapers. The Hobo News had the best story, which wasn't much. Samuel Spade, licensed private investigator, perished Wednesday night in a fire in a vacant house in Berkeley. His warm friends will feel regret at the passing of a man who was always kind to the poor. None of us ever asked Sam Spade for a handout without receiving a kind word and bon mot as he turned us down. This is nice, but I wanted more. Figured I was fairly safe to wander about unrecognized. My ill-fitting attire acquired from my unknown benefactor would be disguise enough when combined with my 2-day beard. Engine Company 16, Berkeley Division, had handled the fire, and half a block away was a grog shop called the Shamrock. I waited for a fireman to come in.
Bartender! What kind of a place are you running now? I've been here 5 minutes already.
All right, shut up, Patty. You just arrived.
Well, it seems like 5 minutes. A wee bit more there, if you don't mind.
That's enough for you, Patty. You're still on duty.
I am not. I'm off now. The chief said I could be off. It is every day I receive such a shock to my system.
You received your shock 3 days ago.
And I'm still second man. Oh, the sight of him was terrible. Burnt as black as the good saint's beard. All twisted and horrible in death.
He was probably dead drunk and didn't know what happened to him.
And were you there fighting the flames and finding him like me? Oh, it was terrible. Terrible.
It wasn't that bad, and you've had your limit.
And who says so?
I say so.
Oh, you do you? And who are you?
Your brother-in-law.
Well, now.
Well, maybe I can spot you one time.
I never drink with strangers. What's your name?
O'Doolin.
Well, you heard the man. Go ahead, pour. Cheers.
Yeah. Hey, fireman, you had a terrible experience 3 days ago.
That I did, Mr. O'Dolan. That I did indeed.
I've heard it a dozen times. I'll be at the other end of
3
the
nights ago, Mr. O'Dolan, and we get a call to the house on Claremont is afire. Well, see, when we get there, it's about all gone. Can't understand why it has been flamed so fast.
Wood.
It was the funeral fire of a man who lived in sin.
Huh?
A detective fellow. Sam Spade, he was identified as. Oui.
Oh, one moment, fireman. I've heard fine things about him.
Some of those uppity police fellows from the Division of Homicide said he was a nice fellow. But some of the boys at the fire station and myself, well, we got our own ideas about that.
What kind of ideas, Fatty, me boy?
What kind of good can any man be accomplishing in an empty house late at night, I ask you, Mr. O'Dolan? Oh, he was done to a turn, he was, when I burst in the door with me axe. Sit in the trouble.
Charge.
Empty whiskey bottles scattered all about. Sin, O'Dolan, sin. He'd gone to sleep with a smoking cigarette that set the whole place off. Vice rampant.
From there, I went downtown to the telegraph office where I sent a wire to Toledo on a long chance. While I was waiting for an answer on a not-so-long chance, I slunk into the Bon Pond funeral parlor to pay my respects to the departed. I stood in the back of that dimly lit chapel and scanned the sea. 3 of the boys from Homicide were there, blowing their noses. 2 chorus girls I thought had long since forgotten me were there in black, deep V-necks. My insurance man was there, looking awful worried. 1 Chronicle reporter with photographer, a shoeshine boy from our building, and the bailiff from the courthouse, just to mention a few I could make out. And you were there, Effie, out front near a closed casket. I made out a bower of flowers from robbery detail. It said, "Good night, Sam." Maxie from the city morgue was the only one who looked at ease.
All right. Does anyone wish to view me?
Many called him Samus, but I called him Sam. Oh, miss, his last papers.
I was touched, Effie, and I would have stopped the whole thing then and there, but I had to find out who was in that casket. I reeled out the front door with tears in my eyes and slid around to the back door and into Chester Swan's private office. And there I made a phone call and got an answer to my telegram, which caused me to make another call to his bank. By that time, most of it was right in place. A search through his desk revealed nothing, and a safe standing in the corner the same. But then my answer walked right in the door.
Oh, Sam, darling, I was so worried when I found you'd left there. I saw you at the funeral, and I thought you'd be here.
And the guy was with you? Was he worried, too?
Oh, dear me, that was Dr. Chesterton. Sam, you'd been out for 2 days, and I didn't... Oh, Sam, you're sweet. You got away from it all. You've escaped, darling.
Yeah, they're burying me right now. I'm dead.
It's so wonderful, Sam.
Only one thing. Where do you fit? The caper. I was supposed to burn up in that fire, and what was left was supposed to look enough like Theodore J. Swan, class of 1936, Toledo, Ohio, to let beneficiary Chester Swan collect a nice pile of insurance money.
Sam, what are you talking about? Who is Theodore J.? What did you say?
Chester's only living relative. They're burying him right now. Somebody lost his caper. You want to tell me?
Darling, I was at the house the night of the fire, working on my foggy picture. You didn't see me when you went in, and later on you didn't come out. And I went over.
I was on the floor, and a man was bending over me.
He changed clothes with you, Santa, and I screamed, and he pulled out a gun, and I hit him with a hoe. And I drug you out and in.
And then what happened?
I put you in my car and took you home. I was going to phone the police, but I decided it was something you were working on, and I went back to the house, and it...
And it was burning, and you knew the man you'd hit on the head was in there.
Believe me, Sam, I didn't know the house was going to burn down. I wouldn't kill anybody, Sam. I only wanted to...
You only wanted to help me, and you did right, Angel.
Oh, Sam.
That's all right. I'm your witness. You didn't start the fire.
Somebody really started it?
Chester. He thought it was me lying on the floor in there. The bank tells me he's about to go busted. He figured this one out with his nephew to scare up some insurance, though. I'm about the same size.
Man. Hold me. It's been horrible. This is the kind of thing I was trying to paint. Now I'm smack dab up against it, and I'm sick. I'm stricken.
Easy.
Sam, you're really dead. Squeeze our way out, Sam. Just leave now. Let it go the way it is. They all think you're dead.
Oh, dear.
Huh?
But we know different, don't we, Mr. Spade?
He was holding a Navy Colt revolver in front of him with both hands. I couldn't make up my mind to rush him and count on his bad aim or stand still and be a perfect target while I tried to talk him out of it. Either way, he was a crazy man with a gun. He was getting ready to use it.
Sam, he's going to kill us.
Quiet, Aim.
Because my nephew was stupid enough to wear your watch and your suit when he exchanged clothes with you, I'm going to lose the Bon Ton.
And that puts you in quite a spot, doesn't it, Mr. Swan?
Until a moment ago, yes, but now. Mr. Spade, the newspapers all say you're dead. The death certificate says the same thing. All of your friends are following your casket and my nephew's corpse to the cemetery at this very moment. Everybody expects you to be dead, Mr. Spade.
Thanks to you, Mr. Swan.
But now, nobody'd miss you if I killed you.
I'd miss you, Sam.
But I'd have to kill you, too.
Oh.
Did you notice you're still wearing Theodore's clothes, even his ring? Why, Mr. Spade, I could kill you and put you in a fire somewhere and collect my insurance on Theodore now, couldn't I?
No. Why, that's a terrible thing to think.
Huh?
Oh, you're not reasoning properly, Chester. You really aren't. How would you explain to me? You just said you'd have to kill her. And what about the coroner's office? You're not there.
But if I...
And don't forget the medical examiner's got something to say, too. Not to mention the fact that you'd have to really burn me up to cover up the bullet hole. And furthermore, Chester, when you shoot me, if you happen to hit a rib and chip off some bone, they'd know I was shot before, and then homicide would be in on it.
Oh, no, stop. Nothing works for me. I'm a failure.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Swan. Let it all out. You'll feel better. And he did. And he's still crying in his cell downtown. Period. End of report.
Oh, Sam, you were so brave. You actually stood there and talked that crazy man out of murdering you. You were wonderful.
True, Effie? Amy thinks so, too. She's going to do me in oils when they let her out of the pokey.
Amy's in jail? But birthday.
Oh, technical charge of an involuntary manslaughter. I'll spring her as soon as the coroner's inquest is completed. Dear Amy.
Did she make good strikes, Sam?
Charge? Oh, that was the least of it.
Oh? What do you mean?
After the fight.
What then?
Panucci. Oh, boy. Say, go type that up, sweetheart, while I see if there's any mention of my miraculous resuscitation on the radio page. Go. There certainly is a mention of Sam Spade on the radio page for Friday. Sam Spade is one more in the list of great shows to join up in NBC's Parade of the Stars. Have you heard The Big Show? This Sunday, The Big Show comes your way once again on NBC. Listen to just a few of the star names who will be appearing this week. Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be the lady who invented the snappy retort, Tallulah Bankhead. Yes, it's The Big Show. It's big in music, big in drama, and big in comedy. Be sure to hear The Big Show Sunday.
Well, here it is, Sam. All typed up.
Good. I will sign it, and you will keep it, always, to remind you that I'm still here.
Oh, Sam.
Living, breathing, brave, and handsome. A paragon.
Sam, what will we do about the mail?
The mail? What mail? Where?
All the letters and postcards and telegrams and all that came in when people thought you... Oh, way over here. We thought you...
Oh, there's been enough tears tonight.
Oh, Sam, it's so good to have you back. Will you be the same as you always were?
Well, I'm going to try.
Because then you can't help but be, like they say, the greatest private detective of them all.
We'll see.
Good night.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by E. Jack Newman. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Frank Worth. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open the show with Linger a While. Probably every woman who keeps house has a desire at this time of the year to brighten up her home for fall. Now, whether you live in a comfortable old-fashioned house or an ultra-modern home, you can give all your rooms new life and beauty by waxing your floors, furniture, and woodwork with Johnson's Wax. Wall paneling, windowsills, radiator covers, refrigerators need the protection of genuine Johnson's Wax if you want to keep them clean and attractive through the winter. Johnson's Wax gives a beautiful protective polish to modern furniture or valuable antiques. Actually sheds dirt and keeps off finger smudges and stains. It will cost you only a few cents to beautify your floors, furniture, and woodwork with genuine Johnson's Wax. Well, Fibber and Molly have decided upon an evening of relaxation tonight. Molly wanted to go somewhere and dance, and Fibber wanted to go to a movie. So, they're going somewhere to dance. And here, just about to enter the beautiful Wistful Vista Public Ballroom, the Calais de Hoof, we find Fibber McGee and Molly.
Whose orchestra's playing here tonight, McGee?
According to the posters, it's Ted Weems and his swing band, whatever that is. What is swing music, Molly?
Search me, McGee. It's like inflation. Everybody talks about it, but nobody can explain it.
You sure hear plenty of it on the radio. And say, what do you think about Major Bo's amateurs switching from coffee to cars?
Well, what's the difference?
Huh?
Making coffee or driving cars, you still got to use the old bean. Does that percolate?
Yeah, but it's safer to have an amateur make your coffee than drive your car.
Oh, well, I suppose it depends on where you prefer to spoon. Buy the tickets.
Okay, maybe the fellow in the box office can tell us what swing...
Up! Hey, look where you're going, shrimp.
Look where you're going yourself, and who are you calling a shrimp?
You want to make something of it?
Why, what can you make of a shrimp?
And after this, watch yourself, punk.
Heavenly days, McGee. For a minute, I thought that big bruiser was going to stop you.
Trouble with that mug is he's got an inferiority complex.
Look, he's buying a ticket to the dance, too.
No, it's a free country, Molly. So sometimes I wonder why. Hi, Bud. Hi, Bud. Hey, you in the box office there.
Oh, yes. Very good evening to you, my little ankle worms. Yes. Welcome to the Palais de Hoof, the favorite dancing place of the stars. Even Mae West. Yes. Mae West. 2 hips and a hooray.
Is this a nice, respectable place?
Yes, madam, very respectable. The Palais de Hope allows no disturbance throughout you go. Yes, yes. Every ball must have its bouncer, you know.
That may be, Bud, but I hear they wouldn't allow the Wistful Vista Barber College to have its graduation dance here.
Why not?
Too much cutting in. Drop me if you've heard it. How much, Bud?
$1 a couple, my little rumba bums. Very cheap at the price, very cheap. Entertaining, helpful, and instructive. Keeps you fit. You already have a fit, you can keep that one, too. Yes, only $1 a couple.
Ain't that a little steep, Bud? $1 a couple?
McGee, don't be like that. Pretend we're not married and loosen up.
Here you are, Bud. One simoleon.
Thank you, thank you. Go right in.
Oh, wait a minute, McGee.
Huh?
Mr. Box Office Man, can you please tell us what they mean by swing music?
Swing music? Oh, yes, swing music. Sorry I'm a good woman, but I'm a stranger in town myself.
Well, come on, McGee.
I met that fella somewhere before, Molly. I think it was when they did the poultry raisers dance here.
Well, how was it?
It was a pretty foul ball. Say, this is kind of a nice place, ain't it, Molly?
Check your hat and coat, please. Check your hat and coat.
I think I'll keep my wrap on for a while, McGee.
Okay. Never mind, sis. You don't have to take the wrap on this one. How much to check a hat?
Nothing, sir.
Good.
And only a dime to get it out again.
Oh, I see. One of them dime cover charge joints, huh? Say, sis, could you tell us just what is this here swing music?
Well, Webster says swing is power exerted through something swinging.
Who's Webster?
Well, I don't know. Never heard of him.
Why, shucks, you just quoted him.
Oh, that was just an old quote that was checked here last week. Check your quotes and hats, please. Check your quotes.
If a brainstorm amounts to anything, she's got something there.
My, what dim lights, McGee.
They always dim the lights in dance places, Molly. That way you can't see if the guy bumping into you is big or little. Keeps fighting down to a minimum. Besides, it's more romantic.
Yes. It would take a couple of pretty dim bulbs to start a romance in here.
Oh, you know, Marley, I can hardly wait to teach you my new Spanish dance.
Go on. You taught me a Spanish dance once before, and I had to eat off the mantilla for a week.
Oh, this is a real Spanish dance, Molly. Patterned after Spanish politics. First you swing to the right, then to the left, then you start a revolution.
Well, you better write it down. It'll be dictated, but not read. Oh, I beg your pardon.
Aye, lad. Think nothing about it. 'Twas my own fault.
Well, don't be so clumsy, Scotty.
Very sorry, lad. But you see, my brother is a very poor dancer.
What's that got to do with you?
I'm wearing his shoes.
Well, listen, Scotty, you seem to be kind of familiar with this place. Can you tell us what swing music is?
No, lad. That I cannot. There is only one swing tune I'm the least bit familiar with.
One swing tune, or what is it?
They're hanging Danny Deaver in the morning.
Come on. Let's sit down and rest up for our first dance. Huh?
Oh, that's a husband for you. Now, what are you looking for?
I want to get me a cigar. I wonder if there's a cigar counter over by that soda fountain.
No, but there's a cigarette girl over there.
Oh, yeah. Kind of cute, ain't she? Hey, sis. Bring your cigars over here.
Okay, Sonny. Cigar red, souvenir.
Well, for the Hey, Grandma. Ain't you kind of old to be peddling cigars around here? Wearing them silk pants, too.
Oh, I don't know, Skippy. The trousers seem to go with the cigars.
Huh?
It's just a matter of puffs and pants.
You like it here, Grandma?
Well, Shorty, I do and I don't. It reminds me of when I was a dancer myself on the stage.
Oh.
I was engaged to an Apache dancer.
Apache dancer? What happened?
He threw me down. Cigarette, souvenir.
Hey, wait a minute, Grandma.
Yes, would you mind answering a question?
What is this swing music?
Well, Sonny, I don't know as I can define it. But I used to dance the tango to it enough. That's when I was billed as Noreen, the queen of the tango.
Noreen, the queen of the tango.
Yes. But the way vaudeville is nowadays, I guess it's tango Noreen no more.
Tango
Cigarette.
Stars fell out of heaven right into my arms. The stars fell out of heaven right into my dreams.
And since that very moment, life is so divine. I've never heard a star speak before. This one said, will you be mine? Then roses fell from heaven to be your bouquet. And dew rained down from heaven to christen the day. The miracle had happened, as they sometimes do. A star fell out of heaven and turned out to be you.
Have survived one dance, although if you'll sneak up a little closer, you'll detect a slight argument on the subject of technique.
And another thing, McGee, when you bump into people, you're supposed to tell them you're sorry.
I tried that one night, Molly, and my gal said I was talking too much. And besides, well, Bud, what do you want?
Pat down, you. How's about the next rascal, gorgeous?
No, thank you. I'm with me husband.
Oh, yeah? Well, where is he? I'll pick it up.
I'm her husband, Bud, and she ain't dancing with you.
Say, ain't you the little guy that bumped me in the lobby?
Well, keep your lobby out of my way after that. That's Kelman, ain't it, that lady?
Oh, yeah? Well, listen, you bangy. Don't give me none of your lip. Come on, sweetheart. How's about the next dance, huh?
No.
Dad, dreaded, how many times you got to be told? Now beat it. This is a respectable place.
All right. I was asking a polite, wasn't I?
I'm having all me dances with me husband. I'm sorry.
I should think you would be. And you worm. After this, you keep out of my way, see? Or you're liable to get stepped on.
What else could I expect from the heel?
What was the last crack?
Go on, scram, or I'll call the bouncer.
Well, that'll be just swell. He's my little brother. I'll see you outside, punk.
Days, McGee. If you keep ribbing him, you're liable to get bit.
Well, what would you do?
I'd use Johnson's Glow Coat, the no ribbing, no biffing floor polish.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks. Enjoying yourselves?
Oh, yeah. We were. Hey, Harpo, you see that big lug over there with a flat nose? Who is he?
Oh, him? Why, that's Cauliflower Cooney, the prize fighter.
Cauliflower Cooney. Looks like you bought a pug in a poke, McGee.
You look tired, Molly. You want to go home?
Go home? After one dance? Why, don't be silly. That is, unless you're afraid of that big Lugan.
Who, me? Afraid of that palooka? Go on. Oh, say, I forgot to ask Harpo what swing music was.
Well, you can ask Ted Weems when you get a chance. They say he's an authority on it.
I'll be glad to get it settled. Did I ever tell you about the time I had me my dance act in vaudeville, Molly?
With Noreen, the tango queen?
No. I was with the 4 Flying Fools.
Making 5 altogether.
Yeah. I used to be quite a hooker. Featherfoot McGee, they called me in them days.
Oh, my.
Featherfoot McGee, the fascinating fandango flinger, foot-like favorite of folks from Frisco to Florida and fancy flip-flopper to 4 Flying Fools.
Hi, Miss McGee. Hi, Miss McGee.
Well, heavenly day, Silly Watson.
Yes.
You working here now, Silly?
Yes, ma'am. I'm the attendant in the men's washroom.
Oh. You mean the attendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Say, Sil, you know anything about music?
Yes, sir, sure do. I play the guitar, please, sir. I practice it here when I ain't too busy.
Well, why don't you practice at home?
I can't, ma'am. Mammy don't allow no guitar playing around there.
Well, listen, Sil, the reason we asked is we've been wondering what swing music was.
Yeah. Swing music?
Uh-huh.
Well, Mr. McGee, swing music is real kind of razzmatazz hot jar stuff with some rodeo boom and a swiddle. Only she don't act so corny as with that little old-fashioned... You got that. That sweet stuff, that wasn't it.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Yeah, much obliged, Phil. You all going to stay here very long, sir?
Why, Sylvia?
Well, ma'am, looks like there's going to be a rumpus. Yeah. This here cauliflower cootie, he done get awful mad about something. See him as if he say he's going to ruin somebody. Oh. I want to be here to see that. He a powerful man, Miss Cooley is. Well, excuse me now, please, sir. I'll go see you someone. Let's go someplace else, Molly, will you?
Why? I like this place. The floor is wonderful and the music is lovely.
Oh, sure.
Oh, there's Ted Green. My, don't the boys look nice.
Listen, Molly, he's telling the band something.
Well, listen, boys. This tough guy, Cauliflower Cooney, starts a riot. Just keep on playing. And drummer. Yeah. Protect that bass drum. Don't let him throw anybody through it like he did last time.
Oh.
Well, hello, Molly. Hello, Fibber.
Hello, Teddy dear.
You expecting trouble, Ted?
Yes, a little. It seems that Cauliflower Cooney is going to beat somebody up. Can you imagine that?
I'm afraid so.
Listen, Ted. I know you're ready to play your next dance, but there's something we'd like to ask you.
Oh, yeah, Ted. So we want to find out once and for all just what is this swing music?
Oh, it's very simple.
Oh.
Swing music is a form of syncopation in which the offbeat characterizes a certain consistency of tempo.
Oh.
It's a variation of jazz which, by its adherence to a rhythmic quality or temporal impulse, almost indistinguishable to the untrained ear from a metronomic precision, as distinguished from individualistic interpretation.
Oh.
Here, listen to this.
Oh, baby, I don't want you to soft and mellow. Let me warn you in advance. Sing me a swing song, let me dance. Oh, baby, I don't want any moon, bright and yellow. You can have your sweet romance. Sing me a swing song, let me dance. Mr. Trombone, play some corn. I ain't caring what Mr. Trumpet, grab a horn. Brother, give me half note. Oh, baby, I don't want any tune on a cello. Give the rhythm man a chance. Just sing me a swing song, let me dance.
Here is a question many women have asked us. Quote, when floors are polished with Johnson's wax, can worn spots around doorways be touched up without re-waxing the entire floor? Unquote. The answer is emphatically yes. You can touch up any worn spots on your floors and linoleum with Johnson's wax, and the polish will blend in perfectly with the rest of the wax surface. Johnson's wax does not give a brittle finish. It never can chip off as other types of finishes do. It gives a resilient polish, becoming almost a part of the wood itself, sealing the pores and cracks against dust and dirt, shielding the floor from wear with a tough, invisible film of wax protection. You'll save yourself a great deal of cleaning work over a period of time, and your floors and linoleum will always look beautiful if you protect them with genuine Johnson's wax. Look for the attractive yellow can, and remember, you save money by ordering the larger sizes. Now back in a quiet corner of the Wistful Vista Palais de Hoof ballroom, we find Molly listening to a somewhat nervous Fibber.
Come on, Molly. Let's go home. What say we stop at Louis' hamburger wagon and get us a couple of...
No.
Oh, well.
suggestion.
I'm having too good a time right here. I don't know why we don't come here often. I certainly am getting a bang out of this.
Me too. I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, look, McGee, there's Mort Toops. Yoo-hoo, Mr. Toops.
Hi, Mort.
Here we are, Mr. Toops, over here. I never expected to see you here.
I guess that's right. You never know who you'll see when you ain't got your gun. Just met a feller at the soda fountain over there. Did I pull a fast one?
I'll bet.
Hot dog. Listen, Mort, he says to me. Get a load of this now. Listen, Mort, he said. Who are you voting for in November?
Yeah.
And I whipped right back with him. Is this a hot one?
Tell us.
Oh, boy. Who am I voting for, I said.
Yeah.
Well, I said, I'm voting for the... Oh, this is rich. I'm voting for the... I'll have to tell you later.
With that donkey laugh of his, they'll make him vote Democratic.
He'll laugh so hard at his own jokes, he's liable to split his ticket. Hey, Molly.
What?
Have you seen anything of, has...
You mean Cauliflower Cooney?
Yeah.
No, he's not here that I can see.
Good. Probably seen my footwork out there on the dance floor and sneaked away. Oh, say, here comes the proprietor of the ballroom, Molly. Hey there, Mr. Houlihan.
Houlihan? My, what a fine old name.
Good evening to you, McGee. Glad to see you stepping out and all.
I don't believe you ever met up with my wife, Mike. Molly, this is Mike Houlihan, the boss of the joint.
How do you do, I'm sure?
Good evening to you, Mrs. McGee. Sure, 'tis a fine thing to see a beautiful woman like yourself now, with the roses of Galway in your cheeks and the blue of Killarney in your eyes.
Before you get to the gold of Trolley in her hair, let me ask you a question.
Oh, McGee, let him go on with the blind.
Sure, 'tis no blarney at all, my cutler. 'Tis but...
Hey, hold it a minute, Mike. Listen, do you know Cauliflower Cooney?
I do that, and a fine brat of a boy he is, too. There is no lad in the world that could swing a pick like his father.
Well, he's been making threats against me husband, Mr. Houlihan.
Yeah, just because I wouldn't let him dance with my wife.
Making threats, is he?
Yeah.
He would that. He's always filing for a fight as the Cooney. There is only one way to handle a lad the likes of him. Sure, and how else but a good swift kick in the teeth to the big baboon. It's the only cure for his playfulness.
Playfulness?
Oh, McGee wouldn't want to start a fight in your nice ballroom, Mr. Houlihan.
I'll say so.
Fight, is it? There'll be no fighting in me Palais de Hope. Not if I have to beat the ears off of everybody in the place.
Well, that's fine. And one thing more, Mr. Houlihan.
Sure, my Bourney. And what would that be now?
We wanted to ask you, you being the proprietor of a ballroom, and you should ought to know.
What is swing music?
Swing music, is it? Sure, it is just this morning I was asking myself the same. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be asking the wind. Now, there's a lad who wants to know...
Now we're getting somewhere, McGee.
Old Houlihan probably thinks swing music is played with a mandolin because you use a stick on it. I hope the next dance is a walk, Molly. We ain't had a walk yet. That is, I'm still tired. You tired, Molly? You want to go home?
No, I don't want to go home. For heaven's sake, stop asking me that. I want to dance.
Okay. Kind of like to dance yourself. Chuck, back into my vaudeville days on the 2 a day.
2 a day.
Yeah.
Performances or meals.
We used to have a dancing act, 2 boys and a gal and myself. We done everything from the buck and wing to the can-can.
And by buying Johnson's wax in the large size can-can, you save up to 1/3.
Come on, Molly, let's go home. What say we get us a soft drink and a sandwich for this next dance?
All right, McGee. Now, what are you looking for?
Well, I just looking to see if there's a couple of vacant stools at the counter.
Why, they're all vacant, but 2, isn't it?
Oh.
What's the matter with your eyes?
Nothing, so far. 2 ham sandwiches and a couple of orangeade sticks.
Okay.
I hope old Houlihan gets the cauliflower Cooney.
Oh, McGee, behind you.
Oh, here you are. I've been looking for you, Shrimp. You know what I'm going to do to you?
I heard rumors about it.
Now, listen, you leave me husband alone, you big bruiser.
Quiet, Molly, quiet. I'll handle it.
You will. You know who I am? I'm Cauliflower Cooney, that's who I am, see?
Hey, what's the idea? You quit that.
He don't let him get away with that.
That was just a sample, see?
Wait a minute, Cauliflower. Hold it. Hey, waitress.
Yeah?
You got any spinach?
Have I got any...
You heard me, spinach.
That's what I thought you said. Here.
Fine.
Hey, what are you doing, punk?
Heavenly days, a whole can of spinach. What's the idea?
I am what I am, and that's all I am, see? If Popeye can do it, I can do it. I'll show you.
Oh, what a song.
What hit me? What's that sweet music?
Brother, that's swing music.
Owners by the appearance of their cars. People, in turn, size you up the same way. So it certainly pays to keep your car looking its best all the time. There really is no excuse for driving a dirty, stained car when it's so easy to take off all the old road film and discoloration with Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish. In no time at all, you can have your car shining like new again, no matter how hopeless it seems to you now. Johnson's Auto Cleaner is a liquid and works on an entirely new principle. It dries quickly to a white powder. Wipe off the powder, and along comes all the film and dirt without the slightest injury to the finish. Now, please pay close attention. If you go to your dealer without delay, auto supply store, service station, or regular wax dealer, and buy a pint can of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and Polish at a special price of only 59 cents, you will receive a full-size can of Johnson's Protective Auto Wax free. Don't fail to get your free can of Johnson's Auto Wax so you can protect the finish of your car and keep it looking like new.
Certainly was proud when you tasted that big Lugan.
It's all on account of keeping in train, Molly. Dancing is what does it. Gives you a spring in your feet.
Gives me a fall in the arches.
You know, I'd like to dance in pictures, like Fred Astaire.
Oh, I don't know, McGee. That's pretty intricate stuff he does.
Intricate? What? He's got snap dancing skills.
Oh.
And inviting you to be with us 1 week from tonight. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to The Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Our story this week is a case for rebuttal to the old adage, dead men tell no tales. It's the story of Carl Brooks, a young man, a practicing lawyer, one of 2 junior district attorneys under political zealot Lloyd Mercer. It will be Carl Brooks's misfortune to be asked to perform a favor by and for his mentor. Misfortune that begins with murder and proliferates over a life reborn and a span of 4 years' time. His initial chance discovery and subsequent smoldering guilt will prove to be the driving catalytic force to spirit him back to the scene of the crime. A dead man knows the truth, and for Carl Brooks, a mission of repentance and search for that truth will lead him to peel back the layers of deceit and uncover what we can only call Dead Man's Tale. Our story begins after this word. Picture this. Dusk of a late autumn day in a seemingly typical Midwestern city of 300,000. In the office of District Attorney Lloyd Mercer, the day's work is winding to a close. The secretary has gone home, leaving 2 young men to their game of darts in the outer office.
Bullseye. How about that shot, Barry?
No good, Carl. You stepped over the line.
Now, come on, Barry. You're not going to take 100 points from me over an imaginary line, are you?
Carl Brooks and Barry Wilson, both 24 years old, close friends and Lloyd Mercer's junior DAs.
Gentlemen, who's winning?
You are, Chief, if the latest figures in the polls are right.
Yes, they were very encouraging. Come to the office.
Encouraging? 57% for you, 36% for all the other candidates combined, 7% undecided. And less than a week to go, you're a shoo-in for another term.
I never count votes until election night. Which one of you can spare me a small favor this evening? I have to get home and change for that rally. Well, I still have some work on the Bostwick brief, and you'll need it first thing tomorrow. Right. And you've also got a family awaiting dinner.
Which, by the process of elimination, leaves the bachelor with a clear desk. Okay, what can I do for you, Chief?
Barry, would you close the door on your way out? Oh, sure thing. Carl, I want you to go to the Delta Hotel and pick up an attaché case for me. The man's name is Robert Henley. He'll be expecting you. He's in room 515. And when you get it, bring it straight to me at election headquarters. I'll need those documents tonight before the rally. Now, I'm off with you.
Yes, sir. Good luck tonight, Mr. Mercer.
What could go wrong? I'm addressing our 57%.
I left the office and took a cab to the Delta Hotel. The desk clerk waved as I walked by, and I told the elevator man 5th floor. The door to room 515 was oddly not quite closed. Mr. Henley? It's Carl Brooks from Lloyd Mercer's office. Mr. Henley. Mr. Henley, Mr. Henley. Hey. What? Oh, my God. Hello, main desk. Get me the foot cute. What?
But not cute enough.
Harris, what are you doing here?
No need to ask what you're doing, is there? Calling the Red Cross, maybe? Donating blood?
This man's dead.
Oh, that's very good, Counselor. Very good indeed. I'll take that money now.
What?
Come on. It's too late for games. You're out of your league, Sonny.
What are you talking about? You think I killed him?
Fancy that. Tell you what, just hand over the cash and I'll forget I saw you here. You can run and maybe you can beat the murder rap.
Oh, wait a minute. This is insane.
Not insane, just stupid. But then you couldn't know I make it a habit to keep my eye on my investments.
Your investments? Look, I don't have any idea what you're talking about, Ferris, but I'm going
You're not going to do anything or go anywhere until you cough up that $150,000.
150? Get out of my way, Ferris.
Sorry. The money, Brooks. Hand it over or I'll get...
Mercer Election Headquarters.
Lloyd Mercer, please. It's urgent.
Carl?
Sir?
You're lucky I'm still here, boy. Where are you? What's the matter?
Everything's the matter. Robert Henley is dead.
What? I'm sorry, Carl. I couldn't hear you. What did you say?
Robert Henley. He's dead.
What?
I went up to his room and found him on the floor. His throat. It was cut from ear to ear.
What about the attaché case?
Well, it was still handcuffed to his wrist, but it was broken open and it was empty.
Empty?
There's all $150,000 worth of documents. Mr. D.A., are you there?
You'd better get over here right away, Carl.
Joe Farris was there. He saw me in the room. He thinks I killed Henley.
Well, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
He said there was money involved.
Where is he now?
Well, Farris? He's still up there. I don't know. I don't plan to be around when he comes to. I had to hit him to get out.
Come over to headquarters. I have to see you.
Well, everyone else has. Farris, the desk clerk, the elevator man, my fingerprints. They're all over that room.
Carl, I'll explain, but not over the phone.
Well, just explain two things to me. $150,000 and one dead man.
You get over here, Brooks. Now. Right now.
Mercer? Mercer! Taxi! Taxi!
Carl? Hey, Carl, where you going? The chief told me to pick you up and... Carl?
The airport. And move.
Carl?
It wasn't logical, and it wasn't intelligent. It was sheer blind panic that made me take the first westbound plane out of town. After all, I was innocent, regardless of how it looked. But it looked like a setup, with me, dead center in the frame. When the plane landed, I bought a hometown paper. The story of Henley's murder was all over the front page. Carl Brooks was a wanted man. I dumped the paper in the trash can and moved on, and on, from town to town. The days ran into weeks and in months. I never read anything more or heard about it. I didn't want to know. Guilt is not always something that can be determined in a court of law. I had to establish a new life if I was to survive, beginning with a new name, Charles Barrows. A 3-day construction job brought me into a small central town in California, the town of Coulter. I stayed 4 years, growing with the town. I enrolled in a real estate school where I met Jenny Duncan. We studied together, and in 4 years our friendship blossomed into something far greater. Be right there, Jen.
How's my land baron doing today?
Fine, let's go.
Where?
Anywhere, just drive somewhere.
All right. Rough day at the office?
Not really.
You sure had me fooled, Charles Barrows.
What? What do you mean?
Honey, all I meant was you're terribly cranky today.
I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't mean to take it out on you. I mean, that's the last thing I want to do, believe me. Let's go to the lake. We've always been able to say what we mean there.
All right.
See the circle the pebble makes in the water? I bet you can't throw one inside it.
I thought we came here to say what we meant. What is it, Charles?
Oh. Well, a man came in today. He was interested in a piece of property over by Golden Valley. I was showing him the brochure when he said he thought he'd seen me somewhere before.
Well, that is possible. Coulter isn't San Francisco.
He just moved here from the Midwest.
He probably thought you were someone else.
Like Carl Brooks.
Who? Charles, what are you not telling me?
Jenny, do you know how much I love you? I mean, how much you mean to me? 4 years ago, a man was killed in the town I grew up in. Carl Brooks worked for the district attorney at the time. He found the body, but that's all he did. But it was somehow made to look like he was a suspect, the prime suspect.
What happened to him?
Well, he disappeared.
And you have the same color hair, right?
We're one and the same.
I don't believe it.
Well, it's true. And if it weren't, well, I'd have proposed marriage a long time ago.
Charles...
My conscience wouldn't allow me to ask. I mean, I'd give up anything for you, Jenny. I would. And I will.
What does it all mean?
Well, I've decided to give myself up. I'm going back, Jenny. Clear myself. Clear my name.
What happens to us? I love you, whoever you are. I'm going with you.
No, you mustn't. Please, Jenny. I mean, it's painful as it is.
But what if... You said you were innocent.
Oh, I was weak then. I was a coward. I couldn't have fought the law, even though they were wrong. But it's different now. I have something to fight for. And that's exactly what I plan to do. It was only 2 hours by air back to the city where I'd lived most of my life. But it seemed an eternity until the plane touched down at the airport. The moment I stepped under the ground, the feeling of guilt returned. Hundreds of people in that city knew me by sight. And if I was picked up before I had the chance to turn myself in, it would be impossible to prove I came back to give myself up. Voluntarily, that is.
Taxi, mister?
Yes.
Where to?
The county offices.
Right.
Driver, would you happen to know, is Lloyd Mercer still the district attorney?
Not since the election last month. We got a new one, named Jameson.
Oh, I see. Then Mercer won a second term and was defeated this year.
Nope. Mercer didn't run for DA this year. Way I hear it, Jameson's his boy. Mercer ran for Superior Court.
Judge Mercer?
Yeah, another landslide. They're saying he'll run for governor next time. That Mercer's got one smooth machine.
Yeah. Well, he's the one I want to see.
Well, that'll be the courthouse.
Good afternoon, Judge Mercer's chambers. Just a moment, please. Your Honor, there's a Mr. Alan Bledsoe calling. On line 1, sir. Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes, I'd like to see Judge Mercer, please.
Your name, please?
Brooks. Carl Brooks.
I'm afraid you'll have to make an appointment, Mr. Brooks. Would tomorrow afternoon be satisfactory?
Look, I have to see him right away.
The judge is a very busy man.
Could you please tell him I'm here?
All right, I'll ring in, but... Judge, there's a Mr. Brooks out here, and he insists... Yes, Carl Brooks. Yes, sir. He said to go right in, Mr. Brooks.
Carl, how are you? Well, don't just stand there. Sit down. Tell me, how have you been? What have you been doing? What brings you back to our fair city?
I don't understand. I mean, I came back to give myself up.
Give yourself? Oh, well, you mean the Henley murder?
Of course.
Oh, that's marvelous. You mean you've been thinking all these years, what is it now, almost 5? You've been worried, hiding? Carl, there's no charge against you.
No charge? But I read in the paper. I mean, the day after it happened that I was the prime suspect.
You were, for a couple of hours. It was open and shut, Carl. The murderer was apprehended, tried, convicted, and executed. We still had the death penalty then.
You mean all this time, the running, the changing my name, giving up my law career, living with fear that at any time for nothing? I mean, it was all for nothing?
I am sorry, Carl, but if you hadn't run...
I'm free? You mean I'm free?
As the proverbial bird, Carl. But I hope this doesn't mean you're going to fly away before we've had a chance to have dinner together, or at least a drink.
Look, can I make a phone call first?
You're welcome to use my phone.
No, thank you. No, it's long distance and personal. I've got a question to spring on a young lady.
My premature congratulations. A local girl?
No, California. Maybe it all turned out for the best. I mean, if I hadn't left, I never would have met Jenny.
But you won't leave town without saying goodbye.
Judge, you have my solemn oath.
You're sure, darling? Absolutely sure?
That's what the man said. Look, I'll be on my way now, but there just isn't a plane leaving for the coast until tomorrow.
I'll come there if you like.
No. Don't you dare. I'm coming home for life.
Oh, Carl. I have to get used to calling you Carl.
Look, I'm going to check into a hotel, and then I'll pick up some of my things and, well, maybe have a drink with Mercer or whoever before I leave.
Mrs. Carl Brooks. Jennifer Brooks. I like the sound of it.
Hey, you're not listening.
Oh, yes, I am. You're coming home.
See you tomorrow, love. Goodbye.
Bye.
Carl? Is that Carl Brooks? Hugo. Wow, you look great. I mean, it's really been a long time. Hey, you still with the Chronicle? How the hell are you?
Can't complain. Up till now. What happened? Mercer bring you back to run his next campaign?
Hugo.
I wasn't notified of any high school class reunion.
Hugo, come on now. Why are you writing me?
How'd you like the trial?
Well, believe it or not, today's the first I've heard of it. I mean, all along I thought that
You're a long time late.
Late? For what?
Barry Wilson, for one.
Barry? What about him? I mean, I was just going to call him.
I'm afraid they don't have phone service where Barry is.
Where is he?
You don't know? You really don't know?
No.
Barry was executed for Henley's murder.
Barry? But that's impossible.
Oh, was it?
But, no, that's not possible. I mean, I saw him. I mean, he was just arriving at the hotel after Henley was dead.
That's what Barry kept saying, that he had a perfect alibi. You.
But the trial, Hugo. He was convicted.
Because you were running, because you weren't here to testify for him. He kept saying Carl will come back and prove I'm innocent. But Carl was running to save his own skin. And Mercer needed a quick arrest to assure his re-election as DA. Barry was the perfect pigeon.
But a jury doesn't convict without. I mean, they must have had some evidence.
You keep telling yourself that if it's any comfort. Sure, Mercer built up a case and made it stick because Barry's only witness couldn't be found.
But you see, I thought I was the one they were looking for.
If you were innocent, why'd you run? Or maybe you weren't. You said yourself Barry couldn't have done it.
Barry's dead? Wow. What about Ellen and the little girl?
Well, they're doing fine. Just fine. Ellen's adjusted to life as a widow. And the kids at school make it wonderful for little Katie. Oh, but don't let it bother you, Carl. Obviously, it hasn't so far. Send him a card after you leave. Goodbye, Carl. Have a wonderful life.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the 0 Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of The 0 Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Mervyn Gerard and Kim Weiskopf. George Maharis is Carl, Craig Stevens is Mercer, and Charles McGraw is Ferris. Featured in the cast are Byron Kane, Ann Marshall, Catherine Grody, and Herbert Jefferson Jr. 0 Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer, Rochelle Sherman, associate producer, and Kim Weiskopf, story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking.
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour.
The Mutual Broadcasting System presents The Zero Hour. Sponsored in part by
Contact and the Ford Motor Company. This is The Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
Carl Brooks was a man in the wrong place at the wrong time. He arrived at a downtown hotel, per instructions, to pick up a locked attaché case for his boss, District Attorney Lloyd Mercer, only to find an empty case and a dead man. Seen in the room and falsely accused, Carl Brooks, a man in a panic, chose to run. 4 years later, in a town far away, this same man, haunted by the past, and the lie his new life had become, made still another choice: to return and face whatever the charge, whatever the consequences. He returned to find all charges against him dropped. The case was history. But for Carl Brooks, the consequences were immense. His closest friend had been judged guilty and executed. The only man who could have saved him was absent from the trial. That man had run. That man was Carl Brooks. Our story, Dead Man's Tale, resumes after this message.
I love Tommy. You know, he's, no different than my own grandchildren, except he's never had much love and attention. When I first met him, he never talked, and everyone thought he was mute. I'm a foster grandparent to Tommy. Not long ago, I began teaching him how to match up colors with words and objects. It just wasn't working, and I was getting frustrated. Then one day, he looked at an apple. He said, red. He said red. I lit up inside, and I cried, and I kissed him for loving me.
The Foster Grandparent Program has many volunteers over 60 years of age devoting themselves part-time, giving personal care and attention to children in institutions. The Foster Grandparent Program is one part of action. Action is doing something.
There is something you can do. Get into action.
Hugo left me standing in the hotel lobby like I was nailed to the floor. Barry Wilson and I had been friends since before I could remember. We'd done everything together, school, baseball. I even introduced him to Ellen. Now, Barry was dead, executed by the state for a crime he did not commit. And there was nothing I could do to bring him back. I had returned to my hometown for a purpose, to clear myself of any guilt. I never dreamt how terribly guilty I really was.
I understand, Carl. I understand how awful you must feel. But what can you do?
I'm not sure, Jenny. I only know there's Ellen and her little girl, and they don't pay widow's benefits to the wife of a man convicted of a capital crime. I've got to do something for them I should have done 4 years ago. Prove Barry's innocence. It's the least I can do.
All right, but Carl, you sound as if you feel guilty.
I am.
No, you're not. You didn't kill anybody.
Neither did Barry.
Oh, Carl, don't do this to yourself. What happened is unfair, and I'm not asking you to do nothing about righting a wrong, but...
Jenny, please, just give me a little time. I mean, what I said before still goes. This is something I have to do before we can have a decent life together.
Does that mean you want me to stay here in Coulter?
For now, yes. Do you understand why?
I'm trying to. All any of us can do is try. Goodbye, darling.
Goodbye, darling. I didn't know exactly how or where to start. From the beginning seemed like the logical place. I checked into the Delta Hotel, and then I arranged to meet Lloyd Mercer at the Skylight Lounge.
Well, Carl, what's it going to be? Dinner or just a quick drink?
I've canceled my reservation.
Oh? I thought you had a young lady breathlessly awaiting your return.
Well, that was before I found out what happened to Barry Wilson.
I'd hope you spare you that. Terribly unfortunate, unpleasant all around. But what's it got to do with your changing your plan?
Barry was innocent.
He had a jury trial, Carl. He was convicted.
Who prosecuted the case?
It was my job. Not a happy one under the circumstances, but I had no choice but to prosecute without fear or favor.
Well, did he tell you I saw him at the Delta Hotel, that he was arriving 5 minutes after I found the body?
So he claimed.
Well, it's true.
Well, since we couldn't find you, I weighed the possibility that it might have been true.
You didn't believe him?
It gave me pause. But then I realized he could have come back to the hotel after killing Henley so that you could see him just arriving to be his alibi if he needed one. As matters developed, I'm certain that was the case.
But he shouted to me as I was running for a taxi that you had asked him to meet me there.
Yes, he made that allegation at the trial. Untrue, of course. Why would I do that?
I don't know. All I heard him say was that the chief sent him.
Not much of a defense.
I guess not. Just one man's word against another.
Don't be petty, Carl. It doesn't suit you.
Look, was there any hard evidence against Barry?
I could let you have the transcript if you like. But briefly, motive. He was rather deeply in debt. An opportunity? He obviously listened on the inner office intercom to my instructions to you about picking up the attaché case from Henley. And we both know that he left the office considerably ahead of you.
Yes, but he was going home. I mean, Judge, you know Barry.
Naturally, he claimed that he'd never heard of Henley, so we'll never know.
Were there any fingerprints?
Only yours and Henley's. A murderer would have been more careful. Barry couldn't account for his movements just prior to or during the time of the murder. He had $500 in cash he couldn't explain, and then the bald-faced lie about my sending him to the hotel.
Wasn't there anything else?
It's all in the transcript, if you're that interested. But why are we retrying the case now, Carl?
Your Honor, I don't think Barry Wilson killed Robert Henley.
Really? Well, perhaps you should have been public defender, champion of the lost cause.
Look, I'm serious, Judge. I mean, let's assume Barry did listen in.
A fair assumption.
Maybe he didn't go straight home.
And went instead to the Delta Hotel.
Or he could have gone almost anywhere. Why not here, for a cocktail?
Because he went straight to the Delta Hotel, room 515, and murdered Robert Henley.
But why? I mean,
motive,
he had
Carl,
no reason
motive.
to...
The man needed money.
No motive, Judge. I mean, it was documents I was sent there for. There was never any mention of money.
I suggest you read the transcript.
Look, was there any money? I was never clear on that.
None that was ever recovered, nor were the documents, for that matter. Could have cost me the election. Barry was guilty. Take my word for it. You can go back to your new life with a clear conscience. It was good seeing you again, Carl.
I see. Case dismissed.
Goodbye, Carl.
I was just leaving. Thanks for your time, Your Honor. Lloyd Mercer had offered little in the way of information about the trial. That was to be expected. Motive. That was the fatal flaw in the case for the prosecution. A man was murdered for something he was carrying in an attaché case, documents or money or both, and in 4 years there had been no trace of either. Barry was railroaded, but by whom? And had that been the master plan from the beginning? More likely, Barry was merely a convenient second choice, a substitute for me.
Here
comes a new car with a new young look for 74. Ford Torino, the solid mid-size car. It's not just Torino's great new looks you'll like. The beautifully restyled grille, optional split bench seats, and luxurious interiors. More than that, there's Torino's smooth, steady ride and the confident feeling it gives you on the road. Solid Torino 74 for looks, comfort, confidence. Take a close look at Torino at your Ford dealers now.
Riding down the road in style, smooth and quiet by the mile. The Pulse, you've got a solid car.
The solid, mid-size Ford Torino for 74. The closer you look, the better we look.
You've got a solid car.
I had terribly mixed emotions about my next move. I had to talk to Ellen Wilson, Barry's widow. She had been Ellen Upshaw when we'd first met, the prettiest girl in the whole junior class. We went together almost until graduation. Quite the campus couple we were. Then one day, after a football game, I introduced her to the star halfback. That was Barry Wilson. They were married the week after commencement. 2 years later, Katie was born. I took a taxi to the modest two-bedroom tract home the Wilsons had bought the year before Barry's execution. It was just as I remembered, only the lawn was now overgrown with weeds. Up close, I could see the paint was peeling, and one of the windows had been broken and been repaired with only cardboard and a tape. It wasn't the same. Nothing was.
Don't believe it.
Hello, Ellen.
What do you want here?
Can we talk?
Now? 4 years later, you want to talk?
Ellen, it's important. May I come in?
All right.
Thank you.
I have nothing to say to you. You don't mind if I stand?
I won't be long.
Why, Carl? Why did you come back? Why now? Why ever? You're too late. Barry's dead.
I know. Hugo Brownell told me about it. I just didn't know.
You didn't know? The biggest, most sensational trial in the history of the state? And you say you didn't know?
Well, that's the truth.
Keep your voice down. The baby's asleep.
Katie?
Yes, Katie. It wasn't time for another, damn you. She's really not a baby anymore.
No, she must be 8 years old.
Yes. And her father's been dead half her life.
Don't you think I know that? Don't you know it's been eating up my insides just to think about it? Ellen, I came back to prove I didn't kill that man.
Didn't you?
Well, if I had, would I have come back at all?
Barry didn't kill him, Carl. And he can't come back.
I know. I know.
Now, go away. Leave us alone.
Not until I prove Barry was innocent.
What good would that do now? Look at me. Take a good look. These aren't laugh lines around my eyes. It's anguish. You want to go to school with Katie? She could show you to the class and tell them who you are.
Helen, I'm not asking for forgiveness. I just want to know what really happened. I've got to start somewhere. Did Barry say anything to you about money?
Money?
I mean, did he ever hear of
Money? You want to know about money? Wait right here. Let me show you something, mister. Go back to bed, honey. Mommy will be right in. Here. Take a look at that.
Cashier's check for $100.
I get one every month, without fail.
Who sends it?
I don't know. Who makes deposits into my bank account? Every time my balance falls below $50, another 50 is deposited automatically and anonymously.
Haven't you tried to find out?
Oh, yes. At first. And got nowhere. Then I thought, What if asking too many questions should shut it off? How would I pay all the extras the little money I was earning didn't cover? Then I lost my job. Now it's 2 days' work here, an afternoon there. Nothing for weeks on end.
Ellen, this means that somebody... this is obviously conscience money.
Blood money. And who pays Dr. Irwin for me? 2 operations in the past 3 years. Hospital bills. Katie's tonsils.
Ellen, I think there's a real chance that I can clear Barry's name.
You mean you can stir things up? Get it all in the newspapers and on television again. Ruin what little we have left.
But if I could force them to reopen the case...
And if they don't find the guilty party...
Well, I have to do something.
Don't you think you've done enough? Leave it alone. Oh, Carl, I thought I knew you so well. I never really knew you at all. Go. Go back where you came from. Leave us alone.
Give your hand to a friend. Give your heart to your love. But give your cold to contact. The sooner the better.
Hey, I'm back. How's that cold?
Rotten. Get the contact?
I got everything. Contact, cold tablets, and this liquid.
Oh, no.
Honey, it's all cold medicine.
Well, sure, but it only takes 1 contact for up to 12 hours continuous relief from sneezing, drips, congestion. For that, I'd need 6 of your cold tablets.
2 every 4 hours.
Or 3 ounces of nighttime liquid.
1 every 4 hours.
Or just 1 contact. The tiny time pills do it.
Well, it's all cold medicine.
Those others contain antipyretic analgesics. The liquid, antitussive, and alcohol. They're not in contact.
6 or 3 or 1. I choose the 1 contact.
Me too. And I'm the one with the cold.
Give me cold contact. The sooner the better.
6 or 3 or 1. When you catch a cold, take contact. Only as directed.
Ellen was right, of course, about what would happen if I succeeded in bringing it all to public attention again. On the other hand, if I could gather information, get some answers of my own, and then come forward with the facts, I might accomplish a great deal for Ellen and Katie, at least in terms of security. But how much of it would be for her, and how much for myself, to soothe my own conscience? 3 unsolved M's: money, motive, and murder. According to the learned judge, Barry was in debt. That was something I hadn't known and didn't think it proper to ask Ellen about. Gambling is illegal in the state, but everyone knows it goes on, appropriately disguised. I took a taxi back to town to pay a visit to just such an establishment. And an old acquaintance I had last seen at the Hotel Delta sprawled on the floor. If anybody would know about money, he would.
Well, there it is, just up ahead. The one with all the lights flashing?
Well, that's where I want to go.
You sure? The Ferris wheel's the most expensive night spot in town. I mean, there's better places to eat and a lot cheaper, too.
You see, I'm not hungry.
I get it. Back room, huh?
Yeah, you got it.
Well, that's the luck, buddy. You'll need it back there. You'd be better off eating, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. Keep it.
Hey, thanks.
Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?
I want to ride on the merry-go-round.
Your name, sir?
Wilson.
A gentleman to ride the merry-go-round. Mr. Wilson.
Barry Wilson.
Barry Wilson, huh? As you wish, sir. Down the hall. This key opens the door on the right.
Thank you.
Always the lemon, isn't it?
can do better at craps or roulette.
I'm not really a gambling man, Cyrus.
Oh, I thought you were.
Can we talk? In private?
My office private enough? You've changed your name, I see.
Yeah, several times. You don't seem surprised to see me.
Oh, I've been expecting you.
Mercer called you.
Let's just say I heard that Carl Brooks was back in town. I figured you might drop in for a ginger ale.
No, it would be watered down.
Still cute, huh, Brooks? Look, you got lucky once. I don't take kindly to people punching me out. My jaw was real tender for a while. Couldn't eat steak for a week. You know, I could call in a few of my boys and have them punch you out. Or I could do it myself.
What's stopping you?
Maybe I've mellowed.
Maybe you'd just as soon I left town, quietly.
Like I said, Brooks, you got lucky once. Now don't push it.
You mind if I sit down?
No, be my guest. But don't get too comfortable. You'll be leaving soon.
You know, you sure have a nice place here, Ferris. You must really rake it in.
All right, cute guy. What's on your mind?
Barry Wilson.
What about him?
I understand he used to ride the merry-go-round and couldn't pay for the tickets.
Well, you can't collect from a dead man.
I seem to recall you saying one time how you like to keep an eye on your investments. By the way, whatever happened to all the money?
What money?
The $150,000 Henley was killed for.
Keep dreaming, Brooks. That was documents the stiff had on him.
Do you have any idea who's sending Ellen Wilson $100 documents every month?
I think it's about time you cashed in your chips, punk. A smart gambler quits when the odds are against him.
You know, Ferris, if I didn't know you to be a solid citizen, I'd say that sounded like a threat.
Oh, no threat. A promise.
Mm-hmm. Don't bother to get up. I can find my way out. Ferris was lying. Of that I was sure. There was money, all right. The night of the murder, Ferris had been in the room the same time I was, but I didn't hear him come in. He could have killed Henley, stolen the money, and waited for me to arrive. Of course, a hired killer was a possibility. Joe Ferris was certainly not one to stick his own neck out, like I was doing. But what really puzzled me was the money Ellen was getting. I couldn't see Ferris giving money away for any reason, and Lloyd Mercer? Well, I was sure convinced he had no conscience at all. I had nothing to go on but a hunch, and I needed help. I headed straight for the red and white neon lights of the Chronicle building. The heavy glass doors were locked. I could see a uniformed guard inside.
Something I can do for you?
Yes, is Hugo Brownell working tonight?
Yeah, but not here. He's out on a story somewhere.
Well, is there any way I can get in touch with him? I mean, it's very important.
I'll see him when he comes back.
Well, would you have him call me at the Delta Hotel? The name is Brooks. It doesn't matter how late, just so he calls. Would you tell him that?
Brooks, Delta Hotel, right?
Right. I took a sandwich with me up to the room at the hotel so I wouldn't miss Hugo's call. I ate slowly to make the time go faster. Then thoughts of Jenny swept over me like a veil of stardust, and I began to wonder if what I was doing was really worth it. Why was I compelled to be where I was, away from her? It was all so frustrating and becoming dangerous. Hugo had to have returned by now. I was pretty sure he had gotten the message, and I had gotten his. If it's help you want, count me out. Carl Brooks, you're on your own.
You are listening to Mutual's presentation of The Zero Hour.
Lots of people think that a ham is just a ham. You get fresh, cured and smoked. You got butt, shank, steak and canned. You got cooked, country, picnic, slices. You got canned perishable, which you do have to refrigerate, and canned non-perishable, which you don't have to refrigerate. Unless you open the can, then you have to refrigerate both. Now, that sounds like a lot to remember, which it is, so forget it, and just remember this. When you're buying ham, read the label. If the label says fully cooked, then you don't have to cook the ham, okay? But if the label does not say fully cooked, then please cook it. Not the label, the ham. The U.S. Department of Agriculture has more free information on ham. Just write ham, U.S. Department of Agriculture, Washington, D.C., 20250.
Here's a tip from your Better Business Bureau. A household move is always a difficult undertaking, but it can be particularly unpleasant during the summer. Pickups and deliveries are more likely to be delayed then because the demand on moving companies is at a peak. One way to minimize such problems and save a substantial amount of money, too, is to move yourself. However, there are a few things to think about before you go out and rent a truck or trailer. Are you and your helpers physically up to carrying your heaviest furniture in and out of houses? If you need a large trailer, is your car up to towing it? Rental trailers are cheaper than trucks, but less advisable for long hauls with heavy loads. You should also take into consideration the additional wear and tear on your car and allow for greatly reduced gas mileage. Unless a driver is accustomed to pulling a camp trailer, hauling a load of furniture may present problems, especially in parking. Sure, you want to save money, but be sure you know what it means to do it yourself. A consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
Today's episode brought to you in part by Contact and the Ford Motor Company. This is the Zero Hour on Mutual Radio.
You have been listening to The Zero Hour, a presentation of the Mutual Broadcasting System in association with Hollywood Radio Theater, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow. And once again,
rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
This is the Mutual Radio Network.
The Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliott Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. Guilt is not something that can always be determined in a court of law. One must first consider the source. Carl Brooks is a man well acquainted with guilt. It drove him first from his home, then drew him back and into a situation for which he was totally unprepared. His best friend had been convicted and executed for murder.
Only Carl's testimony could have saved him. So the guilt is now a matter of omission, a matter of moral negligence. And for Carl Brooks, the guilt is more imposing than ever. The man he left behind, in turn, left a widow and child. Someone is sending them money. Carl Brooks would like to find out who and why. Dead Man's Tale continues after this word.
I watched the sun come up over the city from my hotel window. The first light of day peeked over the eastern horizon at 5 o'clock, then fanned out over the stockyards, the industrial section, and crept into downtown. By 5:30, sunlight glistened off the facings of glass skyscrapers. The street lamps shut off. The morning edition hit the newsstands. City buses rolled down the avenues, from dark to dawn to day. Hadn't shut my eyes or my mind all night. If I was to accomplish anything this day, I would first have to freshen up. A weary face with dark circles under the eyes peered out at me from the medicine chest mirror. Oh, come on. Can't believe it.
Desk.
This is Mr. Brooks in room 610. What happened to the water? Or doesn't that come with the price of the room?
I'm terribly sorry, sir. We've had some trouble with the boilers, and we've temporarily shut off all the water in the east wing.
Well, that's just great. How do you propose your paying guests wash?
We hope to have the service restored sometime this afternoon, sir.
What about the west wing?
Actually, sir, you're better off where you are. We'll be shutting off the water on the other side after the noon hour today. We're sorry for the inconvenience. We have a repair crew working full time.
Yeah, well, I'd like another room.
As you wish, sir. West wing?
Yes, west wing.
I can give you a fifth floor suite. It's $5 a day more than you're paying now.
I'll take it.
Very well, sir. It's room 519.
Yes, oh, wait a minute. Your rooms are separated by odd and even numbers, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'd like room 515.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We have no room 515.
No 515.
No, sir. We converted that room to storage space 4 years ago.
I see. 519 will be fine, then.
Very good, sir. I'll transfer your bill starting today.
Clerk,
yes,
were there any calls for me after midnight?
One moment. No messages at all, sir.
Uh-huh. Thank you. I took the elevator down to the lobby and exchanged the keys. So 515 was only used for storage now. That had been for 4 years. Very strange coincidence. A man is killed in the room, another man is condemned for murder and rushed off to meet his maker, and suddenly the scene of the crime no longer exists. $525. 523. 21. Here it is, 519. I wonder. Just as he said. No room number. Storage, employees only. I showered, shaved, and had a light breakfast in the coffee shop before leaving the hotel. I needed mobility for the errands I had to run, so I rented a late model sedan from an auto agency. I phoned the Chronicle and tried to reach Hugo again. But he was out on still another story. Either that, or his secretary was told to say he was. Ellen Wilson's financial status was foremost in my mind. Nameless donations and free medical care. Dr. Frank Irwin might be able to shed some light on the subject, I thought. I drove to County General Hospital to find him. Dr. Irwin was in County General, all right, as a patient. The previous night, he had run his car into a telephone pole and had suffered minor injuries. Fortunately, I arrived during visiting hours, and the nurse told me that Dr. Irwin had been lightly sedated, but I could see him for a short time.
Edna, I'm sorry. I should have been more careful.
Dr. Irwin?
Oh, I thought you were Edna. She's been away visiting her sister.
My name is Carl Brooks.
I see. I thought you were... Edna's my wife. She's been after me to get some rest, day off once in a while. Are you from the police?
No, sir.
See, I had a little accident with the car last night.
Oh.
Fell asleep at the wheel. Unspeakable for a doctor.
Yeah, how are you feeling better?
I can't feel a thing. Wonder drugs, we call them. You look familiar. You one of my patients from long ago?
No, sir, I'm Carl Brooks from long ago.
Oh, why, of course. I heard you were back.
Hasn't everyone?
I'm so glad you're here.
Well, that's a switch.
I'm afraid I don't understand. You are the man who's helping Ellen Wilson, aren't you?
Well, I'm a friend of her.
I know all about you, Mr. Brooks.
Oh?
I want to do all I can to help you. Say, would you mind bringing me that pitcher of water right there?
Oh.
Can't seem to work up a spit. Yeah. Thank you. I don't want to dry up before I say what has to be said.
Doctor, Ellen Wilson is one of your patients, isn't she?
Has been, ever since she first moved here. Must have been, near 10, 15 years ago. When she got married and had the baby, I became what we used to call a family doctor.
Have you been sending Ellen Wilson money?
Money? No, that must be one of the others.
Others?
Please, the water.
Oh. What others?
Well, I don't know who they are. I think the man who runs the big gambling club in town is one of them.
Joe Farris.
Yeah, that's who I mean, Joe Farris. He's a horrible man.
Doctor, I don't want to sound like a lawyer. I mean, I've given that up, but if you don't know who the others are, would you know why anyone is sending Ellen Wilson money?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Brooks. It's my sworn duty, my secret obligation to save lives. I committed a breach of honor 4 years ago in a court of law. Because I was afraid of the disgrace, I did nothing to prevent the execution of an innocent man.
Barry Wilson.
That's right.
Could you have saved him?
Well, perhaps. No. The point is, I didn't even try. Oh, that's fine.
Well, what could you have done or said?
Well, I don't know why I ever got involved. Edna begged me not to. She's always right about that sort of thing. Very sound thinker, my wife.
Doctor, what was this involvement?
Oh, ambition, pride, vanity. I wanted to be Commissioner of Health. And I consoled myself that everybody did it.
Did what?
Paid for political favors. There was this Farris and myself, and 2 others. I have no idea who they are. But we each contributed a large sum of cash to a special fund for the re-election of Lloyd Mercer.
Of course. It was so obvious it never occurred to me. That was why Mercer never admitted to there being money in the attaché case. It would have blown his legal eagle image sky high. The fact that I had been a very real part of his political machine turned my stomach.
So, you see, Mr. Brooks, I isolated the hypocrite in Hippocrates.
And that's what Henley was carrying.
It would seem so. There was never any proof. The subject never came up.
Well, I understand what Ferris was paying for. Protection. But certainly, Commissioner of Health isn't appointed by the district attorney.
Oh, Lloyd Mercer, as we've seen, was headed for bigger things. His political influence extended in all directions. And I was convinced he could deliver. Obviously, so were the others.
I understand there was $150,000 in that briefcase.
I couldn't say. My contribution was $30,000.
And you have no idea who else may have known about this special fund?
As far as I know, only Mercer and the 4 contributors.
What about Henley? I mean, where did he come in?
I never met the man. I understand he was from out of state. Well, I presume he was chosen as a go-between because he had no connection with any of us.
Including Mercer?
Especially Mercer.
Uh-huh.
I presume Mercer sent you to pick up the lock case so there'd never be any visible connection between himself and Henley. As a precaution against precisely the sort of thing that happened.
It seems so unnecessarily complicated.
Has it occurred to you that whoever murdered Henley might be one of the contributors? I know there were 4 of us, and not one came forward. Farris wasn't even at the trial.
Doctor, do you believe Barry Wilson was innocent?
I believed it throughout the course of the trial, the appeals, up to the moment of his execution. I believe it as I lie here now. I stood by and let him die.
Doctor, from what you've told me, you were not the only one.
Well, Mr. Brooks, man has only to live at peace with himself.
I know that better than anyone. I assume that all of Ellen Wilson's medical expenses through the years...
Oh, yes. I was grateful for the opportunity. It helped. A little.
You've helped a lot, Doctor. You get well now, and I'll be in touch.
All right.
I left the hospital and headed for the National City Bank, Ellen Wilson's branch. It didn't take me long to notice I was being followed. A big maroon late model touring car was smoking along behind me, obviously tracking. Too obvious to be anything but a message from Joe Farris. Looking in my rear view window, I could see two men in the car with the brims of their hats pulled low over their foreheads. It would have been funny if it weren't so frightening. And I was sure that was the purpose. To scare me into running. I had done it once before. Why not again? But Dr. Irwin had answered that to me. A man has only to live at peace with himself. And I was determined to achieve that. I stopped in front of the bank. Farris's thugs drove on. They knew where I was going and who I wanted to see. We were all beginning to understand each other. All too well. I began to feel the need for some protection of a different kind. Dead men tell no tales. It was time to leak some information to the press.
City desk. Brownell here.
Hugo, I waited all night for your call.
Oh, what do you want?
Look, I think a lot more went on in the Henley case than we were led to believe.
We were led to believe?
Now, come on, Hugo. I mean, just give me a chance and just hear me out.
Look, I'm interested in facts. Hard facts. Something I can put in print.
Well, I've learned enough in one day to know that you were right about Barry being framed and about the political setup in this town.
So? Now there's two of us.
Look, I want to talk to you.
Do you or don't you have something I can print without risking a libel suit?
Well, look, I will in about 15 minutes.
I'll listen when you do. I'm much too busy now for idle conversation, so you can...
Look, Hugo, wait. No, wait. I've just got to see you. Today, in an hour. I think we'll find something in the back issue of the Chronicle. I'll meet you there.
Carl? Carl! Ah, damn it. Shirley, I'll be in the morgue. The one with the dead papers.
May I be of service, sir?
Yes. I'd like to speak to the branch manager. Well?
Go ahead. I'm waiting.
Oh.
I'm Joanne Price, branch manager. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm sorry. I didn't...
You didn't think a woman could ever achieve a position of responsibility, especially in such a stuffy field as money management. Believe me, I felt the same way. It's been a struggle.
A depositor of yours, Mrs. Ellen Wilson, has been receiving cashier's checks drawn on this bank in the amount of $100 each month for the past 4 years. I'd like to know who's been sending them.
Won't she tell you?
She doesn't know either.
Does she object?
Mrs. Can't you just tell me who's sending those checks?
No, I'd like to. You have such an honest face. But I'm afraid even if I had that information, it would be confidential. Besides, I'm really only the hired help. I wouldn't have the authority to give it to you.
Well, who would?
The bank president, Mr. Lacey.
Oh. Well, may I talk to him?
I don't think it'll do you any good.
Why not?
Mr. Lacey's a Scrooge, the tightest man on earth, with money and with words.
Look, could you ask him if he'd see me, please?
Don't hold your breath.
Well?
The sun sets in the east tonight. He'll see you. All the way at the back. Don't say anything, but I'm bucking for his job.
Well, I hope you get it. Thank you very much.
Come in and close the door behind you.
Mr. Lacey?
I only let you in here to tell you face to face that what you're asking for is privileged information, and I demand to know what your authority is in seeking it and for what purpose.
I have reason to believe the person signing those cashier checks may have committed murder.
Are you from the police? police.
No.
Certainly murder would be a matter for them.
All right, Mr. Lacey, if you'd rather I take what I already know to the police.
You're Carl Brooks.
That's correct.
Well, Mr. Brooks, I'm not a rich man, despite what you may think.
You knew Barry Wilson was innocent, didn't you?
I don't know that.
Is there reasonable doubt?
Maybe. I've done nothing illegal.
Well, somebody has. Someone killed Robert Henley for $150,000, some of which, I think, was yours, Mr. Lacey.
You can't believe I'd kill a man for money.
Well, you said yourself you're not a rich man.
Now just a damn minute.
I'm going to ask you one more time, Mr. Lacey, because if you don't tell me, I'll find out somewhere else. It may save us both a lot of unnecessary trouble, and it might even make you feel better. Now, do you know who is sending $100 cashier checks once a month to Ellen Wilson?
No, I don't. And should you have any further inquiries into my personal affairs, Mr. Brooks, I suggest you make them through my attorney. Good day. Get me Judge Mercer's chambers, immediately.
Lacey was the kind of man who revealed more in a facial reaction than by anything he could have said. He was undoubtedly the third donor. Farris, Dr. Irwin, and Lacey. But who was the fourth? I left the bank and walked to my rented car. The tires were flat, all of them, slashed. I looked up and down the street. There was no sign of the big maroon car, but the meaning was clear. So I had to get to the Chronicle building right away. I had to get to Hugo Brownell. Oh, Hugo, you're here.
Don't ask me why. I guess I'm just a sucker for nostalgia.
Well, I wasn't sure if I'd make it. Word is out on me.
What do you mean?
Farris had his boys cut up my tires on the car. I hitchhiked over here. Never thought you'd come.
Look, Carl, you're raving. Come on, you got me down here for a reason. Let's have it.
Hugo, what do you know about a special campaign contribution fund to get Lloyd Mercer elected to a second term as DA?
Maybe I should ask what you know.
Well, there was one. $150,000. And that's what Henley was carrying the night he was murdered.
Can you prove it?
Not only that, but I think I can prove who killed Henley.
Who? Do you know?
Well, I'm hoping you can remember. You've seen him. You may even know him.
You lost me.
Look, 4 people contributed to Mercer's special fund. It was Farris and Dr. Irwin, the president of the National City Bank, a man named Lacey.
Mm-hmm. First name Clarence. A big man in contract financing, bit on the shady side. That's only 3.
Well, there should be the name or a picture of the 4th somewhere in these files.
Well, that could take days to find.
Not if you can remember.
Remember what?
Well, someone who was at Barry's trial. Someone who was there every day.
Carl, this is hopeless. Even if we find who you're looking for, we'd have to push to reopen the case. And you know whose court this is. We'd have a hell of a time trying to get anybody to confess to being...
Hold on. I found something.
What do you got?
No. Do you have a magnifying glass or something like that?
Yeah, there's one here somewhere. Here.
Okay, now, look. Who is this man? The one with his head down here in this picture and looking around in this one.
That's right. He was there just about every day. The paving contractor. He used to do all the work for the city.
Yeah, well, what's his name?
Owen Morse.
That's our man.
Mm-hmm.
Tomorrow at this time, rest your eyes and listen here to this week's continuing study in suspense, Dead Man's Tale. I'm Rod Serling, and this is the Zero Hour.
You've been listening to the Hollywood Radio Theater's presentation of The Zero Hour, heard every weekday at this time. Rod Serling is your host. Dead Man's Tale was written by Merwin Gerard and Kim Weiskopf. George Maharis is Carl, Craig Stevens is Mercer, and Charles McGraw is Ferris. Featured in the cast are Jack Manning, Harold Gould, Herbert Jefferson Jr., and Shirley Mitchell. Zero Hour is produced and directed by Elliot Lewis. Jack Myers is executive producer, Rochelle Sherman associate producer, and Kim Weiskopf story editor. Music conducted and composed by Stanley D. Hoffman. The Hollywood Radio Theater theme was played by Ferranti and Teicher and is now available on United Artists Records and Tapes. This has been a J.M. Colas Enterprises production. Hugh Douglas speaking. Tune in tomorrow, and once again,
Rest your eyes and listen here
to the Zero Hour.
the Hollywood Radio Theater. Every day at this time, Monday through Friday, a J.M. Colas Enterprises production, the Hollywood Radio Theater, presents an unusual tale of mystery and suspense. Every week, Monday through Friday, the Hollywood Radio Theater presents...
I'm Rod Serling. You're listening to the Zero Hour. Rest your eyes. Exercise your imagination. This week, Merwin Gerard's study of a man pursued. Dead Man's Tale. Starring George Maharis. Craig Stevens. And Charles McGraw. In Elliot Lewis's production of The Zero Hour. What was it that brought Carl Brooks back to his hometown? The gnawing guilt of having run from trouble? The love for a girl that he had but couldn't give with shadows on his conscience? Was it fate? In any case, he got more than he bargained for. His colleague and closest friend was dead, executed for a murder he could not have committed. To assuage his guilt, Carl Brooks took it upon himself to clear the name of the man he had failed to save. And in doing so, has begun to uncover a most complicated series of events, leading back to what really happened on the night 4 years before. The night Carl Brooks found an empty briefcase and a very quiet, dead man. Dead Man's Tale will continue in a moment.
If Owen Morse was difficult to identify, locating him was next to impossible. His company was no longer in business, and his family had moved out of town. Hugo, a friend indeed, lent me his car and promised to have some repairs made on my rented one. It was dusk by the time I found Owen Morse's new home address. It was way out on Briar Street, next to the edge of town. A run-down old house converted into a triplex. He lived on the ground floor. For a man I suspected had once contributed many thousands of dollars for some kind of political sway, Owen Morse was living somewhat less than modestly.
Ah, Mr. Brooks, I've been waiting for you.
Waiting?
Waiting and watching. I knew you had to get to me sooner or later. And here you are. Come in, please.
Thank you.
Not exactly the kind of place you expected to find the ex-highly successful contractor living, is it? Sit down, Mr. Brooks. That chair is comfortable, despite its rather sad appearance.
Excuse me, but what did you mean, waiting and watching?
Joe Ferris called to warn me you'd returned and what you're trying to do. I didn't tell him I was delighted and looking forward to your success in finally pulling the lid off the whole stinking mess.
Wait a minute, I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Morse. If you're so anxious to have the truth known...
Why didn't I come forward with it on my own?
Yes.
I've thought about it a great deal. It would accomplish very little, particularly since I couldn't prove any of it. But I wasn't speaking of the truth about me, my contribution to that ill-starred special fund for Lloyd Mercer's re-election. That I freely admit. However, it will do little to assist you in clearing Barry Wilson's name, which is what I assume is your purpose. It's a certainty you've been unable to accomplish your goal by speaking to the other three.
How did you know about that?
I've been following your efforts since yesterday.
Oh.
But I am curious. How did you get to me?
I let your conscience be my guide.
Yes, the cashier's checks. A shamefully insignificant contribution.
Yes, the checks and the fact that you were at Barry's trial every day. I won't ask you why you didn't come forward then. I mean, that's obvious.
Painfully so.
You see, Mr. Morse, Barry Wilson had one eyewitness to vouch for his innocence. That man was in California and couldn't be found.
That would be you.
That is correct. Painfully so. However, 5 men knew or had a pretty good idea what was in the briefcase Robert Henley had handcuffed to his wrist that night in the Delta Hotel. Barry Wilson was not one of them, nor was I.
Yes. Yes, I see the point. But if I killed Robert Henley, Mr. Brooks, the solution would be easy. I could simply come forward, admit it, and clear up everything, including my conscience.
Are you saying you didn't?
I didn't kill Robert Henley. I killed Barry Wilson. So, I am a murderer.
Would you be willing to tell your story to the newspapers? To the police?
Oh, gladly. At the proper time. But that would be a serious tactical blunder right now. Get the wind up with Mercer and Ferris, and they'll go after you in any way they thought would discredit you. Or silence you permanently. And it'd be no help to Ellen Wilson. And that's all I give a damn about anymore.
I have to admit that you've disarmed me. I anticipated some resistance, denials.
That's what you would have gotten 4 years ago.
What's changed?
You've heard of the wages of sin. What you see before you is the end result of the erosion of conscience. I stood by like the others in silence, while Barry Wilson was rushed to the gallows. But I've paid my dues, as they say. And as you can see.
Well, you must have been a rich man. What happened?
No, never really rich. Well off, I guess. I wanted to be a business tycoon, on the stock exchange and all that. I might have made it, only I went about it the wrong way. What happened was the bottle. It helped me forget, one day at a time. I found I'd been an incipient alcoholic all my life. A year of steady drinking, lost weekends, and then lost weeks and months can quickly destroy even a sound business. The downhill slide is swift and accelerating. First my business and then my family. But the guilt doesn't go away. On the contrary, it grows.
It grows until the reason for it is rectified. Mr. Morse, who killed Robert Henley?
I have no idea. I have nothing. My whole life is an utter waste of time.
Then why go on? You know, you sound like you could drink yourself to death if you tried.
Mr. Brooks, you see before you a gutless, impotent man. I've been on the wagon for 2 years now, so I could hold down a job to make just enough to stay alive and send a few dollars to the woman I made a widow.
Mr. Morse, there seems to be more than enough guilt to go around for all of us. Speaking for myself, I'm willing to risk all to clear the slate, but I'm going to need your help.
You can count on me, Mr. Brooks. You can count on me.
I left Morse my number at the hotel in the event he had to reach me. I was disappointed that my theory about him had been wrong. But a man like that needed no assistance in inflicting self-punishment. Hugo wasn't at the office when I called, so I left a message for him not to print anything yet and that I'd be in touch. Though as of the moment, I was no further along in clearing Barry than when I had first started. It all added up to one big zero. Somehow, I had the feeling something was missing. Like the slush fund. Something obvious. I drove Hugo's car back to the Delta to see if I had any messages. It was a misty night, but not cool. I looked up into the sky, and the moon was barely a sliver. The stars, invisible. I tried to locate my room from the street below by counting it from the corner. I counted again. No mistake. That was my room with the lights on and the curtains popped out the open window. I ran to the lobby. The desk clerk was nowhere in sight. I got out on the 4th floor and took the stairs up one flight. The hall was clear. There was a crack of light between the bottom of the door and the carpet. I listened. Then, carefully, took out my key and slipped it in the lock. And... All right, Jenny. It was a toss-up as to who scared who more. Seeing Jenny there in my room was both a relief and an obstacle. I hadn't realized how much I had missed her, and yet she could only make matters more difficult by being so close. But I hid my ambivalence as best I could, and we spent the night together. In the morning, we had room service and a breakfast. It was then that I explained the situation. So that's about how it stands at this point, Jen.
Come home, Carl, please. You've done what you came for. You're a free man.
If it was only so simple. Jenny, you have no idea what effect this has had on the lives of so many people.
All right, but what about us, our lives? Suppose you do find out who killed that man. Then what?
Well, that's most of what I have to do.
There's more? Carl, you're driving yourself...
Barry's dead, but his family lives on.
You mean his wife and child, don't you? Ellen, isn't that her name?
Just some kind of benefits. I mean, a fund for Katie. Something.
Carl, are you telling me everything?
I don't know everything.
I mean about Ellen. What does she want from you?
Well, I suppose at this point she probably wants me to die or disappear. She's bitter, Jenny, and I don't blame her. She and I were close once. We were just kids. I was best man at her wedding.
Oh, Carl, it hurts me to see you like this. I came here to comfort you, to be with you. I know you didn't want me here, but I had to see you. Look, I'll go back to Coulter today if it's really what you want.
If I had a choice, Jenny, if I was really free...
Oh, please, don't say anything. I'll call the airport. I'll get it.
No, don't.
Hello? Oh, yes, he's here.
Hello. Hello, Judge. I'm just fine. How are you these days? Oh, you'd like to reconvene our discussion from the other night? Or just say when? In your chambers? Very good, Judge. I'll be there.
Carl, what's wrong? Why didn't you want me to answer the phone? Are you in trouble?
Look, I have to meet with Judge Mercer about some dirty laundry. I'll be back this afternoon. We'll grab a bite, and then I'll drive you to the airport. All right? Don't worry, Jenny. Remember, I love you. See you later.
Carl, please be careful.
I must see you about a matter of considerable importance, Lloyd Mercer had told me over the phone. The wheels were turning, and I was botching up the mechanism. There wasn't much doubt as to what Mercer wanted to talk about. It was the particulars that aroused my curiosity. He was waiting for me in his chambers, all decked out in official garb.
Come in, Carl. Good of you to drop by.
You look very spiffy in your robes, Mr. Mercer. Judge.
Sit down, Carl. Can I get you something?
No, thank you. I only drink socially.
Really, Carl? So hostile. Carl, a matter of what I feel significant importance has been brought to my attention.
A matter that concerns me, Your Honor?
We've received some new information on the Henley murder. It points rather definitely toward your culpability.
Oh, really?
Apparently there was an eyewitness.
Someone saw me kill Henley?
Not actually performing the act.
Let me guess. This eyewitness was Joseph Farris.
Splendid conjecture. He was out of town during the trial, and since I was the district attorney, he told me what he knew. Still, I couldn't believe that you'd killed Henley, and I told him so.
Your faith in me is nothing short of overwhelming, but what suddenly changed your mind?
Carl, you were a fugitive. A cogent fact relating to your guilt if, of course, the case is reopened.
If?
Well, it's impossible to prosecute a man who can't be found. You know that as well as the next fugitive.
What if I stay?
Well, you could try to save yourself. Discrediting you would be ridiculously easy, and very likely prove to be a political bonanza for me. Anyone knows a man accused of murder is liable to say anything to save your skin. And the voters have a ready sympathy for public servants unjustly attacked.
Same old song, just different lyrics. I'd love to vocalize, Your Honor, but